Chapter 1668 10th on the Milky Way rankings. A ferocious expression instantly covered Yang Xing's face when he heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you should ask yourself if you prepared a coffin for yourself before coming here. Yang Yi. Countless people gazed at Yang Yi. They didn't know much about Yang Yi. After all, he hadn't been in Milky Way system in the past. However, they knew that he was one of the Yang clan's young masters. It was a battle between young masters of the Yang clan. Yang Yi stopped and looked up at Lu Ligay's figure on the city wall, and his face instantly fell when he saw Lu Ligay. It's all my fault. Lu Ligay looked at Yang Yi and shook his head slightly. What are friends for? They are there to be dragged down by each other. Would we still be friends if we didn't drag each other down like this? Just look at the current situation. Haven't I dragged you down with me too? So, don't spout such nonsense. Just hurry up and deal with them, and then get me down from here. It feels fucking horrible to be hung up here. Yang Yi grinned. I'll do my best. As he spoke, he turned to gaze at Yang Xing. Didn't you want me here? Come, I'm here now. Do you want to fight me one-on-one? Or do you plan to summon the people who back you and gang up on me? Yang Xing was about to speak when Yang Yi waved his hand and said, You look like a coward who wouldn't dare to fight me one-on-one. Come, summon everyone you have. Let's not waste time. I dare not fight you one-on-one. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Xing's eyes. Yang Yi, you think you're matchless? If it wasn't for that woman, you would have died at the hands of Yang Su and Yang Yin. The laughable thing is that you think you're very formidable. As far as I'm concerned, you're just a piece of trash who relies on a woman. Yang Yi shrugged. Being able to rely on a woman is a form of ability. Why don't you do it too if you can? Ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Xing's mouth. Trash? Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and gazed at Yang Xing. Can you not be so noisy like a woman? Do you want to fight one-to-one or gang up on me? If it's a one-on-one battle, then come. Let's begin right now and fight to the death. If you dare not, then summon everyone you have, and I'll fight all of you on my own. All right? All on his own. It was absolutely overbearing. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. No matter how strong he was, Yang Xing had completely lost when it came to being imposing. One-on-one. Yang Xing laughed fiercely. All right, since you want that, I'll fight you one-on-one. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his palm, and a violet wheel appeared in his grasp. Right when he was about to attack, an old man appeared here. There was a small embroidered on the old man's left chest. An elder from the discipline hall. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and Yang Xing. The fight for succession hasn't begun. Both of you. Meanwhile, Yang Xing suddenly said, It's a private matter between us. We'll deal with it ourselves, and the heavens will decide who survives. Yang Yi nodded. He's absolutely right. It's our own private business, so the discipline hall doesn't have to interfere. No matter who dies, your discipline hall won't be blamed for it. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, fell silent for quite some time, and then nodded. Do as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot. Once the old man vanished, Yang Xing gazed at Yang Yi. Today, I'll allow you to realize that you're nothing without that woman. As soon as he finished speaking, the wheel in his grasp shot forward like a bolt of lightning, and space trembled in its wake. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he drew his sword and swung it. 15 overlapped heaven rings. After his cultivation of the body was improved to the zenith realm, he was able to overlap 15 heaven rings. The space around him instantly shook as his sword energy shot forward, and then Yang Xing's wheel was blasted away. However, 3 smaller fist-sized wheels suddenly flashed out from it, and they instantly swept towards Yang Yi. They were fast, extremely fast. Yang Yi's expression remained the same. He moved his wrist slightly and 3 rays of sword energy instantly shot forward. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosions resounded, and those smaller wheels were blasted away as well. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed, and then he raised his right hand and slashed. Clang! A clear and resounding sound of collision arose, and then Yang Yi was pushed 300 m back. Right when he stopped himself, a ray of cold light flashed. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his sword and swung it once more. Clang! A clear and resounding sound of collision arose once more, and then Yang Yi was pushed another 300 m back. A hidden weapon. Yang Yi was surprised. He hadn't expected that Yang Xing would actually use a hidden weapon, and Yang Xing's skill in utilizing one was actually so outstanding. Suddenly, a few rays of silver light flashed. Every one of them was thin like the hair on an ox, and they were utterly impossible to notice with the naked eye. Sense them. He had no choice but to sense them instead. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then a wave of terrifying intent surged out explosively from within him. Bang! As soon as it swept out, it was blasted apart by 3 rays of silver light. But those rays of silver light were dispersed as well. After that, 3 fine silver needles fell from midair. Suddenly, Yang Xing vanished on the spot, and then a ray of cold light appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to draw his sword and slash. Bang! A black shadow was instantly blasted 300 m away. It was Yang Xing's figure. However, right when Yang Xing's figure was moving backwards, a few more rays of silver light flashed like fine bolts of lightning. This time, Yang Yi didn't swing his sword. He stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Bang! Bang! The rays of silver light were blasted apart, and it only took a moment for Yang Yi to arrive before Yang Xing. A ruthless glow flashed through Yang Xing's eyes as he waved both his hands. In an instant, countless rays of silver light surged out from his palm and instantly enveloped Yang Yi. At the same time that those rays of silver light appeared, a sword howl had resounded, and then countless rays of sword energy pierced through the silver light. Rumble. Numerous explosions resounded incessantly. Suddenly, a beam of light tore its way out and arrived before Yang Xing. Yang Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, had underestimated Yang Yi's strength. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he immediately waved his right hand, causing a wheel to flash out from his palm. Bang! The sword energy and wheel collided. The space there shook violently while Yang Xing's figure was blasted over a kilometer away. As soon as Yang Xing's figure stopped moving, another ray of light instantly arrived before him. Bang! Yang Xing was blasted over 1 kilometer away again. But this time, Yang Yi didn't continue his assault, and he turned around and shot off in Lu Ligay's direction instead. He wasn't here to kill, and his main objective was to save Lu Ligay. Killing was just something he intended to do at the same time. However, he hadn't even arrived in front of Lu Ligay when a beam of blue light shot towards him from the left. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he noticed this, and then he turned around and swung his sword. Bang! The blue beam of light shattered into bits, and Yang Yi was pushed over 30 m away by the force from the collision. Yang Yi turned to look, and he saw a man had appeared not too far away from him. It was Lu Yuanzhan. Lu Yuanzhan chuckled. "Young Master Yi, your battle with Brother Xing isn't over yet." Yang Yi glanced at Lu Yuanzhan. "And you are?" Lu Yuanzhan smiled. "The successor of the Lu clan, Lu Yuanzhan." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "You're the one who crippled his Dantian, right?" Lu Yuanzhan nodded. "Indeed. What? You want to avenge him?" Yang Yi started walking slowly in Lu Yuanzhan's direction. "That's what I want to do, and it's what I'm thinking of doing." "No, I'm not thinking of doing it. I'm going to do it right now." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Lu Yuanzhan's mouth, and then he clenched his fist. Blue light flickered on his fist as he slammed it forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was pushed 300 m back. As for Lu Yuanzhan, he only pushed less than 30 m away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. A cold glow flashed through Lu Yuanzhan's eyes, and he was about to attack. However, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and then Yang Xing's expression changed drastically, because the shadow behind him had suddenly wriggled, and then a ray of light appeared behind him. At this moment, everyone came to an understanding. Yang Yi had merely used Lu Yuanzhan as a diversion, and his target was Yang Xing. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded, and then the ray of light behind Yang Xing was dispersed. At the same time, a figure was pushed backwards from behind Yang Xing, and the figure was pushed over 300 m before it stopped. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked up at Yang Xing, and there was a black shadow by Yang Xing's side. Yang Xing suddenly started laughing. Yang Yi, your laws of darkness was absolutely shocking that day. So, how could I not take precautions against it? Now, do you have any other moves? Bro. Meanwhile, Lu Ligay suddenly said, can you do it or not? If you can't, just flee. Just avenge me in the future? Flee. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Xing's mouth. He won't be able to leave today. As he spoke, Yang Xing waved his right hand, and then 3 blood puppets appeared around him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed when he saw the blood puppets. They were unlike the blood puppets that Yang Yi possessed. They were much stronger, and they were comparable to half-step true realm experts, at least. Moreover, they were superior to ordinary half-step true realm experts. Suddenly, a Nanjing appeared by Yang Yi's side. As soon as she appeared, a ray of silver light shot out like a bolt of lightning from within the city, and it instantly arrived before her. A Nanjing flipped her palm, withdrew Sky Split, and then swiftly stabbed it forward. Clang! An ear-piercing explosion resounded, and then a Nanjing was pushed 300 m back. Meanwhile, someone exclaimed, He's the 10th on the Milky Way rankings. Mingamo, the young spear god. Chapter 1669, but that's not my problem. Yang Yi looked over and saw a man in a white robe. The man seemed to be just around the age of 25, and his hair was tied behind his head with a white scarf. Besides that, he was holding a silver spear. Mingamo, the 10th on the Milky Way rankings. Mingamo walked forward in Yang Yi's direction and stopped not too far away from him. He looked at Yang Xing and asked, which one do you want dead? Yang Xing chuckled, cousin brother. You really came. Mingamo glanced indifferently at him and replied, I'll help you once for your mother's sake. Yang Xing nodded slightly and gazed at a Nanjing. Cousin brother, just keep her busy for me. Of course, it'll be even better if you can kill her. However, don't underestimate her. She possesses 6 types of intents. Mingamo turned to look at a Nanjing. She's the Nanjing who suppressed a half-step true realm expert from your Yang clan while at the rebirth realm? Yang Xing nodded, yes. Mingamo nodded slightly. I just happened to want to see her strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and a ray of light simultaneously flashed through the air. And Nanjing frowned slightly, and then Sky Split shot forward like thunder. Clang! An ear-piercing clang resounded, and then both a Nanjing and Mingamo moved backwards repeatedly. Mingamo stopped himself after moving 300 m back, and a Nanjing had moved 600 m back instead. However, Yang Xing and the others revealed solemn expressions because Mingamo was a Zenith realm expert, and Nanjing was just at the rebirth realm. A trace of seriousness appeared in Mingmo's eyes. Not bad. I didn't expect another extraordinarily monstrous genius to appear in our medium universe. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low, or I would be helpless against you. As he spoke, he tapped his right foot down, and he transformed into a bolt of silver lightning. He swiftly stabbed his spear forward when he arrived less than 3 m away from a Nanjing, and an ethereal silver dragon surged out from the tip of his spear. A Nanjing's eyes narrowed slightly. She moved her body slightly sideways, pressed her right foot lightly against the ground, and then pushed off from the ground. Her figure instantly shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Sky Split slammed against the head of the ethereal dragon, which had appeared before Ming Mo's silver spear. Bang! Crack! As soon as they collided, a loud explosion resounded, and then space cracked open. As for Nanjing and Mingamo, they were blasted backwards. They were pushed over 3 kilometers before they could finally stop themselves. Yang Yi glanced at Mingamo, and then he gazed at a Nanjing who was about to attack. Can you handle it? She nodded slightly. I can. Yang Yi nodded. Keep him busy. He'll be done in a moment. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of golden light that shot forward like a bolt of lightning, and Ming Mo's figure vanished on the spot as well. It only took a moment for them to be locked in battle. When he saw that a Nanjing and Mingamo were equally matched, Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Yang Xing and Lu Yuanzhan. He didn't waste his breath, and he just vanished on the spot. He was in front of Yang Xing when his figure appeared again, and then he drew his sword and swung it. 16 overlapped heaven rings. He stopped holding back this time, and had activated the demon god's energy within him and released both his sword intent and slaughter intent. Bang! The space around Yang Xing and Lu Yuanzhan instantly cracked open, and the powerful force from his attack pushed back all the spectators in the surroundings. The spectators were shocked by this and hurriedly fled the battlefield. Yang Xing's expression changed at the sight of this. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to be so strong. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he quickly withdrew the wheel and raised it before himself. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Xing's will exploded apart. As for Yang Xing's figure, it was pushed over 3 kilometers away by the powerful force that Yang Yi's attack carried. Right when Yang Yi intended to follow up with another attack, the 3 blood puppets appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then 3 powerful auras slammed down at him. Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot down, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot and appeared behind Yang Xing. However, right when he appeared behind Yang Xing, a black shadow appeared by Yang Xing's side, and then a dagger swept towards Yang Yi's throat. This time, Yang Yi expected this, so he suddenly changed the direction of his sword as soon as the black shadow appeared, and his sword, which was stabbing towards Yang Xing, was not stabbing towards the black shadow. The figure before Yang Yi had clearly not expected Yang Yi to change his target like that and was caught off guard. He had no choice but to hastily swing his dagger at Yang Yi's sword instead. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded, and then the black shadow was pushed over 1 kilometer away. Once he blasted the black shadow away, Yang Yi immediately sheathed his sword, turned around, and swung it at Yang Xing. 16 overlapped heaven rings. 16 overlapped heaven rings that were enhanced by slaughter intent and sword intent. Yang Xing's expression changed drastically when he sensed how terrifying Yang Yi's attack was. He swiftly flipped his palms, and countless rays of silver light surged out from his body like an impenetrable net. They instantly enveloped both him and Yang Yi. However, as soon as they collided with Yang Yi's sword energy, they seemed like snow falling into hot oil, and they were instantly obliterated. Bang! An explosion rumbled as Yang Xing's figure was blasted over a kilometer away. At the same time that his figure was blasted away, an arm flew up into the air, and he spat out numerous mouthfuls of blood once he stopped himself. However, Yang Yi had suddenly appeared behind him, and noticing this made Yang Xing's expression change drastically once more. He was about to counterattack, but it was too late. A sword had stabbed into his back, but it had stopped after stabbing just a few centimeters in. At this moment, Yang Xing's body stiffened, and he didn't dare move another inch. Meanwhile, the 3 blood puppets, which were charging at Yang Yi, had stopped, and the area instantly fell silent. No one had expected Yang Yi's strength to be that terrifying to the point of capturing Yang Xing in such a short while. Lu Yuanzhan hadn't expected it as well. As far as he was concerned, even if Yang Xing was no match for Yang Yi, the gap between them was definitely not huge. However, the facts of the situation told him that the gap between Yang Yi and Yang Xing wasn't small, it was huge. Especially Yang Yi's laws of darkness. Even he was extremely afraid of it, because even a Zenith Realm expert couldn't take precautions against Yang Yi's speed when he used the laws of darkness. Besides the laws of darkness, which was at the Zenith rank, Yang Yi's slaughter intent and sword intent were extremely terrifying too. In short, Yang Yi's strength had far surpassed his expectations. Yang Yi exerted a little strength, and his sword instantly stabbed a few centimeters deeper into Yang Xing. Tell him to release Lu Ligay. I don't want to repeat myself. Understand? Yang Xing's expression changed repeatedly. In the end, he spoke in a low voice. Release me first. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. Hiss! Yang Xing's other arm flew up into the air. Even though he didn't let out a shrill cry, his expression was absolutely unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke once more. Didn't you hear me? I told you to tell him to release Lu Ligay. Yang Xing fell silent for a short while, and then he gazed at Lu Yuanzhan. Lu Yuanzhen's expression changed for a moment, and then he suddenly went over to Lu Ligay. He placed his right hand on Lu Ligay's head and said, "Release Brother Xing, or I'll take his head right now." Yang Xing frowned slightly while a trace of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to speak when a voice suddenly resounded in his head. "Kill Yang Xing, or I'll break open Lu Ligay's head right now. Understand?" Yang Yi frowned when he heard Lu Yuanzhen. What's he trying to do? It didn't take long for him to come to an understanding. Lu Yuanzhen wanted Yang Xing and him to fight to the death. If he killed Yang Xing, the others on Yang Xing's side would definitely not let the matter rest, because the fight for succession hadn't started yet. So, if he killed Yang Xing at a time like this, then they would definitely not stop until he was dead. Suddenly, Lu Yuanzhen's voice resounded in Yang Ye's head again. "I'll count to 3. If you don't kill Yang Xing, I'll kill Lu Ligay right now. 3. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then his sword suddenly pierced through Yang Xing's stomach. In an instant, Yang Xing's eyes opened wide, and then the color in them faded slowly. Yang Yi withdrew his sword, waved his right hand, and placed Yang Xing's blood puppets within the primordial pagoda before he gazed at Lu Yuanzhen. Lu Yuanzhen suddenly started laughing when he saw this. "Ha ha! Brothers killing each other. Ha ha ha!" Suddenly, a voice resounded from within the city. "Seventh brother." As soon as the voice finished resounding, a man leaped out from the village and arrived not too far away from Yang Yi. It was the Yang clan's fourth young master, Yang Ru. At this moment, sorrow and anger filled Yang Ru's eyes. "Seventh brother, I was too late. I was too late." As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, how ruthless of you. You actually disregarded the fact that we're brothers. You." Suddenly, Yang Yi interrupted Yang Ru and said, "I thought I was shameless, but after I met you, I think I still have much to learn." Yang Ru's expression returned to normal when he heard Yang Yi. A few breaths of time passed before he shook his head and smiled. "Young Master Yi, just wait for Yang Xing's father and grandfather to come for you. They'll be leaving first." "Fourth brother, you're leaving just like that?" Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then Yang Xing appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Of course, it was only his soul. Yang Ru's expression instantly became extremely unsightly when he saw Yang Xing. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly spoke. "I didn't strike hard enough, so it didn't destroy his soul." "Oh my, why is your face so unsightly? Did I spoil your plans?" "Alas, I've definitely spoiled your plans, or your expression wouldn't be that unsightly, right?" Yang Yi suddenly shrugged and continued, "But that's not my problem." Chapter 1670. If lightning doesn't strike you, I will? Yang Ru's face was utterly gloomy. Had only shown himself after he saw Yang Yi kill Yang Xing, but he hadn't expected that Yang Yi had merely destroyed Yang Xing's body and had preserved Yang Xing's soul. So long as Yang Xing's soul was still alive, he wasn't dead, because it was absolutely easy for the Yang clan to help Yang Xing rebuild his body. Since Yang Xing wasn't dead, his plans to make Yang Xing's side fight Yang Ye's side was completely crushed. Moreover, his past ally, Yang Xing, would definitely hate him to the bone now. Head absolutely suffered a double loss. Yang Ru stared at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he nodded slightly and smiled. "They say you're all brawn and no brains, and you act based on your character. Looks like we're all mistaken. 10th brother Yi, you seem rash on the outside, but you're sharp on the inside." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "I just don't want to be used." He did want to kill Yang Xing, but he was no fool. If he killed Yang Xing, he was certain that Yang Xing's family and supporters would definitely become determined to kill him. While he wasn't afraid of that, it wasn't necessary to do something that stupid. So long as he didn't kill Yang Xing, he had no doubt that Yang Xing would take revenge on Yang Ru. He was naturally willing to watch them fight each other. However, he didn't want Yang Xing to get off that easily, so had destroyed Yang Xing's body. Yang Xing gazed coldly at Yang Ru. "Fourth brother, how scheming of you. Your chain of traps was amazing." Yang Ru grinned. "Now that it has come to this, there's no point in saying anything. Seventh brother, feel free to throw anything you have at me. We'll just deal with it." As he spoke, he gazed at Lu Ligay. Kill him. As soon as he heard Yang Ru, Lu Yuanzhan clenched his right fist and slammed it at Lu Ligay. Suddenly, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Lu Yuanzhan. However, a folding fan that was covered in white light suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, space was instantly torn apart and sliced into bits. Yang Yi's face fell when he sensed the folding fan that was approaching him from behind. He paid no attention to it because if he tried to stop it, then Lu Ligay would definitely die. Lu Yuanzhan was instantly blasted backwards from the collision, but Yang Ru's folding fan slammed against Yang Yi's back. Boom! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted away. But it only took an instant for Yang Yi to arrive before Lu Ligay, and then he stretched out a finger and a ray of sword energy severed the ropes that bound Lu Ligay. After that, two blood puppets grabbed Lu Ligay. As soon as Yang Yi finished doing that, a ray of white light instantly arrived before him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He turned around and swung his sword. Bang! A loud explosion resounded and Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, Yang Ru had transformed into a ray of white light that vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. After that, his folding fan was suddenly spread open, and then a terrifying wave of force instantly surged out from it. Bang! Yang Yi hadn't even been able to react before he was blasted another 3 kilometers back. Yang Ru was about to attack again. However, a silver spear suddenly descended from the sky. He immediately stopped and looked up at it, and then he pressed together the index and middle fingers on his left hand before tapping the tip of the silver spear. OM! The silver spear shook violently before being instantly blasted away. But it didn't take long for a hand to catch the silver spear. It was Mingamo. As soon as he caught the silver spear, his arm started trembling violently, and then his body was pushed almost 30 m back. Once he stopped himself, Mingamo looked down at his hand which had cracked open, and then he looked down at Yang Ru. His eyes were filled with a solemn expression. After he pushed Mingamo back, Yang Ru turned to look at Yang Yi, and then he said something under his breath. After that, his figure transformed into a ray of white light that appeared before Yang Yi. As soon as he arrived in front of Yang Yi, the space behind him collapsed and formed a large black river. Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly. He sheathed his sword, and then drew it. 16 overlapped heaven rends that were enhanced by zenith rank slaughter intent and returnal rank sword intent. The space around Yang Yi instantly collapsed before his attack. Bang! A moment later, an explosion resounded, and Yang Yi's sword energy was dispersed while his figure was pushed 3 kilometers back again. Yang Ru was about to attack again, but a Nanjing appeared before him, and then Sky Split shot towards him. Yang Ru's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he stretched out his left palm. He pressed his left palm directly against the tip of Sky Split. As soon as they collided, Sky Split shook violently, and then it instantly bent into the shape of a bow. And Nanjing's pupils constricted at the sight of this. Meanwhile, Yang Ru suddenly pushed his left hand forward. Bang! And Nanjing was pushed over 1 kilometer away. Everyone here was shocked by this. Even Yang Yi, and Nanjing, and Yang Xing. No one had expected Yang Ru to actually be so strong. No, he wasn't just strong. He was terrifying. Yang Ru glanced at Yang Yi and at Nanjing, and then he glanced at Mingamo and Yang Xing. All of you are quite weak. Quite weak. And Nanjing's eyes narrowed slightly and was about to attack. However, someone was faster than her. It was Mingamo. As soon as Yang Ru had finished speaking, head transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Yang Ru laughed coldly, and then he took a step forward and tapped forward with a single finger. A wisp of faint white light was coiled around his finger. Yang Ru's finger tapped against the tip of Ming Mo's spear again. Crack! As soon as they came into contact, Ming Mo's silver spear cracked apart. Bang! A moment of silence ensued, and then the silver spear exploded apart while Ming Mo's figure was blasted around 1 kilometer away. His figure had just stopped moving when Yang Ru appeared in front of him, and then Yang Ru's folding fan swept towards Ming Mo. Even though Ming Mo was shocked in his heart, his face was extremely calm. A person like him was very well aware about how important one's mental state was in battle. If his mental state was shaky, then it was obvious that Head lost half the battle before it even began. So, while he was shocked by young Russ' strength, he remained extremely calm. At the moment young Russ' folding fan swept towards him, he used his hand like a spear and slammed it towards. Mingmo's expression changed drastically when his hand came into contact with young Russ' folding fan. Hiss! An instant later, Mingmo's right palm flew off into the air. At the same time, Yang Ru suddenly pressed forward and slapped his palm against Mingmo's chest. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Mingmo was blasted 3 kilometers away, and he spat out numerous mouthfuls of blood once he stopped himself. Suddenly, Yang Ru tapped his right foot down and vanished on the spot. At the same time, a wisp of ferocity flashed through Mingmo's eyes. He flipped his left palm, and a spear appeared in his grasp. Bang! Once the spear appeared in his grasp, a wave of terrifying intent swept out from him. Zenith rank spear intent. Mingmo immediately stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of spear energy that vanished on the spot. Spear Union. And Nanjing spoke solemnly, the perfect fusion of man and spear. It's very powerful. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he looked off into the distance. At the exact same moment that Mingmo had vanished, Yang Ru had suddenly stopped moving, and then he formed a strange seal before his chest. In an instant, a fist-sized character flashed out from between his palms. It didn't take long for that character to slam against Mingmo's attack. Boom! As soon as they collided, a rumbling explosion resounded, and then the space in a huge area cracked apart. At the same time, Mingmo was blasted away, and he flew for almost 10 kilometers before he was finally able to stop himself. Once his figure stopped, Mingmo had to support himself up with one of his knees, while a string of scarlet red seeped out from the corner of his mouth. In a short moment, his entire chest was dyed red. Had lost. The 10th on the Milky Way rankings, Mingmo had lost. Yang Ru glanced at his palm. The center of it had cracked open. He fell silent for a moment before he looked up at Mingmo, the 10th on the Milky Way rankings. You almost brought shame to the rankings. Mingmo wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at Yang Ru. You're an ancient inheritor. An ancient inheritor. Everyone here was shocked when they heard Mingmo, and this included Yang Xing. What was an ancient inheritor? An ancient inheritor was someone who'd obtained the inheritance of an ancient cultivator. Such people were called ancient inheritors. Yang Ru chuckled and glanced at both Yang Yi and Yang Xing. Besides that mysterious eldest sister of ours, our eldest brother, and that sickly 9th brother of ours, I really don't take any of the others seriously. He gazed at Yang Yi at this point and added, including you. Suddenly, Yang Yi closed his eyes, and then his soul flashed out from his body. After that, his soul transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The soul version of the Sword of Rebirth. At the moment Yang Yi's figure vanished, Yang Russ' expression had changed, and he swiftly unfolded the fan in his grasp. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Ru was blasted over 6 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, the folding fan in his grasp cracked apart and transformed into bits that drifted off with the wind. At the same time, a wisp of scarlet red seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Yang Yi pointed his sword towards the ground at an angle, and then he looked at Yang Ru. Go on. Continue that show of yours. If lightning doesn't strike you, I will. Chapter 1671. What do I have to fear? Yang Ru wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. A sword soul technique? I didn't expect you to have a move like this. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Should we continue our spar? Yang Ru shook his head slightly. Let's not waste time. We'll meet during the competition. He turned around and left once he finished speaking. Lu Yuanzhan glanced at Yang Yi's group. My Lu clan doesn't welcome your presence. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. Lu Yuanzhan's eyes narrowed slightly as he slapped his right palm forward. Bang! The sword energy was dispersed, but Lu Yuanzhan had been pushed over 30 m away. He looked up at Yang Yi. and was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly spoke. What? You don't like it? Bite me. Lu Yuanzhan clenched his right fist. However, Yang Ru's voice suddenly resounded from within the city. Brother Lu, there's no rush. Lu Yuanzhan glanced coldly at Yang Yi. Just you wait. He turned around and left. And Nanjing asked, why aren't they attacking us? Yang Yi laughed coldly. Of course they aren't. Firstly, they can't kill us unless the true realm experts of the Lu clan attack as well. Secondly, it's pointless for them to fight us to the death. Even if we die, they will suffer. Moreover, Yang Xing and I aren't the only young masters of the Yang clan. There are others, so he had to take precautions against them as well. And Nanjing nodded slightly and didn't speak further. Yang Yi gazed at Lu Legay. Are you all right? Lu Legay rolled his eyes. Do I look like I'm all right? Yang Yi glanced at Lu Legay's abdomen and said, they'll find a way to repair your dantian once we get back. Lu Legay nodded slightly. A shattered dantian wasn't a big deal in the medium universe of Milky Way system, because there were numerous methods to repair it. Yang Xing spoke abruptly. Shall we join forces? Yang Yi turned to look at Yang Xing. Join forces? Yang Xing nodded. We can exclude our eldest sister because she can't participate in the fight for succession. However, our eldest brother, Yang Ru, and our ninth brother, which Yang Ru mentioned, aren't easy to deal with. If we don't join forces, we'll have no chance against them. Yang Yi shook his head. I refuse. Yang Xing spoke in a low voice. Why? Yang Yi glanced at Yang Xing. Because I don't want to be stabbed in the back. Anyway, I don't offend others unless someone offends me. So, if you don't look for trouble with me, it's equivalent to joining forces with me. If you come looking for trouble with me, or try to play tricks, then I guarantee that you won't have a chance to speak next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi and the others vanished on the spot. Yang Xing fell silent for a long time. In the end, he gazed at Mingamo. Are you all right? Mingamo shook his head slightly. I'll escort you home. It didn't take long for Mingamo and Yang Xing to vanish on the spot as well. Once they left, Lu Yuanzhan and Yang Ru appeared at the entrance of the city. Why didn't you choose to kill them? Lu Yuanzhan spoke in a low voice. Your strength is completely sufficient to kill them. Yang Ru shook his head slightly. I can't. Lu Yuanzhan gazed at Yang Ru. You can't? Yang Ru nodded. I thought I could. But I didn't expect Yang Yi to actually possess a sword soul technique. The combination of his slaughter intent, sword intent, and that sword soul technique are something that even I dare not act carelessly against. Lu Yuanzhan replied. There are other reasons, right? Yang Ru nodded slightly. Yang Yi has a wooden sword. He used it to fight a true realm expert that day. If he uses that sword, it would be impossible for us to kill him. Even if we somehow succeed, we'll definitely pay a terrible price. He looked up at the sky and continued. Besides that, while I'm scheming against people, others are similarly scheming against me. The slightest mistake will lead to my destruction. Lu Yuanzhan nodded. I understand. It didn't take long for them to vanish on the spot. Not long after they vanished, a black shadow suddenly appeared where they had been standing. A few moments of silence ensued before the figure shook its head. What a pity. The figure vanished on the spot once it finished speaking. Yang Yi brought Lu Legay back to Fekta City. Even though Lu Legay was heavily injured, it wasn't fatal. So, after receiving treatment from Yang Yi's primordial violet energy, Lu Legay was able to move now. However, had become an ordinary person. After he gave Lu Legay a place to rest, he went to the Immortal Phoenix Pavilion and met Yang Xian. Yang Xian asked, You're here for Lu Legay? Yang Yi glanced at her and said, Since you're aware, then I won't say anything about it. Do you know how to repair his dantian? He used to possess treasures that could heal the dantian, and it was the fruit of creation. However, Snowy and Zir had treated it like snacks and eaten all of it. It wasn't just the fruit of creation. All the other treasures he obtained in the past had been eaten up by them. Both Snowy and Zir wouldn't be shy when it came to his possessions. Yang Xian pondered deeply for a moment before flicking a pure white fruit over to Yang Yi, a tea fruit. It can rebuild the dantian. Yang Yi glanced at her. He didn't refuse and took it, and then he intended to leave. However, Yang Xian suddenly said, The competition is in 3 days. Have you made your preparations? Yang Yi shook his head. Prepare what? I haven't. Yang Xian spoke solemnly. Do you realize the situation that you're in right now? Yang Yi gazed at her. Please do tell. She replied. Many people in the Yang clan want to see you dead. Yang Yi nodded. I know. You know? She gazed at him. How do you know? Yang Yi grinned. Don't worry about that. Just continue. Yang Xian pondered deeply for a moment and continued. It's probably one of your father's old subordinates who told you. But that's good. It saves me the time to explain things to you. In the Yang clan, the clan's interests are the most important. If your potential is at a certain level, even the patriarch can dream of killing you. At the very least, it's impossible to do so openly, because the Council of Elders will definitely not allow it. However, the precondition is that your potential is sufficient. Yang Yi asked, what sort of level is required? Yang Xian spoke in a low voice, the successor. Become the clan's successor. So long as you become the Yang clan's successor, you'll obtain the Council of Elders protection. Or, it should be said that so long as you become the successor, you'll obtain the protection of most people in the Yang clan. However, many won't let you become the successor. Yang Yi asked, who? Yang Xian replied, some of your father's old subordinates, especially those who betrayed him in the end. They are afraid that you'll take revenge on them. While they aren't afraid of you now, they're afraid that you'll try to get even with them once you take control of the Yang clan. So, they will definitely act from the shadows. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. They'll be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around with the intent to leave. However, Yang Xian said, remember that you and the people you care about will only be able to survive if you become the successor of the Yang clan. Understand? Yang Yi took a deep and long glance at her, and then he left the room and transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Not long after Yang Yi left, Gu Xiu and Qian Hu appeared here. Gu Xiu glanced at Yang Xian. Phoenix Immortal, why did you say all of that? Yang Xian spoke indifferently. So that hell work hard to become the successor. Otherwise, why else would I say that? Gu Xiu gazed at Yang Xian for a long time before he said, why do I feel like you're warning him about something? Yang Xian chuckled. Gu Xiu, what do you think I'm warning him about? What does our master want? Our master wants Yang Yi to kill those young masters of the Yang clan. If he doesn't fight to be the successor, how will he kill them? Have you not realized it? He has no intention to be the successor. If he doesn't understand the current situation which he's in, it's very likely that he'll choose to withdraw right at the beginning of the competition, right? Gu Xiu gazed at her for a long time and smiled. Looks like I was overthinking. He paused for a moment and added, Phoenix Commander, you should be aware of our master's strength and potential. So, you definitely won't do something that's harmful to our master, right? Yang Xian spoke indifferently. What do you think? Gu Xiu was about to speak when Qian Hu suddenly spoke. Let's not waste time. He cares a lot about his loved ones. Our master wants us to capture some of his loved ones in Merak's system. She gazed at Yang Xian and continued, Phoenix Commander, will you go? Or should we? Yang Xian was about to speak when Gu Xiu suddenly said, I think we should go ourselves. Qian Hu glanced at Gu Xiu and nodded. All right, well go. Her expression suddenly changed drastically. She was about to act when a man suddenly appeared behind her, and then a sword was pressed against her throat. It was none other than Yang Yi. Gu Xiu and Qian Hu were shocked. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to be hiding in the shadows. Even Yang Xian hadn't expected it. Shed thought that Yang Yi had left. Yang Yi gazed at Qian Hu. I heard you're going to Merak's system? Why? To tour the place? Gu Xiu spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi, don't act rashly. She's one of the 7 marshals. If you kill her, you'll definitely what? Yang Yi suddenly interrupted Gu Xiu. They'll definitely be punished? What do I have to fear? As he spoke, he suddenly pressed down. Hiss. Qian Hu's head was instantly sliced off, and then his sword intent surged into her and instantly obliterated her soul. After he killed Qian Hu, Yang Yi gazed at Gu Xiu. The latter's expression changed, and then he vanished into the sky. Fleeing. Yang Yi laughed coldly. and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a blood-red ray of light that vanished into the sky. It didn't take long for everyone in Fecta City to be alarmed. Yang Yi was pursuing one of the 7 marshals, Gu Shou. Once they found out about this, many in the city had strange expressions on their faces, especially the Discipline Hall's master. The Discipline Hall's master, Yang Lu, fell silent for a long time when he heard about it, and then he said, "What is that fellow up to now?" Chapter 1672 Take Responsibility? Dragons had a reverse scale, and touching it would incur the wrath of the dragon. What was Yang Yi's reverse scale? His loved ones. Yang Yi had thought that while they held ill intent towards him, he had no need to act against them. After all, while they were using him, he was using them as well. So, had never acted against them. But this time, they actually planned to target Su Qingshi and the others, and that was something he couldn't tolerate. So, Head decisively attacked. He didn't care if they were marshals. All he cared about was killing them. Gu Shou naturally had to flee. While he was one of the 7 marshals, Yang Yi didn't just possess zenith-rank slaughter intent. Yang Yi possessed terrifying attainments in the laws of darkness and that mysterious woman, in Nanjing. If he was all alone, it was utterly impossible for him to stop the joint forces of Yang Yi and in Nanjing. So, Head decisively chosen to flee. It didn't take long for Gu Shou to stop because Yang Yi had suddenly appeared before him. Gu Shou stared at Yang Yi. He didn't waste his breath and immediately formed a strange seal, and then started chanting incessantly. In next to no time, the shoes beneath Yang Yi's feet started to tremble. However, Yang Yi suddenly placed them within the primordial pagoda. As soon as that happened, Gu Shou was stunned. Meanwhile, the shoes appeared on Yang Yi's feet again. Gu Shou glanced at Yang Yi, and then he continued chanting. However, the shoes didn't react at all. At this moment, Gu Shou's expression became extremely unsightly. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't waste his breath because all it would do was waste time. He had to kill Gu Shou as soon as possible, because the experts of the Yang clan would definitely interfere, so he had to kill Gu Shou before that happened. A cold glow flashed through Gu Shou's eyes when Yang Yi vanished, and then he flicked his palm forward. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy surged out like a torrent, and then the space before him started rippling violently. However, Yang Yi's sword energy took a mere instant to tear the space apart, and then countless rays of powerful sword energy slammed down towards Gu Shou. Rumble. Numerous explosions resounded. Gu Shou was pushed backwards repeatedly, and he was pushed over 3 kilometers back before he finally stopped himself. At this moment, his entire body was covered in over a dozen injuries, but none were lethal. As soon as he stopped, Yang Yi appeared in front of him, and then a sword swept down towards his head. 16 overlapped heaven rings. Gu Shou's expression changed slightly, and then a huge yellow shield appeared above him. Bang! As soon as Yang Yi's attack struck it, the shield cracked apart, and the power force of the collision blasted Gu Shou away. Yang Yi immediately stomped his right foot down and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Gu Shou's expression changed drastically when he saw Yang Yi's figure vanish. His profound energy surged madly into the huge shield, and then he tossed the shield at Yang Yi. When it arrived a little over a meter away from Yang Yi, it shook violently and exploded apart. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy swept out from the explosion. Yang Yi was the first to bear the brunt of it, and he was pushed backwards repeatedly. But had only been pushed over 30 m back when he suddenly stomped his right foot down, and he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Gu Shou. Everywhere it passed, the wave of energy was sliced open, and it only took a moment for him to arrive before Gu Shou again. At this moment, Gu Shou had a calm expression on his face, and he didn't seem fearful at all, because an old man had appeared before Gu Shou. It was the Discipline Hall's master, Yang Lu. Yang Lu stretched out his right hand and shook it lightly. Bang! A wave of energy instantly slammed against Yang Yi's sword, causing it to shake violently, and then Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi looked down at his numb arm, and then he looked up at Yang Lu. His face fell when he saw Yang Lu. It was because he was too slow. Yang Lu glanced indifferently at Yang Yi. "What are you doing now?" Yang Yi gazed at Gu Xiao. He wants to kill me. Gu Xiao's eyelids twitched. What nonsense. Yang Yi, you attacked me for no reason, and now you're making false accusations against me? Do you know no shame? Yang Lu glanced at Gu Xiao, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. I didn't see him trying to kill you, and I only saw you trying to kill me. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao added, Hall Master Lu, he isn't just trying to kill me. He has killed Marshal Qian Hu. Hall Master Lu, please punish him according to the rules of the clan. Yang Lu's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when he heard Gu Xiao, and then he looked down at Yang Xian's room. It didn't take long for gloominess to cover his face. He looked up at Yang Yi and said, You killed her. Yang Yi nodded. I have. Yang Lu stared at Yang Yi. Do you really think you can do as you please in the Yang clan? Yang Yi shook his head. I've never thought like that. After all, you're here. Yang Lu asked, Then why? Yang Yi replied, Gu Xiao and Qian Hu came to me and said that they want to side with me. Actually, it was to control me. However, when they noticed my strength was growing, they felt that they couldn't control me with ease any longer. So, they wanted to capture my loved ones and use them to threaten me. I was hiding and heard their conversation, so I attacked. That's what happened. Yang Lu frowned slightly when he heard Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao was about to speak, but a black shadow suddenly charged up from below. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived in front of Yang Lu, and then a bolt of lightning flashed. Yang Lu's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately raised his fist and punched. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Lu's figure was pushed 300 m back. Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded from the side. Yang Lu looked over, and then his face fell, because Gu Xiao's head was flying through the air. As for the black shadow, that person had transformed into a ray of black light that had shot off into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Yang Lu roared with fury and clawed with his right hand. In an instant, an ethereal palm tore through space and claws at the black shadow. Suddenly, the black shadow stopped, and then it turned around and attacked. Hiss! A bolt of lightning flashed. Boom! The ethereal palm Yang Lu created was sliced open by the lightning, and the lightning instantly arrived before Yang Lu. Yang Lu's eyes narrowed slightly. He clenched his right fist and slammed it forward, causing a terrifying wave of energy to surge out from his fist. Bang! The lightning was dispersed, but Yang Lu was pushed over 30 m away. Meanwhile, the black shadow had vanished. Yang Lu's face instantly became extremely unsightly. He hadn't expected that someone would actually dare to kill right in front of him, and that person had even escaped. He remained silent for an instant, and then he suddenly looked up at Yang Yi. At the same time, Yang Yi suddenly said, Actually, I didn't kill Qian Hu, it was that person. That person is the one pulling the strings. That person killed them, so go look for that fellow. Actually, Yang Yi was extremely shocked as well. He hadn't expected that black shadow to suddenly appear and kill Gu Xiao, but it did make sense. Had exposed Gu Xiao just now. Regardless of whether Yang Lu believed him, Yang Lu might still investigate Gu Xiao. That person from before was clearly aware of that, so for safety's sake, that person had chosen to kill Gu Xiao to keep him quiet. Yang Lu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he asked, Why didn't you do anything just now? Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he quickly shook his head. Am no match for all of you. What a joke. He wished for nothing more than to see Gu Xiao die. So, how could he possibly help? Yang Lu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he asked, Do you know who that was? Yang Yi shook his head again. I really don't know. However, that person is the one who was giving Gu Xiao orders from the shadows. So, your discipline hall should investigate. Because I feel like someone in the Yang clan wants to rebel. Rebel? Yang Lu laughed coldly. Do you think it's that easy? Yang Yi shrugged. I'm just giving you a kind warning. As for whether you investigate or not, that's your business. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. As he spoke, Yang Yi turned around and left. Suddenly, Yang Lu appeared in front of him. You're leaving just like that after 2 marshals died without for no reason? Yang Yi shrugged. That has nothing to do with me. I didn't kill Gu Xiao. You saw who killed him. You can't blame it on me, right? Yang Lu shook his head slightly and spoke indifferently. Someone has to take responsibility for it. It's impossible for me to do that, right? Yang Ye's face fell. Old man, I'm telling you that if you try to force me, then it'll cause even more trouble for you. Yang Lu suddenly said, there are benefits. Yang Ye's eyes lit up. Benefits? What benefits? Yang Lu replied, very good benefits. Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, about that. Taking responsibility isn't entirely out of the question. Chapter 1673 The Wargid's Arm. Yang Lu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, you'll know when the time comes. As he spoke, he waved his right hand and both of them vanished on the spot. Yang Xian's room. At this moment, Yang Xian had taken a knee, and a black figure wasn't too far ahead of her. Those two idiots. The black shadow spoke abruptly. I told them to be careful of Yang Yi, but they acted so carelessly. They're truly stupid to the extreme. Yang Xian lowered her head slightly and remained silent. A short moment of silence ensued, and then the black shadow gazed at Yang Xian. I know what you're planning. The corners of Yang Xian's eyes twitched slightly, and she lowered her head even lower. The black shadow walked over to her. You're waiting. You're waiting for your older brother to show himself, right? Yang Xian remained silent, but Shed slowly clenched her fists. The black shadow added, you want to attack me? Yang Xian hurriedly said, I dare not. Meanwhile, the black shadow turned around and left his or her back to Yang Xian. Yang Xian, your older brother was an outstanding figure. All those years ago, the Yang clan was practically the weakest amongst the 8 clans, but it was he who allowed our Yang clan to leap up and become an existence that's only inferior to the Ku clan and Yin clan. If nothing had happened to him all those years ago, I believe that the Yang clan would have surpassed the Yin clan by now. Yang Xian kept her head low and remained silent. The black shadow added, if he's in the Yang clan, then I would be willing to support him. Because he's someone I respect, and because he is qualified to make me support him. However, is anyone in the current Yang clan qualified to make me support him or her? Yang Xian remained silent. The black shadow continued, Yang Xian, I know that you've attained the half-step true realm, and it's even to the extent that you can fight true realm experts. Yang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and she clenched her fists even more tightly. The black shadow suddenly stretched out its right hand, and then the scene here changed. It didn't take long for both of them to appear in a gray and boundless world. The black shadow gazed at Yang Xian. The strong are never willing to support others, and I understand that. Come, attack me. You can choose your own future if I can't defeat you within 5 moves. Yang Xian remained silent for a short while, and then she stood up slowly. Bang! A terrifying aura surged out from within her. The half-step true realm. Yang Xian flipped her palm, and a spear appeared in her grasp. After that, she transformed into a ray of flaming red light that shot forward. Meanwhile, the black shadow raised its hand and swung it down. Hiss! A bolt of lightning flashed, and then dazzling light surged through the entire area. Bang! Yang Xian was blasted over 3 kilometers away, and her spear had been transformed into powder. Yang Xian looked up at the black shadow. You're an ancient inheritor. The black shadow placed its hands behind its back and replied, what do you think? Yang Xian remained silent. Meanwhile, the black shadow said, Yang Xian, your strength isn't the best in the Yang clan, but your intelligence is very good. Moreover, you can lead armies. So, I need your help. Yang Xian spoke in a low voice. You might make the Yang clan split apart. Even if it doesn't split apart, it may suffer severe losses. The black shadow shook its head slightly. You're mistaken. If the Yang clan is led by me, then ITLL definitely advance from its current state and rise to a higher level. However, the black shadow gazed at Yang Xian and continued, you've probably guessed my identity by now, right? Yang Xian nodded slightly. I have. The black shadow said, if I'm in the Yang clan will prosper. If I leave the Yang clan, I'll be destroyed. Yang Xian's expression changed. What are you planning? The black shadow replied, you'll find out in the future. Yang Xian, I don't like to waste my breath. I know what your objective is. You want to wait for your brother to return. So, they'll promise you that if your brother does return, and he's still the same young Woody that he was, then I'm willing to support him. However, you have to support me until that happens. Otherwise, you must die. Yang Xian fell silent for a long time, and then she answered, I have a request. The black shadow said, Speak. Yang Xian looked up at the black shadow. Let Yang Yi live. The black shadow replied, I can spare him if he doesn't try to stop me. As soon as the black shadow finished speaking, it transformed into a bolt of lighting that vanished on the spot. Yang Xian remained silent on the spot for a long time, and then she looked up at the sky. Brother, where are you? The discipline hall. After hearing that they would give him some sort of benefits, Yang Yi had hurriedly followed Yang Lu to the discipline hall. Besides Yang Lu, there were two other people here. Yang Yi knew both of them. It was the Council of Elders Master, Yang Lin, and the Yang clan's guardian, Yang Gawu. Yang Lin spoke solemnly. Who was that? He was naturally asking about the black shadow. Yang Lu shook his head lightly. I don't know. Yang Lin's face turned slightly gloomy. Since that person dared to kill in the city and even did it in front of you, that person is very confident in his or her strength. But there doesn't seem to be any true realm expert in our clan that's skilled in lightning. Has someone been concealing his or her strength? Meanwhile, Yang Gawu shook his head. It's probably not a true realm expert. We guardians of the Yang clan are fully aware of the whereabouts of our clan's true realm experts. Yang Lin suddenly said, So it wasn't a true realm expert? Both Yang Lu and Yang Ju's expressions became unsightly when they heard Yang Lin. It was especially so for Yang Lu, because he'd been at a disadvantage in both the collisions he had with that black shadow from before. In the beginning, Head thought it was a true realm expert. If it was a true realm expert, then being at a disadvantage wasn't a big deal. But if it wasn't a true realm expert, the atmosphere felt heavy. A short while passed before they exchanged glances, and then they seemed to have thought of something, causing their expressions to grow even more unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi asked, Old man, where are the benefits you promised? Yang Lu and the others restrained their thoughts when they heard Yang Yi, and then they gazed at him. They remained silent for a long time before Yang Lu gazed at Yang Gawu. The latter pondered deeply for a moment and gazed at Yang Yi. Are you willing to be the next guardian of the Yang clan? The next guardian of the Yang clan? Yang Yi frowned. Like you? Yang Gawu nodded. Like me. You'll protect the Yang clan until you die. Yang Yi hurriedly shook his head. I'm not interested. I really am not interested. He had better things to do than protect the Yang clan for a lifetime. Yang Gawu frowned slightly. Do you know what becoming the Yang clan's guardian represents? It represents extraordinary status. Even the discipline hall can't do anything to you. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. Really? The corners of Yang Lu's mouth twitched when he saw this, and then he quickly said, I think we should forget it. If this kid becomes the guardian of the Yang clan, then while I can't say if Hell be able to protect it or not, I'm certain that Hell throw the Yang clan into chaos. Yang Yi felt speechless. Yang Lin nodded slightly. He isn't suitable to be a guardian. Yang Gawu intended to say something, but Yang Yi suddenly cupped his fist and said, Seniors, I don't want to be the Yang clan's guardian as well. There are no benefits from it, and ITLL just give me a bunch of trouble. It's a pain. Farewell. He immediately vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Once Yang Yi left, a moment of silence ensued here. In the end, Yang Lin spoke abruptly. He doesn't want to be the clan's guardian. Yang Lu nodded slightly. His aspirations are quite high. Yang Gawu shook his head slightly. I think it isn't that his aspirations are high. It's that he doesn't want to stay in the Yang clan. Yang Lu gazed at Yang Gawu. What do you mean? Yang Gawu replied, Have you not noticed? He feels nothing for the clan. Even though everyone in this clan is connected by blood, there's no familial bond between us. It isn't just between us. There isn't a connection between him and his aunt, Yang Xian, as well. In short, he doesn't feel a sense of belonging here. Yang Lu asked, Then why doesn't he leave the clan? Yang Gawu glanced at Yang Lu and said, If he leaves, he'll die an even worse death. I'm sure you're aware about how many people in the clan want to kill him. Yang Gawu paused for a moment and gazed at Yang Lin. There are many even in the Council of Elders that want to kill him. Yang Lin nodded slightly. They still have things to worry about. But once they don't, they will definitely act against him. Yang Lin paused for a moment and continued. It's too complicated, and it's connected to too many. Even we can't stop it. Yang Lu nodded slightly and said, I keep having the feeling that our clan won't be at peace for long. Unfortunately, Lian Shuang is a girl, otherwise. He glanced at Yang Lin and didn't speak further. Yang Lin shook his head slightly. We're not trying to stubbornly adhere to old rules, but I'm sure you're aware that women will get married. If she becomes the patriarch, once she grows up completely, our clan may not be the same Yang clan anymore. Yang Lu shook his head slightly. I'm just afraid that she won't accept it willingly. Yang Lin stood up slowly. She has to even if she doesn't want to. The patriarch of the Yang clan must be a man. Right, brother Yang Lu? Investigate that mysterious person from before. No matter who it is, since that person dared to cause trouble in our clan, then that person can't be allowed to live. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Yang Gouwu and Yang Lu exchanged glances, and they both shook their heads. After he returned to his abode, Yang Yi gave the fruit he got from Yang Xian to Lu Ligay. Lu Ligay consumed it, and then he started meditating and recuperating. As for Yang Yi and in Nanjing, they returned to the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi immediately went to the 4th level once he entered the primordial pagoda. This time, his goal was the war god's arm on the 4th level. Chapter 1674 The Unyielding Physique. The fight he had with Yang Ru allowed him to realize that not a single young master of the Yang clan was ordinary. Not to mention anything else, just Yang Ru was someone that he was absolutely not confident in his ability to defeat. But Yang Ru was absolutely not the only one in the Yang clan who wanted to kill him. Besides that mysterious expert. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face when he thought about that mysterious expert. Had known that the mysterious expert was extraordinarily strong, but had still underestimated that person. Yang Lu had been at a disadvantage in both his collisions with that mysterious black shadow, and Guxiu hadn't even been able to fight back before being killed. It was obvious how strong that mysterious expert was. Moreover, had been swept into the vortex that was the Yang clan's fight for succession. There were some things in this world where others wouldn't let you live if you refused to fight for it, and they would never let you live if you refused to fight for it. For example, if Yang Ru or Yang Xing became the successor, then they would definitely not let him live. So, he wouldn't think about withdrawing from this vortex. Because if he chose to withdraw now, he would definitely be killed. After all, there definitely were true realm experts amongst his father's enemies. Moreover, there may be a few of them. He couldn't withdraw. Meanwhile, a Nanjing suddenly said, I may have to enter into closed-door cultivation for a while. Yang Yi gazed at her. What is it? A Nanjing replied, I have to comprehend some things. She paused for a moment and continued. They'll definitely help when the competition begins. Yang Yi grinned and said, Do you know? I feel that you're the most terrifying. Since the time they met on Profounder Continent, and Nanjing's strength had never been weaker than his, but he had the primordial pagoda, and she didn't. And Nanjing shook her head slightly. Your heart is bound by too much. Even though they've become motivation for you to become strong, they are also invisible shackles for you. The reason the unfettered one's attainments in the Sword Tao are so superior is that his heart isn't bound by anything. He pursues the extremes of the Sword Tao, and he has truly accomplished having only the sword in his heart. She walked slowly over to Yang Yi and continued, But you're different. There are emotions in your heart, and you can't keep only the sword in it. You can't pursue the extremes of the Sword Tao. So, your attainments aren't as great as his. However, that's exactly why I'm with you. Yang Yi gazed at her. Meanwhile, she added, The unfettered one pursues strength and the extremes of the Sword Tao. You pursue protection, the ability to protect your loved ones. Even though it makes you weaker than the unfettered one, that's the Yang Yi that I know. That Yang Yi who dares to fight the world for those he loves. Yang Yi smiled. Let's not talk about this. Go on and cultivate. And Nanjing nodded slightly. She was about to leave when Yang Yi suddenly said, Wait. He flipped his right palm, and a black shield appeared in his grasp. It was the zenith rank shield that had taken from that expert of the Ku clan. Yang Yi passed it to her and said, "This is for you." She glanced at the shield and shook her head. "I won't try to defend myself like that." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi shook his head and put the shield away. He refused to do as she did. It was extremely useful at the critical moment, especially because the shield relied on dark matter and dark energy, so it would definitely be much stronger in his hands. After he put the shield away, Yang Yi looked up at the room on the 4th level. The room was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything within it. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he started walking slowly towards the entrance. However, when he arrived just 3 m away from the entrance, a wave of terrifying energy swept out in his direction. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He tapped his right foot against the ground while Returnal rank sword intent instantly surged out from within him. In next to no time, his sword intent formed an invisible sword that shot forward. Bang! His sword intent had just come into contact with the energy when a wave of terrifying energy swept out from the point of collision. In an instant, the space here started to ripple while Yang Yi's sword intent started to crack apart. Moreover, the mysterious energy from within the room even pushed him back repeatedly. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly at the sight of this, and he took another step forward. At the same time, a wave of blood-red light swept out from him. Zenith rank slaughter intent. As soon as it swept out, the mysterious energy before him was forced to stop. Just like that, the 3 types of energies were in confrontation. Yang Yi was about to enter, but another wave of terrifying energy surged out of the room. Once this energy appeared, Yang Yi's slaughter intent and sword intent was blasted apart. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically, and he was about to retreat, but it was too late. The energy pressed down upon him. At the moment it slammed against his body, Yang Yi's expression had changed drastically again. This time, he felt like 1,000,000 towering mountains were pressing down on him. Had been caught off guard, so his body instantly bent down. It wasn't just his upper body that had bent down. Had almost fallen to his knees as well. Fortunately, he forcefully supported himself up and stopped himself from kneeling. Bang! Meanwhile, his slaughter intent and sword intent surged out from within him. However, regardless of whether it was his slaughter intent or sword intent, they were instantly obliterated upon emerging from his body. Yang Yi's expression changed again when he noticed this. He hadn't expected the mysterious energy to actually be so strong. Suddenly, another wave of energy surged out from behind the doors, and it slammed against his body. Crack! In an instant, Yang Yi felt like his waist was on the verge of breaking. Even his legs felt like they were going to break. The energy grew stronger and stronger, and it made Yang Yi's legs bend more and more. He was on the verge of kneeling on the ground. Kneel? A vicious glow flashed through his eyes. In his lifetime, he refused to kneel to the heavens or the earth, and he would only kneel to his mother. No one else could make him kneel. Hold on. At this moment, regardless of whether it was his profound energy, slaughter intent, or sword intent, they couldn't help him. Willpower. He could only rely on his willpower to hold on by force. Yang Yi's face gradually started to warp. That wasn't all. Cold sweat had even started to flow down like a waterfall. Besides that, his waist was bending further, and he was almost like the shape of a bow. Besides that, his knees were just a few centimeters away from the ground. Yang Yi's knees gradually descended further. Right when they were about to touch the ground, a wisp of ruthlessness flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he roared with fury as he pressed his hands against the ground, causing the veins throughout his arms to bulge up. Cracking suddenly started to resound throughout his body. After that, his legs gradually became straight. Even though it was a very slow process, they were straightening slowly. At this moment, he seemed to be in a very strange posture. Moreover, his eyes were blood red. Crack! A while later, the sound of a bone breaking resounded. Once that sound resounded, numerous bones started to break, one after the other. At this moment, Yang Yi's waist bent down completely. The bones throughout his waist had been broken. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's legs had cracked open as well. Yang Yi stared at the room ahead, and his eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth while blood ceaselessly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Yield? So long as he gave up or yielded, he could avoid such suffering. However, how could Yang Yi possibly yield? Head lost and cried in this lifetime, but Head never backed down, not in the past and not now. His waist could break and so could his legs, but he couldn't back down. As time slowly trickled by, Yang Yi's legs cracked open more and more, and blood ceaselessly seeped out from them. Crack. Suddenly, around 15 minutes later, a clear and resounding crack arose, and then Yang Yi's legs cracked open. He instantly fell towards the ground. However, he didn't allow himself to fall flat on the ground and had used his hands to hold himself up. However, the energy still didn't vanish, and it was still pressing down on him. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's palms to start cracking open, and then blood flowed along his hands and dyed the ground red. Yang Yi supported himself with his palms and looked up at the door. There was a ferocious smile on his face as he said, "You can break my waist, my legs, and my hands, but you can't break my will and heart. I, Yang Yi, will never yield." Bang! Another wave of energy appeared from behind the door, and it instantly slammed down onto Yang Yi. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded, and then Yang Yi's hands broke. However, he still didn't allow himself to fall flat on the ground because Head used his elbows to hold himself up. Yang Yi looked up at the door, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. "Come on, bring it on." Bang! Suddenly, another wave of terrifying energy surged out, and it pressed down upon Yang Yi. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded again, and his arms instantly broke. However, Yang Yi still didn't fall flat on the ground because he used his head to support himself up. Bang! The ground cracked open. Around 15 minutes passed just like that, and then Yang Yi suddenly felt his entire body feel light. After that, another wave of terrifying energy surged out from behind the door. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched when he noticed this. "It's really trying to kill me." Suddenly, the energy surged into his body, and Yang Yi's body shook. What's going on? Yang Yi was quite bewildered. Meanwhile, numerous waves of energy surged out from behind the door. It surged out like a torrent and surged into Yang Yi's body. An unyielding will, an unyielding soul, unyielding bones, and an unyielding heart. Suddenly, a voice resounded, "Congratulations, you've obtained the unyielding physique." Chapter 1675 died before yielding. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw a small flame floating there. It was the divining flame. Yang Yi didn't speak and just withdrew his gaze. Because he didn't even have the energy to speak. It didn't take long for a huge amount of primordial violet energy to appear around him, and they surged into his body. His body started to heal swiftly with its help, and his body had fully recovered around an hour later. Yang Yi stood up slowly and gazed at the divining flame. "The unyielding physique?" The divining flame replied, "Look at your own book." Yang Yi looked down, and then he gazed at the divining flame. There's nothing different about it. Suddenly, a tiny flame surged forward and instantly struck Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi looked up at the divining flame. "What are you doing?" The divining flame replied, "Look at your chest." Yang Yi looked down. The flesh there had turned pitch black from being burned by the flame. "See that?" The divining flame continued. "In the past, your body was utterly incapable of enduring my strength. Yet now, it can endure my strength." Yang Yi was slightly stunned. Right. Now that he thought about it, he realized that the divining flame had merely pushed him back and hadn't transformed him into ashes. After all, in the past, his body hadn't been able to endure the divining flame at all. So, when he thought up to this point, Yang Yi quickly closed his eyes and scanned his body. A long time passed before Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. He gazed at the divining flame. "I feel like something has changed, but I can't put a finger on it. It's a qualitative change." The divining flame continued. "You endured the test of that arm. No, it should be said that you obtained its acknowledgement. So, it transferred its unyielding will to you, and then the unyielding will made your soul, bones, heart, and body undergo a qualitative transformation. Yang Yi said, so, it has strengthened my body? Not just your body. The divining flame continued, your soul, heart, and intents as well. Take a look at your soul, sword intent, and slaughter intent. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then his soul flashed out of his body. He glanced at himself, fell silent for a long time, and then spoke solemnly, it's stronger than before. The unyielding soul. The divining flame continued. The most terrifying part of that war god from all those years ago was how unyielding he was. No one could make him yield. Even Master wasn't able to make him yield. Unyielding is a form of energy, or to be more precise, it's a form of conviction. Do you know what the energy of conviction represents? It's something imaginary to some people, but to others, it really does exist. Unyielding. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then his soul returned to his body before he took a step forward. In an instant, slaughter intent and sword intent appeared here. His slaughter intent was still at the zenith rank, and his sword intent was still at the returnal rank. There were no changes in their ranks, but he could sense that both of them had undergone a qualitative transformation. Meanwhile, the divining flame said, now, your slaughter intent can be called unyielding slaughter intent, and your sword intent can be called unyielding sword intent. As for your soul, it can be called an unyielding soul, and your body an unyielding body. He paused for a moment and continued. Unyielding represents the conviction to rather die than yield, and it's just like the core of your sword Tao. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I know that changes have occurred throughout my body, but can you tell me which part of my slaughter intent, sword intent, and soul have grown stronger? Because my soul is still at the heaven realm, my slaughter intent is still at the zenith realm, and my sword intent is still at the returnal realm. There hasn't been any changes in their realms. The divining flame replied, your slaughter intent and sword intent contain your unyielding will, so their strength far surpasses their realms. It's like a piece of iron being forged into a sharp sword. Even though the sword is still iron, can a piece of iron compete with its might? The divining flame paused for a moment. Simply speaking, your zenith rank slaughter intent can resist true rank slaughter intent, and your sword intent is equivalent to zenith rank sword intent. As for your soul, it's comparable to a zenith realm soul, and your body is actually comparable to a true realm body. Of course, regardless of whether it's your slaughter intent or body, there's still a gap between them and the actual true rank and true realm. However, the gap between them isn't huge. But if you didn't have that unyielding will, then regardless of whether it's your slaughter intent or body, they would be completely crushed before a true rank intent or true realm body. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he felt wild joy. He was overjoyed. Unyielding. The unyielding will had made his entire body undergo a qualitative improvement. Simply speaking, it has allowed him to advance to a higher level, a comprehensive improvement of strength. Yang Yi suppressed the excitement he felt and gazed at the door. Thank you. There's no need to thank it. Meanwhile, the divining flame spoke abruptly. Actually, it has nothing to do with it. Yang Yi was puzzled. It has nothing to do with it? The divining flame asked, you think it was testing you just now? Yang Yi replied with a question. Wasn't it? Of course it wasn't. The divining flame continued. It doesn't have a consciousness of its own. So tell me how it would test you. It was instinctively protecting itself. It really wanted to kill you just now. Understand? Yang Yi gulped. It really intended to kill me just now? Of course. The divining flame said. Do you think it was playing with you? Yang Yi wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Then why didn't you, or the primordial pagoda, help me? Why should we? The divining flame continued. If you can't even get through that, then your life is just a waste of primordial violet energy. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the divining flame added, the path of cultivation is a very long path. You must experience numerous tribulations. We can help you with some, but there are some that you have to overcome yourself. Only by overcoming them will you be able to grow, improve, and gain more experience. Just like what happened earlier. If we helped you, you wouldn't obtain an unyielding will, you wouldn't obtain an unyielding spirit, and you wouldn't be able to gain its help. Understand? Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he nodded. I understand. He didn't want to let himself rely too much on the primordial pagoda, and the primordial pagoda didn't step forward to help him deal with his enemies. He had to mostly rely on himself when it came to cultivating. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and said, "Didn't it want to kill me? Then why did it help me?" Unyielding. The divining flame explained. You comprehended and attained an unyielding spirit, just like it. Because the war god has perished, the unyielding will within it has no owner, and you comprehended and attained an unyielding spirit, so that allowed it to instantly find a source for itself. The divining flame pondered deeply for a moment at this point, and then continued, you should be aware that all intents aren't able to grow without a source. As for weaker intents, they aren't even able to exist in the world for long. So, when it noticed that you've comprehended an unyielding spirit, it immediately treated you as its master. I see. Yang Yi nodded and said, then can I take control of that arm as well? No. The divining flame said, don't underestimate that arm. It's the arm of the war god from all those years ago, and the energy it contains is extremely terrifying. The slightest mistake may cause you to be obliterated by the energy within it. However, your body and strength have both improved, so you can try. But don't let your guard down. Yang Yi nodded. Of course. As he spoke, he looked up at the door. He remained silent for a moment, and then he started walking towards it. It didn't take long for him to enter the room. The room was very small, and it was less than 30 m wide. An arm with a golden bracer on it was floating at the center of the room, and the arm looked no different than an ordinary arm. Yang Yi gazed at the divining flame. What should I do? The latter replied, which arm do you intend to change? Yang Yi thought for a long time and gazed at his right arm. My right arm. The divining flame said, put a drop of your right arm's blood into it. Yang Yi nodded, and then he walked over to the arm and flicked a drop of his blood essence into it. As soon as his blood entered the arm, it shook violently, and then it transformed into a pool of blood that surged into Yang Yi's arm. Yang Yi's eyes instantly opened wide at the moment the blood entered his arm. It hurt. The pain went deep into his marrow. At this moment, he felt like his right arm was being pulled off. No, it was worse than being pulled off, because the pain was worse than the pain which came from the soul. A furious howl resounded within the room, and then Yang Yi suddenly slammed his right arm against the ground. Boom! The entire ground shook while the space around him cracked open in an instant. However, it only took an instant for the space here to be repaired. Crack! Suddenly, a clear and resounding sound arose. It wasn't space that had cracked apart, it was Yang Yi's body. In an instant, countless strands of blood seeped out from his body, and he was drenched in blood. Chapter 1676 I'll run if I can't win. Quickly stick that talisman to your arm. Suddenly, the divine flame's voice resounded. The talisman? Yang Yi was stunned. It didn't take long for him to recall the talisman. He flipped his left hand, and a talisman appeared in his grasp. It was the talisman which had been stuck on the door to the room. Yang Yi immediately placed it on his right arm. As soon as it was stuck to his arm, his trembling arm gradually calmed down. At the same time, his body stopped cracking. Around 15 minutes later, his right arm calmed down completely. Once it returned to calm, Yang Yi started to repair his body with primordial violet energy. Just like that, an hour passed before Yang Yi's body recovered completely. After he recovered, Yang Yi turned to look at his right arm. At this moment, his right arm was still his, but there were numerous fine blood vessels beneath his skin. They were moving beneath his skin like tiny snakes, and it seemed quite horrifying. I underestimated its strength. Suddenly, the divine flame said, as expected of the war god, even if he died so many years ago, the energy contained within his arm is still so overbearing and powerful. Yang Yi nodded. He gazed at his right arm and still felt a wave of lingering fear in his heart. The energy from just now had been too powerful. If it had been allowed to continue surging through him, then it would have definitely obliterated him. It was just an arm. How strong was the war god? Yang Yi gazed at the divining flame. How strong was the war god? The divining flame fell silent for a few breaths of time and replied, "It's beyond your imagination." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, the divining flame added, "Your current body is still incapable of enduring its strength. So, don't remove the talisman on your arm. Understand?" Of course. Yang Yi nodded. He didn't want to court death. The energy from before was really too strong, and the current strength of his body was utterly incapable of enduring that energy. You must grow stronger, understand? Meanwhile, the divining flame spoke abruptly. There are many powerful cultivators in Milky Way system. Even though the formidable ones like my master have left this universe, it doesn't represent that all of them have left. Moreover, while many of them have left, they left their inheritances here so that their inheritance isn't lost to the world. Thus, don't underestimate the geniuses of this world. Yang Yi nodded. He naturally wouldn't underestimate others, especially those ancient inheritors like Yang Ru. Yang Ru's strength was definitely not limited to what he displayed that day, and Yang Ru surely had formidable trump cards. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and gazed at the divining flame. Right? What's in the 5th level? The divining flame replied, "I don't know." You don't know? Yang Yi was stunned. Why don't you know? The divining flame replied, "I've never been there, so how would I know?" Yang Yi was at a loss for what to say. Meanwhile, the divining flame added, "Once you're strong enough, it'll naturally open for you. Now, you should just focus on improving your strength." As soon as it finished speaking, the divining flame transformed into a strand of fire that vanished on the spot. Yang Yi remained silently on the spot for a long time, and then he vanished. He didn't leave the primordial pagoda and went to the 1st level instead. The blood puppets. He hadn't forgotten about the blood puppets which had taken from Yangxing. All 3 of them were at the half-step true realm. After he subdued them with the help of the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi immediately sent all 5 blood puppets to Merak system. After the previous incident with Gu Xiao and Qian Hu, Yang Yi knew that many would definitely target his loved ones. So, he had to take precautions. Unless a true realm expert went to Merak system, those 5 blood puppets were entirely sufficient to stop any other ordinary expert. Swish! Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then a wooden sword appeared in front of him. Snowy's round and fluffy figure was on it. Sword control. Snowy had perfected her technique in sword control on her own. Snowy cracked a smile when she saw Yang Yi, and then she flew over to his chest and rubbed her head against his chin. Yang Yi grinned as he rubbed her head, and he asked, "Snowy, how about I teach you a sword technique?" Snowy looked up at Yang Yi, blinked, and then quickly nodded. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the sword precursor appeared in his grasp. After that, he gazed at Snowy. This is called the sword or rebirth. As he spoke, he closed his eyes and focused. A moment of silence ensued before he suddenly opened his eyes. At the moment his eyes opened, he transformed into a ray of light that appeared over 10 kilometers away. Rumble. The space here rippled like the surface of water. Snowy's eyes lit up when she witnessed this, and then she stretched out her claw. The wooden sword immediately flew into her claw, and then she closed her eyes as well. Quite some time passed before she opened her eyes just like Yang Yi had. Swish! At the moment she opened her eyes, the wooden sword in her claw trembled violently. In an instant, both she and the wooden sword transformed into a ray of light that appeared over 10 kilometers away. Yang Yi was quite stunned by this, because Snowy's attack wasn't very different from the sword of rebirth that had just executed. However, a moment passed before Yang Yi shook his head. He noticed that while it looked the same on the outside, there actually was a difference. It had form but no spirit. Meanwhile, Snowy flew over to Yang Yi and cracked a smile while anticipation filled her eyes. Yang Yi chuckled, rubbed her head gently, and said, "Amazing. Extremely amazing. You're much better than me." Snowy's smile grew even brighter, and then she flew over to Yang Yi and gave him a peck on the forehead. After that, She went over to the wooden sword and pointed forward. Swish! A sword howl resounded, and then it transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled, and then he gazed at Zir, who had suddenly appeared by his side. Is it boring in here? Zir shook her head slightly. Staying here means that I'm with you at all times, and I won't be bored while I'm with you. Yang Ye's heart felt warm. He hugged her lightly, causing her delicate figure to tremble slightly before returning to normal. Just like that, they hugged each other tightly. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. The fight for succession was in 2 days. Suddenly, Yang Xian appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Do you need something? He didn't have a good impression of her at all. Yang Xian glanced at him and said, Do you have a safe place to talk? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he vanished on the spot. Yang Xian vanished on the spot right after him. In a room, only Yang Yi and Yang Xian were present. Yang Yi said, It's very safe here. At this moment, the room was within the scope of his sword domain, so even a true realm expert couldn't eavesdrop on them. The fight for succession is about to begin. Yang Xian spoke in a low voice. How are your preparations going? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. What preparations? Do I have anything to prepare? She glanced at him and asked, You intend to fight on your own? Yang Yi shook his head. I have a Nanjing. Yang Xian spoke in a low voice. That's too little. Yang Yi replied, Then why don't you find me a few true realm experts to help me? Yang Xian gazed at Yang Yi. I'm not joking. The Yang clan's fight for succession is divided into 3 rounds. Do you know what the first round is? Yang Yi replied, Please do tell. She explained, The first round is called panning. It represents panning out those with strong support from those with weak support. Because the first round is a test of supporting forces. Once it begins, the clan will stop protecting the participants and infect a city. At the same time, the powers that the young masters of the clan have gathered and grown in the outside world will be allowed entrance into the city. Do you know what that represents? Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, A group battle. Yang Xian nodded. Indeed. At that time, the powers that support them will be assisting them in battle. So, they won't fight you one-on-one, and they'll gang up on you instead. In Nanjing, and you are strong, so you may be able to defeat a few half-step true realm experts and over a dozen zenith realm experts, but can you defeat over a dozen half-step true realm experts and a few dozen zenith realm experts? Yang Yi remained silent for a short while and replied, Will true realm experts join the battle? Yang Xian shook her head slightly, no. The reason true realm experts aren't allowed to participate is that if they're allowed to participate, then the situation may get out of control, and ITLL give the other clans an opportunity to take advantage of and sneak into our clan. So, true realm experts aren't allowed to participate. However, she looked him in the eye and continued, Even though no true realm experts will be participating, some experts, and especially those monstrous geniuses, are very likely to even be able to fight true realm experts. The young masters may bring the top 10 on the Milky Way rankings to help them. Just like Yang Xing, he has Mingamo with him. Even though Mingamo lost to Yang Ru, I'm sure you've witnessed how strong he is. Advancing a ranking amongst the top 10 is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Understand? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. This round is a competition of who can gather more experts to his side, right? Yang Xian replied, That's not wrong. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, What if I have no help? Yang Xian replied, What do you think? Yang Yi said, If they gang up on me, then ill. Yang Xian asked, You're going to fight all of them on your own? Yang Yi shook his head and spoke seriously, Ill run. Yang Xian was stunned speechless. Chapter 1677, Where I Was Born and Raised. Run? Yang Xian shook her head. Where can you run to? Yang Yi replied, Then what do you think I should do? Yang Xian fell silent. Yang Yi said, He'll die if I run, and he'll still die if I don't. So, should I run or not? Yang Xian spoke solemnly. Don't. You'll have a chance to survive if you don't. Yang Yi shook his head. You didn't come here today to discuss if I should run or not, right? She replied. I'm here to warn you to be careful of 3 people. Yang Yi asked, which 3? Yang Xin replied, the eldest young master, Yang Jian, the 4th young master, Yang Ru, the 9th young master, Yang Xian. They'll be your greatest enemies. Yang Yi asked, which one of them has the most support? Which one of them is the strongest? Yang Xian pondered deeply for a moment and shook her head. Am not certain. They will only reveal their trump cards at the last possible moment. As for now, their true trump cards are hidden. She paused for a moment and continued, however, according to my estimations, Yang Jian's forces are much larger in number, because he's skilled in management and his reputation is very good. So, he has many friends. Of course, his strength will definitely not be weak as well. Yang Jian. Yang Yi nodded slightly and said, what about Yang Ru? He cared more about Yang Ru because there was enmity between them, and Yang Ru would definitely not leave him alone during the competition. So, he had to take precautions against Yang Ru. Yang Xian too. Meanwhile, Yang Xian said, he's quite mysterious. Yang Yi was puzzled. Mysterious? Yang Xian nodded. He has been weak and sickly since he was born, and his speed of cultivation has been much slower than others. At that time, he wasn't favored by the clan as well. She paused for a moment and continued, I asked you to be careful of him because when the number 1 genius of the Yang clan, Yang Lianshuang, said something when she met him, Yang Yi asked, what did she say? Yang Xian pondered deeply for a moment and said, not bad indeed. Yang Yi was quite stunned. That's all? Yang Xian glanced at him. You haven't met her, so you don't know how proud she is. She takes very few seriously, and it can be said that she looks down on everyone. But she has the strength to do that. Yang Lianshuang, the Yang clan's no one genius. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. It wasn't his first time hearing that name. He fell silent for a moment and said, how strong is she? Yang Xian replied, I don't know the specifics. In any case, true realm experts are definitely unable to do anything to her. Or I should say that she may have the strength to kill true realm experts. The strength to kill true realm experts. Yang Yi was shocked. It was still difficult for him to kill a true realm expert. Actually, it wasn't just difficult, it was impossible for him to accomplish right now. Unless he used the war god's arm, the divining flame, or the wooden sword, his current strength was definitely insufficient to kill a true realm expert. Of course, based on his current strength, and especially after he comprehended the unyielding will. Even if he still couldn't kill true realm experts, fighting them wouldn't be a problem for him. Meanwhile, Yang Xian suddenly looked him in the eyes. Don't become enemies with her. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Yang Xian fell silent for a long time and replied, she doesn't just possess formidable strength. The support she receives in the Yang clan is beyond your imagination. As I mentioned, if she was a man, then all of you would have no chance to become the Yang clan's successor. Yang Yi shook his head. I won't try to offend her, of course. I have better things to do. Yang Xian nodded slightly. She isn't a threat to you for now. You have to pay attention to the other young masters instead. So long as the fight for succession begins, the experts of the Yang clan will go into hiding, and the forces of the various young masters will enter Fecta City. That will be when all of you have to display your strength. She paused for a moment and continued, that will be the most dangerous period for you, because it will be the best time to kill you for many people in the Yang clan. In short, you have to be careful. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, you once told me that my father has many loyal subordinates in the clan. Why haven't none of them come to me? Don't tell me that they don't know that I've returned. Yang Xian looked him in the eyes. They are your father's subordinates, but they aren't yours. So, they will naturally not pledge their loyalty to you. Not to mention you. They won't even pledge their loyalty to you, father, if he returns as the cripple he was when he left. This is a realistic world, understand? Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Right, I was attacked by a mysterious true realm expert, but another mysterious true realm expert saved me. Do you know who they are? Yang Xian shook her head slightly. I don't, but they are definitely members of the Yang clan. That was just an assassination. Yet now, the fight for succession is about to begin, so they'll have many ways to kill you out in the open. So, be careful. Understand? Yang Yi said, I've always been very careful. Had never looked down on the Yang clan's fight for succession. He had no intention to become the Yang clan's successor, but he had to fight no matter what. Because he wanted to live, and if he wanted to live, then he had to fight back. Fighting back would lead to slaughter. Give up? Head thought about giving up when he was in Merak's system, but what did that get him? He had no choice but to fight. He had to fight to the end. That was the only way. Yang Xin glanced at Yang Yi and said, Be careful. She turned around and vanished once she finished speaking. Yang Yi gazed at the direction Yang Xin had left towards, and he just gazed at it for a long time. He naturally had his guard up against that auntie of his who just suddenly made an appearance in his life, because she didn't have pure intentions. However, that wasn't important. His strength was the most important, because if he had sufficient strength, then all schemes would be nothing before him. 2 days of time. Yang Yi naturally didn't waste these 2 days. He returned to the primordial pagoda. At the tuned level of the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi went over to Shao Qi's side. At this moment, Little Sky was beside Shao Qi, and the soul-nurturing tree was here too. Little Sky's soul was seated on the tree. Yang Yi glanced at Shao Li and gazed at Little Sky. How are you? Little Sky grinned happily. My soul is fine now. However, I have to return to Merak's system to restore my body. It can only be restored by relying on the energy of the earth there. However, I know that you definitely don't have the time to return, right? Yang Yi nodded. I can't head back in the short term. However, trust me, the day will come when I take you back to Merak's system. Little Sky grinned. I'm sorry, I'm really not used to other worlds. I prefer returning to Merak's system. Yang Yi went over to her, rubbed her head gently, and said, I understand. I'll take you back once I'm done with my business in the Yang clan. Little Sky asked, Then what about you? Yang Yi thought for a while and said, No matter where I go, I promise you that once I'm old, I'll live out the rest of my life in Merak's system, because it's where I was born and raised. Moreover, my family and you were there. Even though he was a member of the Yang clan, Merak's system was his home. His loved ones and friends were there. The smile on Little Sky's face grew even more brilliant. You're right. No matter where you go, Merak's system is your home. Yang Yi grinned, and then he gazed at Shao Qi. But before I return to live out the rest of my days there, I have to send her home. I promised that I would do that. Little Sky gazed at Shao Qi and said, With the soul-nurturing tree's help, she'll probably recover very soon. Little Sky paused for a moment and continued, Do you know where she's from? Yang Yi fell silent for an instant and replied, She should be from the large universe of Milky Way system. Moreover, her status may not be low. Little Sky nodded slightly. She's really not ordinary. Especially her soul. It gives me an extremely strange feeling. Yang Yi nodded. No matter what, once she wakes up and I send her home, then my mission will be completed. Little Sky said, They'll wake her up as soon as possible. Yang Yi smiled, chatted with Little Sky for a while, and then went over to the pill furnace. The divining flame was within it. Yang Yi gazed at the divining flame for a long time and said, You're very powerful, right? The divining flame replied, Burning you into ashes shouldn't be a problem. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. He shook his head and said, I have an idea that I want to try. I'm not sure if it'll work. The divining flame asked, What? Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and replied, I want you to burn my sword in tint. The divining flame's voice had a trace of surprise in it. Burn your sword in tint? Yang Yi nodded. Yes. The divining flame remained silent for a long time before it spoke abruptly. You want to use my strength to improve your sword in tint to the zenith realm? Yang Yi nodded. My sword in tint is at the returnal rank. The only way to improve it further is by stimulating it with other forces. But ordinary things aren't able to accomplish that. Only your flames can suppress my sword in tint. So, I hope to rely on your strength to improve my sword in tint to the zenith rank. The divining flame replied, I don't know if it'll work. Yang Yi replied, I have to try. The divining flame remained silent for a long time and said, Then let's try it. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then a strand of sword energy appeared out of thin air around him. As soon as his sword and tint appeared, the divine flame shot out and transformed into a ball of flames that enveloped Yang Yi. An instant later, a shrill cry resounded through the primordial pagoda. It was Yang Yi. On the 1st level, Snowy was playing with the wooden sword when she heard this shrill cry, and it caused her to shudder before becoming furious. She waved her claw, and the wooden sword flew over into her grasp before she closed her eyes. Swish! A moment of silence ensued before Snowy transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. At the same time, the divining flame's surprised voice came from the tuned level. "Little fellow, what the heck are you doing? Hey, don't do anything rash." Chapter 1678 The Strong Live and the Weak Die. An amusing scene appeared here. Snowy was furious, and she was holding the wooden sword in her claws as she swung it wildly at the divining flame. Every single swing caused the divining flame to grow slightly dimmer. Snowy seemed to be extremely angry right now, and she had her eyes closed as she swung the sword madly at the divining flame. Sword energy crisscrossed throughout the room. As for the divining flame, it was growing dimmer and dimmer under Snowy's attacks. Fortunately, Yang Yi finally regained clarity, and he hurriedly stood in front of Snowy. However, Snowy was clearly in a berserk state, so she didn't even hesitate to attack Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed at the sight of this, and he hurriedly said, "Snowy, wake up." Snowy's body trembled when she heard Yang Yi. At the same time, the wooden sword stopped in midair before Yang Yi. It didn't take long for Snowy to open her eyes. She blinked when she saw Yang Yi, and then she threw the wooden sword aside and flew over to Yang Yi before rubbing her head gently against his chest. Yang Yi felt warm in his heart. He rubbed her head gently and said, "I'm all right." Snowy didn't speak and just rubbed her head against his chest. Suddenly, the divining flame said, "What that heck is that little fellow doing?" Snowy immediately looked up at the divining flame, and then her eyes opened wide. She waved her claw, and the wooden sword flew back into her grasp. She was about to attack again. Yang Yi quickly hugged her and said, "Don't be angry. He isn't trying to harm me. He's helping me." Snowy looked up at Yang Yi and blinked as if she was asking if he was lying. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently and said, "He really is helping me. He's helping me grow stronger. So, don't attack him, all right?" Snowy glanced at the divining flame, glanced at Yang Yi, and then nodded. Yang Yi grinned, "Good girl." Snowy cracked a smile when she heard Yang Yi praise her, and then she flew over to him and rubbed her forehead against his nose. After that, she flew over to the divining flame. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched as he thought Snowy intended to attack. However, Snowy stretched out her claw and started waving it about. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to reveal a smile. She was apologizing. Once she finished apologizing, Snowy didn't even wait for the divining flame to say anything and just vanished from the room with the wooden sword in her arms. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and shook his head. Snowy was quite innocent and naive. She didn't think so much like humans did. As far as she was concerned, she just had to apologize. As for whether the other party forgave her, it had nothing to do with her. Meanwhile, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and gazed at the divining flame. "Were you injured by her?" Head noticed that the divining flame was clearly slightly afraid of Snowy. The divining flame spoke in a low voice. "It wasn't her. It was that sword." Yang Yi frowned slightly. "What is that sword?" The divining flame fell silent for a long time before he replied, "It's definitely not from this world. However, that wooden sword isn't one of the renowned swords that I know of. Is that not its true form?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't know." He wanted to find out about the wooden sword's origins as well. He didn't just want to find out about that. He wanted to take control of it. However, it was extremely proud, and it allowed no one but Snowy to touch it. Otherwise, if he could rely on its ability, his strength would definitely rise a level higher. "Right?" Yang Yi suddenly asked, "You know many renowned swords?" The divining flame replied with a question, "Why?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Which one is the strongest? What's its name?" The divining flame replied, "There is no sword that's the strongest, and it mainly depends on their user. Of course, there's a difference in strength between swords. Amongst the swords I know, there's a sword that was jointly forged by many ancient cultivators, and its might is truly difficult to describe with words. Yang Yi asked curiously, "What's its name?" The divining flame suddenly changed the topic. "Why ask so much? In any case, you won't be able to use it." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The divining flame replied, "Only a benevolent sage or someone extremely kind is able to use it. As for you, you're a demon who kills countless. If you encounter that sword, then don't even think about taking control of it because it'll definitely kill you first." Yang Yi felt speechless. The divining flame suddenly said, "Stop wasting time. Let's begin." Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, nodded, and made his sword in tint surge out of his body. Sword in tint. It was an ethereal thing, but it did exist, and it could take material form. It was just like air. People couldn't see air or hear it, but they could feel it. The difference between sword in tint and air was that people could take control of sword in tint through cultivating, and they could make sword in tint take material form. Intent was an ethereal thing, but once one took control of it, it wouldn't stay ethereal anymore. Sword intent was linked to spiritual energy and willpower. So, once the divining flame enveloped his sword intent, the first to bear the brunt of it was his spiritual energy. Yang Yi's sword intent started to gradually shrink beneath the divining flame. However, because he had the unyielding will, his sword intent wasn't completely incinerated by the divining flame. However, it wasn't a very pleasant experience for Yang Yi. His sword intent was like a piece of iron now, and the divining flame was the hammer. It hurt. It was a form of invisible pain. The divining flame didn't just incinerate Yang Yi's sword intent into nothingness, and it was ceaselessly burning his sword intent instead. As for Yang Yi, he didn't cut off the connection between him and his sword intent. So, the pain was transmitted straight to him. It was pain that came from his spirit. However, Yang Yi still gritted his teeth and endured it, because he was very well aware that one had to suffer the worst to be the best. Just like a piece of iron, if it wasn't tempered repeatedly, then how would it become a sword that could cut through metal like it was clay? Just like that, time trickled by. Yang Yi's warped face gradually returned to normal. As for his sword intent, it was gradually undergoing some sort of transformation. Yang Yi had another strong point, and it was his greatest strong point. He was able to endure pain, regardless of whether it was the pain from his spirit or the pain from his soul. No matter how overwhelming it was, he was still able to grit his teeth and persist until the end. Just as in Nanjing had said, he wasn't just ruthless to others, he was even more ruthless to himself. If a person could be ruthless to himself or herself, how could that person be weak? Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The fight for succession was about to begin. At the first glimmer of dawn, the 4 armies and 72 warriors of the Yang clan had left the city, and then countless experts entered the city in succession. Southern Ray Entrance. Fekta City had 4 city gates, and Southern Ray Entrance was one of them. However, it was usually closed, and it was only opened at one time, when the Yang clan's fight for succession began. Because the subordinates and friends of all the young masters would enter the city through Southern Ray Entrance. Of course, they could choose not to enter through this entrance. A group entered through Southern Ray Entrance at sunrise. They were led by a man in a luxurious robe. He was the eldest young master, Yang Jian. An old man with a wooden cane stood on Yang Jian's right. The old man wore a black robe, and his gaze was focused forward as he walked. A half-step true realm expert. The old man hadn't concealed his aura, or it should be said that he was revealing it intentionally. As for Yang Jian's left, there was a young man in an ink-black robe there. The man was a little over 20, his figure was ramrod straight like a towering pine tree, and there was a dot of scarlet red studded on his forehead. The Zenith Realm. The man was a Zenith Realm expert. As for the group behind Yang Jian, it was 20 cultivators in silver armor. The Zenith Realm. All 20 of them were at the Zenith Realm. It wasn't that Zenith Realm experts were so common that they could be found everywhere. After all, besides the experts Yang Jian had fostered himself, there were many that were provided as assistants from other powers. For example, his mother's clan, his wife's clans, and so on and so forth. Of course, this was definitely not the full extent of Yang Jian's forces. However, the fight for succession was a competition of elites. So, Yang Jian had only brought the top elites with him. When he arrived at the city entrance, Yang Jian suddenly stopped, looked up at the words Southern Ray Entrance, and fell silent for a long time. After that, he said, "Brother Guxia, do you think I'll be able to see the sunrise tomorrow?" The young man in an ink-black robe by Yang Jian's side spoke indifferently, "Brother Yang Jian, what do you think?" Yang Jian shook his head and smiled. "Those cousin brothers of mine aren't ordinary at all." He gazed at Guxia at this point and continued, "I got you swept into my Yang clan, Guxia suddenly shook his head. "We're brothers, so there's no need to say all of that. Moreover, I want to experience the strength of your Yang clan's geniuses." Yang Jian grinned. "All right, let's experience their strength together. However, we have to deal with one person before we do that." As soon as he finished speaking, their group walked into the city. Once Yang Jian's group left, another man suddenly appeared not too far away from the entrance. The man's countenance was sickly pale, and he was the 9th young master of the Yang clan, Yang Xian. There was a black-robed figure by Yang Xian's side. The black-robed figure was completely covered beneath the robe, so others couldn't see his appearance at all. Yang Xian and the black-robed figure arrived before the entrance. Yang Xian looked up at the words Southern Ray Entrance and gazed at it for a long time before he said, "Brother Gu Fan, I think that some of the clan's rules should be changed." The black-robed man fell silent for a moment and replied, "It'll help you kill all the young masters of the Yang clan so that you can be the successor." Yang Xian grinned. "We can't be careless. That eldest brother of mine is no ordinary person. My 4th brother is an ancient inheritor. Oh, that 10th brother who just appeared recently, Yang Yi, isn't ordinary as well." The black-robed figure spoke indifferently. "Besides Yang Lianshuang and you, the rest of the Yang clan's younger generation are nothing." Yang Xian chuckled. "You're really like my eldest sister." He paused for a moment and added, "We have to kill a person before that." The black-robed man asked, "Who?" Yang Xian grinned. "You'll find out when the time comes. However, we may not have a chance." He entered the city once he finished speaking. The black-robed man, Gu Fan, followed him in as well. Around 15 minutes after they entered the city gates closed abruptly. This represented that all the other young masters had entered the city. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded through the air above Fekta City. "The strong live and the weak die. The city gates will open again in 3 days. Those who survive will enter the next round." Chapter 1679, I'm Not Afraid of You. Amongst the 8 clans, the Yang clan's fight for succession was the most brutal. It was like how venomous insects were grown. They were made to kill each other, and only the survivors would be kept. Even though it was brutal, it was extremely effective, because the successor born from this would be extremely outstanding in all aspects. The main factor that decides whether a clan continues to exist or falls into decline is its leader. If its leader is useless, then the clan will definitely decline. Moreover, in overall, the benefits outweighed the costs when utilizing such a method to choose the successor. Because even if the Yang clan didn't use such a method, the young masters would still fight each other, and their fights in secret would definitely be even more serious. Since that was the case, the Yang clan preferred to allow its young masters to fight openly, because it would be under the supervision of the Yang clan's higher-ups, and it would be within their control. At the moment that mysterious voice announced the beginning of the competition, the entire city suddenly fell silent. It was the calm before the storm, but it didn't take long for the silence to be broken, because the Yang clan's 5th young master, Yang Lin, the 3rd young master, Yang Yun, and the 6th young master, Yang Imo, had announced their withdrawal from the competition. One could choose to withdraw from the fight for succession, but the price of doing so was quite huge, because once one chose to withdraw, that person would have to leave the Yang clan. To put it simply, they would be sent away. Or to put it more bluntly, they would be exiled. They would be left to live and die on their own. The Yang clan didn't raise useless trash. Besides that, it was to prevent them from rebelling to seize power in the future. In short, Once the successor was chosen, the Yang clan would channel all its resources to the successor. Abandoning the fight for succession represents that those young masters have abandoned their right to obtain the Yang clan's resources and support. Because if anything happened to them while they were away from the clan, it was very likely that the Yang clan would pay no attention to it. However, if something happened to the Yang clan's successor, actually, the successor was normally safe because the experts of the Yang clan would be there to protect the successor from the shadows. Of course, the young masters who withdrew were usually aware of the extent of their ability. Trying to fight for it without the ability to do so would be no different than courting death. Being exiled was better than death. After they withdrew from the competition, only the eldest young master, Yang Jin, the fourth young master, Yang Ru, the seventh young master, Yang Xing, the eighth young master, Yang Tian, the ninth young master, Yang Xian, and the 10th young master, Yang Yi remained. As the veil of night descended, Fekta City seemed even quieter. Suddenly, a group of people appeared on the streets. They were led by a man holding a folding fan. It was the fourth young master of the Yang clan, Yang Ru. The Lu clan's successor, Lu Yuanzhan, was on his left, and an old man in a linen robe was on his right. There were 17 other black-robed cultivators behind the three of them. Based on their auras, all of them were Zenith Realm experts. It didn't take long for Yang Ru to stop moving. It was Yang Ye's abode that stood in front of him. Lu Yuanzhan suddenly asked, "Brother Yang Ru, why do you insist on killing that fellow, Yang Yi?" Yang Ru gazed at Yang Ye's abode for a long time and replied, "I'm not the one who wants to kill him. Others want him dead." Lu Yuanzhan's eyes narrowed slightly. "What do you mean?" Yang Ru spoke indifferently. "You may not be aware of the identity of this 10th brother of mine. His identity isn't ordinary at all." Lu Yuanzhan replied, "Please do tell." Yang Ru explained, "His father was an extraordinarily monstrous genius that's rare to come by in 1,000 years. All those years ago, my Yang clan was weak, and it was his father who led the clan to the point of being merely inferior to the Ying clan and on par with the Wu clan. Unfortunately, something unexpected occurred to his father, causing his father to lose his cultivation and become a cripple." Lu Yuanzhan asked, "What happened after that?" Yang Ru shook his head slightly. Even though he lost his cultivation, he was very popular in the clan. So, even if many wished for nothing more than to see him die, none dared to act against him. However, he was still exiled in the end. After he was exiled, all the worlds he conquered for the clan were split up amongst the others. Now, it belongs to the Yang clan. He paused for a moment and continued, "Of course, that's not all. Based on the forces that his father had gathered at the time, it could be said that he would definitely be the next patriarch. Yet now, the patriarch is someone else. Do you understand what I mean?" Lu Yuanzhan seemed to have thought of something, and his eyelids twitched slightly. "If that person wanted to kill him, then there would be no need for you to do anything, right?" Yang Ru chuckled. "If not me, then who? Can he do it himself?" "Brother Lu, you have to realize that everyone is watching." He gazed at Yang Ye's abode and continued, "Actually, it wouldn't be a problem if he didn't come back. But he came back." Lu Yuanzhan asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Ru chuckled. "His arrival told my clan something, and it's that his father is still alive. His father isn't someone with a good temper. The Yang clan forced him to leave all those years ago. So, if he recovers his strength and returns to the Yang clan, then what do you think the first thing he does will be?" Lu Yuanzhan fell silent. Yang Ru continued, "Many people hit him when he was down all those years ago. Moreover, many of his father's trusted subordinates have been dealt with. So, based on his father's character, if his father returns, then the first thing his father will do is wash the Yang clan with blood." Lu Yuanzhan asked, "Then why kill Yang Yi?" Yang Ru's eyes narrowed slightly. "Weeds should be pulled up by the root. Moreover, the natural talent and potential of this 10th brother of ours has aroused fear in the people above us." Lu Yuanzhan asked another question. "Then, why don't they just send a true realm expert to kill him? Do you think they didn't?" Yang Ru continued, "Unfortunately, they failed. His father still has many loyal subordinates. They've gained strength and position in the Yang clan. So even the Council of Elders, the Discipline Hall, or the patriarch himself dare not act rashly. If they act against him, it may cause the Yang clan to fall into chaos. So, they have an agreement where true realm experts aren't allowed to interfere. Lu Yuanzhan nodded. I understand. But Brother Yang Ru, if you kill him, I'm afraid. Yang Ru chuckled and said, if I kill him, many may try to avenge him, right? Lu Yuanzhan nodded. Aren't you worried about that? Yang Ru gazed at Yang Yes abode for a long time and said, I have no choice. I'm not the only one. My eldest brother, ninth brother, fifth brother, and seventh brother have no choice either. Lu Yuanzhan gazed at Yang Ru with astonishment. All of them. Yang Ru nodded and gazed at Yang Yes abode. The Yang clan might split apart if both him and his father aren't dead. Only their deaths can put an end to the thoughts that some people in the clan are holding and guarantee that the Yang clan doesn't fall into internal strife. He suddenly chuckled when he spoke up to this point. You know, our mission isn't to survive and leave the city, it's to kill him. A ferocious smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Or I should say that the Yang clan wants him dead. Lu Yuanzhan spoke softly. His father? Yang Ru shook his head slightly. It's best if his father doesn't show himself. If he does, he'll die as well. My Yang clan isn't the only one that doesn't want to see his father alive. His father offended many in Milky Way system all those years ago. As he spoke, he took a step forward and said, I'll be the one to take his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the folding fan in his grasp transformed into a ray of white light that vanished on the spot. Swish! It swished through the air and instantly arrived before Yang Yes abode. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed out from within the abode. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the folding fan flew back into Yang Ru's grasp. Meanwhile, a ray of light descended not too far in front of Yang Ru, and then it dispersed to reveal Yang Yes' figure. Yang Ru sized up Yang Yi and said, Looks like you've grown stronger. Congratulations. Yang Yi glanced at Yang Ru and spoke indifferently. I don't know why you're targeting me, but as far as I'm concerned, it isn't important. If someone wants to kill me, I'll kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Yang Ru waved his right hand, and then folding fan unfolded before a beam of light surged out from it. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded as space shook violently. The beam of light was blasted into bits while the ray of light, which Yang Yi had transformed into, had arrived before Yang Ru. Yang Ru's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward, and white light coiled around his finger as he tapped it forward. As soon as the tip of Yang Yes' sword came into contact with the tip of Yang Ru's finger, the space around them shook violently again. At the same time, Yang Yi and Yang Ru moved backwards repeatedly. However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop himself, and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that surged forward. Meanwhile, Yang Ru's eyes narrowed slightly while his body continued backwards, and he immediately slapped his left palm forward. Bang! A terrifying ray of white light sprayed out from his palm. In an instant, Yang Yi was enveloped by the white light, but it only took a moment for a ray of light to tear throughout and stab at Yang Ru. A cold glow flashed through Yang Ru's eyes as he flicked his folding fan. It transformed into a ray of white lightning that shot towards Yang Yi. At the same time, he tapped his foot against the ground and transformed into a beam of light that surged in Yang Yes' direction. Meanwhile, Yang Yi held his sword with both hands and swung it forcefully. Boom! The folding fan was obliterated in an instant. At the same time, Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it once more. Boom! An explosion resounded, and then both Yang Yi and Yang Ru were pushed back repeatedly. 3 breaths of time later, they'd been pushed 300 m backwards respectively. As soon as his figure stopped moving backwards, a wisp of scarlet red seeped out from the corner of Yang Ru's mouth. He wiped off the blood and gazed at Yang Yi. Not only has your strength improved, your physical strength has grown as well. How surprising. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He just stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Yang Ru. Suddenly, Yang Ru waved his right hand. Lu Yuanzhan, the old man in a linen robe, and the other 17 Zenith rank experts behind him immediately swarmed forward and surrounded Yang Yi. Bang, bang. Numerous explosions resounded, and a figure was blasted almost 10 kilometers away. It was Yang Yi. Once he stopped himself, Yang Yi gazed at the old man in a linen robe. The old man was a half-step true realm expert. Meanwhile, Yang Ru laughed coldly. I'm not going to fight you by myself today. Yang Yi, no matter how extraordinary you are, you're going to die today. As he spoke, he tapped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of white light that shot towards Yang Yi. At the same time, Lu Yuanzhan and the others followed closely behind him. A savage smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Ganging up on me? I'm not afraid of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his right hand, and a diagram appeared before him. In an instant, the diagram shook violently and vanished on the spot. After that, the scene and the surroundings transformed into a starry sky. The stellar sword diagram. Chapter 1680. He didn't have one. The stellar sword diagram. Even though it was just a treasure that used to be considered as surpassing the known ranks of quality and could be considered to be a treasure rank beneath the zenith rank, its might mainly depended on the user's strength and sword intent. Especially sword intent. No matter what type of sword energy it was, all of them depended on sword intent. Of course, some rare sword cultivators were an exception to this. At the moment the surroundings transformed into a starry sky, Yang Yi tossed the sword precursor up into the air, and then countless rays of stellar sword energy descended from the sky. At this moment, the entire city seemed like it was being illuminated by the sun. However, it didn't take long for the stellar sword energy to converge towards the center. In the end, they overlapped incessantly and formed just 100 beams of sword energy. After that, those 100 beams of sword energy descended like thunderbolts towards Yang Ru's group. Yang Ru and the others' expressions changed when they saw the sword energy descend. Because after the sword energy overlapped, the energy contained within those 100 beams of sword energy had become even more terrifying. Most importantly, the sword energy was enhanced by two types of intents: zenith rank slaughter intent, zenith rank sword intent. Yang Yi possessed zenith rank sword intent now. The method had come up with in the primordial pagoda had worked. His sword intent had finally arrived at his limits while being tempered by the divining flame. It had finally attained the zenith. With zenith rank slaughter intent and sword intent to enhance them, the energy contained within the stellar sword energy was simply terrifying to the extreme. Even though enhancing sword energy with slaughter intent would greatly improve its strength, the effects were far inferior to sword intent, especially when both his slaughter intent and sword intent contained unyielding will. It made the strength of those 100 beams of stellar sword energy to arrive at their limits. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi was at the rebirth realm now, he was able to control the stellar sword diagram even better than before. So, the stellar sword energy was more terrifying than his sword of rebirth. Yang Yi controlled the stellar sword energy to descend upon Yang Ru's group. Stellar sword energy crisscrossed through the area. H, 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 H. Numerous shrill cries resounded incessantly. It was a slaughter, a true slaughter. The Zenith Realm experts were practically unable to fight back when facing the stellar sword energy. In just a short 3 breaths of time, a few had already been killed. Destroy the starry sky around us. Suddenly, Yang Ru's voice resounded, and then a beam of white light shot up into the sky and exploded. Boom! The starry sky shook violently, and then the space in the surroundings seemed to be ethereal. Yang Ru and the others were delighted by this, and they intended to attack again. However, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was within their group when he appeared again. After that, countless rays of sword energy erupted from amidst them. Hiss! Hiss! 2 Zenith Realm experts were caught off guard and had their heads chopped off. At the same time, powerful slaughter intent and sword intent pushed all of them around 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi's assault instantly threw Yang Ru's group into chaos, and the stellar sword energy instantly killed a few more Zenith Realm experts. Yang Yi! Suddenly, Yang Ru roared with fury, and then he transformed into a ray of white light that shot towards Yang Yi, who was slaughtering his forces. However, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was behind another Zenith Realm expert. Hiss! A head flew up into the air while accompanied by a torrent of blood. At the moment that head flew up into the air, Yang Yi had vanished again, and he appeared behind another Zenith Realm expert. Hiss! The head of another Zenith Realm expert flew up into the air. At this moment, the remaining Zenith Realm experts, Lu Yuanzhan, and the linen-robed old man were slightly anxious. At this moment, they noticed that they'd far underestimated Yang Yi's strength. Yang Yi's current strength had completely surpassed the Yang Yi they'd met that day. Yang Yi's overall strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Coupled with the stellar sword energy, which was keeping them busy, they weren't a threat to Yang Yi at all. As for Yang Yi's laws of darkness, it had become a nightmare to them. A ray of light flashed, and a head would drop. Ignore him and destroy this space. Suddenly, Yang Russ' voice resounded again, and then countless beams of white light swept out from him. At the same time, the linen-robed old man and Lu Yuanzhan hurriedly attacked as well. Their joint forces caused the starry sky around them to grow even more ethereal. 10 breaths of time later, an explosion finally resounded as it shattered. The stellar sword energy vanished, and the surroundings returned to normal. However, there were 17 corpses lying on the ground, and most of them were headless. Even though Yang Ru, Lu Yuanzhan, and the linen-robed old man were still alive, their bodies were covered in no less than a dozen cuts. Especially Lu Yuanzhan, one of his ears was missing. At this moment, all three of them had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Especially Yang Ru. Those Zenith Realm experts were mostly experts that had fostered over numerous years, and some were external support had drawn over to his side. Yet now, all of them were gone. All of them were gone. Yang Russ' face grew even more unsightly. Yang Yi angled his sword towards the ground, and then he gazed at Yang Russ' group. Was that fun? Actually, he wanted to kill Yang Ru, the old man, and Lu Yuanzhan, but he wasn't confident in his ability to kill them with one strike. Once he failed to do that, he would have wasted time. Moreover, it may allow the enemy to converge together. If they were able to group together, then it would be very difficult for him to kill them one by one. So, Head targeted those who were easy to kill. Yang Russ' face was instantly covered in a ferocious expression when he heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi, you? Shut up. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The Sword of Rebirth. After it was enhanced by Zenith rank Slaughter Intent and Sword Intent, the Sword of Rebirths might have risen to a new high, especially when his intents carried his unyielding will. Everywhere it passed, space instantly cracked open. Lu Yuanzhan's expression changed when he witnessed this scene. Because once the fight for succession began, the space infecticity had been fortified by the experts of the Yang clan. It could be said that even true realm experts would find it difficult to break open the space here. Yet now, Yang Yi had actually cracked open space. He could imagine how terrifying Yang Yi's attack was. Yang Russ' expression had changed as well. He waved his hands and countless beams of white light instantly surged out from him. They converged together to form a huge ball of light that protected him behind it. The ray of light arrived before him. Bang! In an instant, the space in a huge area shook violently, and then the ball of light rumbled and exploded into bits. Countless waves of terrifying energy swept out from the point of collision while Yang Russ' figure was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Meanwhile, a ray of light tore through the waves of energy, and it instantly arrived before Yang Ru. Suddenly, an energy palm appeared on Yang Yi's left, causing Yang Yi's eyes to narrow slightly. He changed his attack's trajectory and directed it towards the left. Bang! The energy palm was obliterated. Meanwhile, Yang Ru had converged with Lu Yuanzhan and the linen-robed old man. At this moment, all of them had extremely vigilant expressions on their faces. Yang Yi's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. Yang Ru stared at Yang Yi. How could you have become so strong? You. Shut the hell up. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was behind Yang Ru when he appeared again. Yang Ru's expression changed drastically when he noticed this. He was about to defend himself when Yang Yi suddenly vanished again. As soon as Yang Yi's figure vanished once more, the linen-robed old man's expression had changed drastically because Yang Yi had appeared behind him. A diversion. The old man was horrified. A terrifying aura surged out from him. However, it was instantly sliced open by Yang Yi's sword that carried his unyielding slaughter intent and unyielding sword intent. Hiss. After that, the old man's head flew up into the air while accompanied by a torrent of blood. Once he killed the old man, Yang Yi vanished on the spot again. Watch out! Yang Ru's shocked voice suddenly resounded. Lu Yuanzhen's expression had instantly changed when Yang Yi's figure vanished. He was about to flee when two terrifying waves of intent pressed down upon him, causing his body to stiffen for a moment. Hiss! At that exact moment, Lu Yuanzhen's head flew up into the air. Instant annihilation. After he comprehended the unyielding will and improved his sword intent, Yang Yi's strength had arrived at a new height. Especially the unyielding will, it hadn't just improved his physical strength, it had improved his sword intent and slaughter intent. It could be said that he wasn't just able to kill half-step True Realm experts, he could even fight True Realm experts. Of course, a gap still existed between them, but he wouldn't be completely suppressed like he had been in the past. While Yang Yi killed Lu Yuanzhen, Yang Ru had fled towards the distance. At the same time, numerous rays of white light surged out from him and overlapped behind him. At this moment, he was truly afraid. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Ru. Now, we can fight one-on-one. Yang Ru stared at Yang Yi for a long time before he smiled. Yang Yi, I can't kill you, but someone will. They'll be watching. As he spoke, he flipped his right palm, and a talisman shot up into the air. In an instant, a beam of light enveloped him, and then he vanished on the spot. Had given up on the competition, Yang Ru had withdrawn. Had withdrawn so that he could stay alive. Yang Yi fell silent. Had heard about it from Yang Xian. Once the fight for succession began, if a young master felt that he wasn't able to continue, then he could choose to give up. That talisman was the talisman that would keep them safe. It could be used to escape and stay alive. Every participating young master had one. However, Yang Yi didn't have one. Chapter 1681 Lend me your heads. He didn't have one. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he looked up at the sky. The starry sky was deathly silent. Had the Yang clan forgotten to give him a talisman? How could that be possible? He gazed at the starry sky for a long time, and then he suddenly chuckled. Now, he truly believed Yang Xian. There really were many in the Yang clan who wanted him dead. The reason Yang Ru wanted to kill him had definitely been because of orders from someone in the Yang clan. Otherwise, there was no enmity between them. So Yang Ru wouldn't be stupid enough to offend him for no reason. The Yang clan. It feels slightly off. Meanwhile, Lu Ligay appeared by Yang Yi's side. He glanced at the surroundings. It's too quiet. Yang Yi sized up Lu Ligay. You've recovered? Lu Ligay nodded slightly. Completely? Yang Yi nodded and said, Leave? Lu Ligay spoke with displeasure. What are you trying to say? You're afraid it'll be a burden? Yang Yi nodded. A little. Lu Ligay's face instantly darkened. He fell silent for a long time and shook his head. I know what you're trying to say. You don't want to drag me down with you. But do you think I would leave? Even though you're stronger than me, I'm at the rebirth realm too. Moreover, I can surmount my realm of cultivation in battle as well. Yang Yi shook his head. Have you not noticed that the situation isn't normal? Lu Ligay glanced at the surroundings and replied, It doesn't make a difference to me. Yang Yi turned to look at Lu Ligay, and he gazed at Lu Ligay for a long time before he said, All right, I won't persuade you further. Don't worry, they'll definitely bury you if you die. Lu Ligay shrugged. Don't worry, I too will bury you if you die. They looked at each other and smiled. Everything was said with just a glance and a smile. Suddenly, a voice resounded, Both of you will die. Yang Yi turned to look towards the source of the voice. He saw a group of people walking slowly towards them, and the group was led by the eldest young master of the Yang clan, Yang Jian. It didn't take long for Yang Jian's group to stop. Yang Jian sized up Yang Yi and said, "In my personal opinion, I really admire you. You're truly man enough." He shook his head at this point. "But you shouldn't have come." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "I didn't want to, but it was all of you who forced me to." Yang Jian fell silent for a long time and said, "Where there are people, there is strife. Some want you to return in order to incite dissension. The only way to resolve that is to kill you." Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't want to die." Yang Jian nodded. "No one does." Yang Yi fell silent for some time and replied, "Are there benefits for killing me?" Yang Jian fell silent. Yang Yi asked, "You can't say? In any case, I may be dying for sure, right?" Yang Jian replied, "The one who kills you will instantly advance to the next round and become a candidate to be the successor. Besides that, that person will be awarded with a true rank treasure." A true rank treasure. Tisk, TSK. Your Yang clan is really generous. Meanwhile, Lu Ligay suddenly said, "A true rank treasure." Treasures at that rank are like a legend in the medium universe of our Milky Way system. Yang Yi fell silent. He hadn't expected that someone in the Yang clan would actually not hesitate to give out a true rank treasure in order to kill him. He didn't know how strong such a treasure was, but it was obvious that it was extremely terrifying. After all, even Zenith rank treasures were extraordinary. A true rank treasure in the position of candidate to be the successor. How could any of the Yang clan's young masters resist such temptation? Not to mention them, even Yang Yi himself was quite tempted. Meanwhile, Yang Jian said, "Of course, there's another reason, and it's the main reason." Yang Yi asked, "What?" Yang Jian looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "The clan will never let you be the successor." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" Yang Jian replied, "Fear. Many are afraid. If you become the successor, they won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. So, even if others are trying to protect you in secret, you'll still die this time. Because those who wish to protect you have come to an agreement with those who wish for your death." Yang Yi asked, "What agreement?" "True realm experts are prohibited from interfering." Yang Jian continued, "If you're able to survive when no true realm experts act against you, then it's your ability that kept you alive. If you die, then no one can be blamed but you." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and gazed at Yang Jian. "So, I won't be able to leave Fecta City no matter what, right?" Yang Jian looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "Yes." Yang Yi suddenly chuckled. As he laughed, a ferocious expression gradually appeared on his face, and then he looked up at the sky. "All of you forced me to return. Fine, I came back. Yet now, you want me to die. You think I'm someone you can do as you please with?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his sword at Yang Jian's group. "Didn't you want to kill me? Come, are you going to fight me one-on-one? Or gang up on me?" Suddenly, the man in an ink-black robe by Yang Jian's side stepped forward, but Yang Jian stopped him and shook his head. "Brother Guxie, we don't have to fight him one-on-one." The man called Guxie grinned. "I know what you mean. However, let me fight him, all right? I'm sure you're aware that I've never been fond of ganging up on others. So, how about all of you join in if I lose?" Yang Jian fell silent for an instant before he nodded. "Be careful." "Of course." Guxie nodded, and then he walked over to Yang Yi. "There's no enmity between us, but Yang Jian is my brother, so I have to help him." As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his palm, and a golden rod appeared in his grasp. Yang Yi nodded. "Then let's fight." As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of light. The ray of light tore through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, and the sharp and fierce aura it carried caused Yang Jian and the others to reveal solemn expressions. Two zenith rank intents enhanced by the unyielding will. It could be said that even a casual strand of sword energy he released was extremely terrifying. Guxie had a solemn expression in his eyes as well. He remained silent for a moment, and then he suddenly stabbed his rod forward. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded. In an instant, the space in an area of 3 kilometers cracked apart. At the same time, Yang Yi and Guxie were pushed back by the powerful force of the collision. However, Yang Yi had stopped himself after moving less than 30 m back. After that, he vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Gu Xie when he appeared once more. At this moment, there was an ancient sheath in his left grasp, and he sheathed his sword before immediately drawing it. Bang! The space in the surroundings trembled violently and seemed like it was almost unable to endure the might of this attack. 17 overlapped heaven rends that were enhanced by unyielding sword intent and unyielding slaughter intent. The young man's expression changed when he sensed the energy contained within Yang Ye's attack. His profound energy surged madly while he raised his iron rod to block Yang Ye's attack. Bang! As soon as they collided with each other, the iron rod exploded into bits, and Gu Xie's figure was blasted over 6 kilometers away. However, he was completely unharmed because there was a gold-round shield in front of him. The shield had absorbed most of the force from Yang Ye's attack, so Gu Xie was completely fine. However, as soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi appeared before him again, and then Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it once more. Gu Xie's pupils constricted slightly, and he pressed a palm against the shield. In an instant, a ray of dazzling golden light erupted from the shield, and it instantly slammed against Yang Ye's attack. Boom! Crack! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then the space here instantly cracked open. Moreover, the cracks were spreading, and space seemed like it would collapse at any moment. However, the space here was suddenly repaired. Yang Yi didn't attack again. He looked up into the sky, and then a cold smile curled up on his face. Someone was helping Gu Xie. Or it should be said, someone was helping Yang Jian. Had intentionally damaged the space here just now. So long as it collapsed, then he would be able to instantly kill Gu Xie. Moreover, he could even rely on the black hole to slaughter the group of Zenith Realm experts behind Yang Jian. However, someone had instantly repaired the space here when it showed signs of collapsing. Gu Xie wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Zenith rank slaughter intent, Zenith rank sword intent, and a mysterious energy. Good. You're really strong and worthy of me fighting you seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. In an instant, a terrifying wave of aura swept out from him, and then numerous shadows flashed out incessantly from him. The shadows were extremely swift and instantly surrounded Yang Yi. Lu Ligay hurriedly warned Yang Yi, "Be careful. That's a half-step true rank technique at least." Suddenly, a ray of light tore through the air. In an instant, countless rays of sword energy surged out explosively, and then the shadows were torn apart. At the same time, a sword howl resounded. A vicious glow flashed through Gu Xie's eyes. He took the golden shield in his right hand, tapped his right foot lightly against the ground, and transformed into a ray of golden light that shot towards the sword energy and images. Rumble. It didn't take long for numerous sword howls and explosions to resound. Around 30 breaths of time later, the battlefield fell quiet abruptly. The images and sword energy gradually dispersed. Everyone here was staring at the battlefield without blinking. It didn't take long for a man to appear before their fields of vision. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi was holding a bloody head in his grasp, and it belonged to Gu Xie. Yang Jian slowly closed his eyes when he witnessed this scene. Yang Yi casually tossed the head over to Lu Ligay and said, "I want to put together a few words. Collect the heads of all those fellows that I've killed. I'm going to put a few words together for the Yang clan." Lu Ligay glanced at Yang Yi, and then he nodded. It didn't take long for him to gather all the heads of the experts which Yang Yi had killed just now. Yang Yi glanced at those heads and shook his head. "They aren't enough." He looked up at Yang Jian's group and said, "Lend me your heads." Chapter 1682. Let me rest for a while. Lend me your heads. Yang Jian and the others' expressions instantly became extremely unsightly when they heard Yang Yi. Contempt. It was an obvious display of contempt. Yang Jian's face fell. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "I really didn't expect your strength to have attained such a level." Had witnessed Yang Yi's strength that day. At that time, it was still extremely strenuous for Yang Yi to fight a half-step true realm expert. Yet now, ordinary half-step true realm experts wouldn't be able to fight Yang Yi at all. Moreover, that was probably not Yang Yi's true strength. Yang Yi didn't speak. He just raised his sword and started walking slowly towards Yang Jian's group. He just walked like that without releasing his intent, and there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of profound energy coming from him. However, Yang Jian and the others felt an invisible wave of pressure, and its mental effects were especially significant. It was pressure that struck the heart. Yang Jian stared at Yang Yi. Yang Yi grew closer and closer. When he arrived around 30 m away from Yang Jian's group, Yang Jian suddenly raised his right hand. In an instant, 20 powerful auras shot up into the air, and then they formed an invisible mountain that slammed down in Yang Yi's direction. Besides those 20 auras that came from Zenith Realm experts, the aura of the old man by Yang Jian's side had surged out as well. It was right in front of the mountain of aura, and it was the strongest. The aura of a half-step true realm expert. When the aura arrived around 10 m away from him, Yang Yi stopped, and then two intents surged out from within him. Unyielding slaughter intent. Unyielding sword intent. In just a short moment, Yang Yi's intents had collided with their auras in midair. Boom! A loud explosion resounded, and the space here instantly started trembling violently. Just like that, Yang Yi's intents and their auras entered into a stalemate. Even though Yang Yi was all alone, his unyielding sword intent and unyielding slaughter intent weren't at the slightest disadvantage when facing the auras of the 21 experts standing before him. The space in the surroundings gradually started to tremble and seemed like the surface of a lake that had wind blowing atop it. Time trickled by. Around 10 minutes later, the space in the surroundings started to ripple more and more violently. Another 10 minutes passed, and the space in the surroundings was rippling violently like an earthquake was running through it. It was an extremely shocking sight. At this moment, the space here was almost unable to endure the force of their collision. Around 10 minutes later, crack? A clear and loud crack resounded, and then the space in the surroundings started cracking open. However, as soon as it cracked open, numerous strands of mysterious energy would instantly repair the cracks. Yang Yi glanced up into the sky while a cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that they were afraid of allowing Yang Yi to shatter the space here. Based on his current strength, so long as he could shatter the space in the surroundings, he wouldn't even have to fear a true realm expert once he took control of the energy within the black hole. As for these Zenith realm experts, even if they were elites amongst elites, killing them would be like slaughtering helpless chickens once the space here was shattered. Of course, even if the space here wasn't shattered, he could still kill them with ease if they fought one-on-one. Kill. Suddenly, Yang Jian's voice resounded. As soon as he gave the order, the Zenith realm experts at the half-step true realm expert behind him charged at Yang Yi. All 21 of them instantly arrived around Yang Yi, and then they formed a strange formation around him. After that, a wave of invisible energy appeared here. It was a formation. Yang Yi glanced at the experts around him and tightened his grip on the ancient sheath in his left hand. A moment of silence ensued, and then he suddenly drew his sword and swung it at the Zenith realm expert in front of him. OM! A sword howl resounded, and then a ray of sword energy flashed out from Yang Yi's sword. The sword energy tore through the air and instantly arrived before the Zenith realm expert who was closest to Yang Yi. The powerful force within the sword energy caused the space in the surroundings to warp. However, that Zenith realm expert displayed no fear. The sword energy arrived before him, and he immediately raised his spear and stabbed it forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi's sword energy was blasted into bits. As for that Zenith realm expert, he was pushed backwards repeatedly. However, he was merely pushed around 10 m back before a large amount of the mysterious energy in the surroundings surged into him. As the mysterious energy surged into him, he tapped his right foot against the ground, and his body instantly stopped on the spot. After that, he returned to where he had been standing a few moments ago. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly because it was quite surprising. It was utterly impossible for that Zenith realm expert to be a match for him, and it was impossible for that Zenith realm expert to go head-on against an attack from him. However, that expert hadn't just accomplished that, had done so without suffering any injuries. Be careful. Suddenly, Lu Ligay said, "This formation should be your Yang clan's renowned Spirit Union formation. Once it's activated, The experts in the formation are like a single whole. In other words, when you face one of them, it's like facing everyone in the formation. So, good luck. The Spirit Union formation. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. Sure enough, he noticed that they seemed like a single whole. Regardless of whether it was their movements or auras, they seemed to be merged together perfectly. Suddenly, Yang Jian's voice resounded. Kill. The Zenith Realm expert closest to Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. After that, a spear carried a wave of powerful force as it stabbed forward in Yang Yi's direction. The spear was like a bolt of lightning and space trembled before it. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't dare act carelessly. His sword immediately shot forward while carrying unyielding sword intent and unyielding slaughter intent. He hadn't tried to use any techniques or tricks. He intended to go head-on against it. He liked to collide directly with his enemies. The sword and spear collided in midair in the most direct manner. Clang! As soon as they collided, a sharp and ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded. At the same time, an invisible wave of energy swept out from the point of collision. Yang Yi and that Zenith Realm expert were the ones to bear the brunt of it, and they were pushed backwards repeatedly. As soon as Yang Yi stopped moving backwards, his expression changed because a Zenith Realm expert had suddenly appeared behind him, and then a spear stabbed towards him. The powerful energy contained within the spear wasn't any inferior to the previous attack. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he sheathed his sword before turning around and drawing it. Oem! A sword howl resounded, and it caused the space around Yang Yi to tremble. Clang! As soon as they collided, both spear and sword shook violently, and then the Zenith Realm expert was pushed backwards repeatedly. As for Yang Yi, he was similarly pushed backwards by the force within the collision. However, he hadn't even moved 10 m back when another Zenith Realm expert appeared behind him. Just like before, a spear stabbed towards his back. At this moment, Yang Yi's expression finally changed. Now, had finally realized how terrifying this formation was. It contained the joint forces of 21 people. Even if such energy couldn't compare to a true realm expert, it was definitely not much weaker. Moreover, that wasn't even the most important part. The most important part was that all 21 of them were equivalent to true realm experts right now. Because even if he fought off one of them, another would appear immediately, and that person's strength would still be that strong. In other words, unless he crushed all of them with a single blow, he would be exhausted to death. However, how could he possibly accomplish that? Yang Yi didn't have the time to think. He immediately turned around and attacked. Bang! The spear and sword shook violently, and then both of them were pushed backwards again. But just like before, as soon as Yang Yi's figure started moving backwards, another Zenith Realm expert appeared behind him. Lu Ligay's face fell when he witnessed this. If this continued, then Yang Yi would definitely be exhausted to death. However, he was utterly helpless, because Yang Jian's aura was locked onto him. So long as he made a move, Yang Jian would attack right away. So, he couldn't help Yang Yi at all. Yang Yi was being completely suppressed. At this moment, he could only defend himself, because he couldn't attack at all. Every single time he faced one of the Zenith Realm experts around him, it was like facing the joint forces of 21 experts. So, he was unable to instantly kill any one of them. Bang! After pushing another Zenith Realm expert back, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he vanished on the spot. When his figure appeared again, he was behind the Zenith Realm expert who had moved to attack him from behind. The laws of darkness. However, as soon as he appeared behind that Zenith Realm expert, a powerful aura swept out from that Zenith Realm expert. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly blasted away by the aura. The laws of darkness. Meanwhile, Yang Jian spoke abruptly. We're very much afraid of your laws of darkness. So, how could we not take precautions against it? He paused for a moment and continued. Don't you have another person to help you? Are you still not going to call for her? Right. Don't you have that diagram too? You can try it as well. Yang Yi glanced at Yang Jian, and then he withdrew his gaze. After that, he glanced at the Zenith Realm experts around him, fell silent for an instant, and then slowly closed his eyes. The expressions of the Zenith Realm experts instantly became solemn. Obviously, Yang Yi was about to use a powerful technique. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi suddenly said, "It's time to let all of you witness my true strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then he vanished on the spot. All of them seemed like they were facing a powerful enemy. However, Yang Yi appeared behind Lu Ligay, and then he glanced at them and said, "I'm tired. Let me rest for a while before we continue." All of them felt speechless. Chapter 1683. Please. Tired? Rest? Yang Jian and the others had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Is this a game? This is a battle of life and death. Rest? Yang Jian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and nodded. I underestimated how shameless you are. So sword cultivators play tricks too. Yang Yi withdrew 2 energy pearls and swallowed them before he gazed at Yang Jian. Shameless? You are using a whole group of people against me, yet you have the gall to say I'm shameless? As he spoke, he raised his sword and started walking towards the 21 experts before him. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed slightly. What? You're done resting? Yang Yi didn't speak. At this moment, those 21 experts had surrounded him. At the same time, a strand of mysterious energy had enveloped the area around him. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he closed his eyes slowly. Yang Jian gazed at Yang Yi for a short while and said, "Kill." Swish. An ear-piercing sound of air being torn apart resounded, and then a spear arrived in front of Yang Yi. Right when it was just around 10 centimeters away from Yang Yi's forehead, Yang Yi twisted his wrist, and his sword stabbed forward like a venomous snake. The sword just happened to strike the edge of the spear's tip. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded. The spear shook violently before cracking apart. As for the Zenith Realm expert who held the spear, he was pushed backwards repeatedly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi tapped his right foot down and pressed forward, instantly arriving before that Zenith Realm expert. At the same time, another Zenith Realm expert had appeared behind Yang Yi, but this time, Yang Yi didn't pay any attention to the Zenith Realm expert behind him. Not only had he refused to stop and defend himself, he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. The Sword of Rebirth. The expression of the Zenith Realm expert in front of Yang Yi had changed drastically when he saw Yang Yi execute the Sword of Rebirth. After all, he wasn't being supported by the strength of the others right now, because that Zenith Realm expert behind Yang Yi was the one who had their combined strength. Even though he wasn't receiving the energy of the others, he remained calm in this dangerous situation. His profound energy surged madly, and then he used his palm as a blade and swung it at Yang Yi. As for the Zenith Realm expert behind Yang Yi, he was clearly aware of Yang Yi's intentions. So, he immediately sped up and instantly arrived behind Yang Yi with the intention of saving the other Zenith Realm expert. Yang Yi still didn't stop. In next to no time, his sword stabbed against the palm of the Zenith Realm expert before him. Hiss! As soon as they came into contact, the Zenith Realm expert's expression changed drastically because Yang Yi's sword had actually pierced through the center of his palm. But at this moment, the Zenith Realm expert behind Yang Yi was about to stab Yang Yi in the back. However, right when the spear was about to stab into Yang Yi's back, a pitch-black shield suddenly appeared behind him. At the same time, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and shot forward. Hiss! A ray of light flashed, and a head flew up into the air. Meanwhile, the Zenith Realm expert behind him had stabbed the shield on Yang Yi's back. Bang! The powerful force carried within the spear blasted Yang Yi away. However, had merely flown less than 10 m when Yang Yi forcefully stopped himself, and then he vanished on the spot. When his figure appeared once more, he was behind the Zenith Realm expert that had just stabbed him from behind. Bang! That expert had clearly taken precautions. As soon as Yang Yi appeared behind him, a powerful aura pushed Yang Yi back, and then that Zenith Realm expert turned around and stabbed his spear at Yang Yi. Yang Yi obviously knew that this would happen. So, as his figure was pushed back, he turned around and swung his sword at the nearest Zenith Realm expert. That Zenith Realm expert's expression instantly changed. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi would disregard the expert attacking from behind and attack him instead. Fortunately, the energy of the others suddenly surged into him. At the instant the energy surged into him, Yang Yi suddenly withdrew his sword and vanished on the spot. When his figure appeared once more, he was behind the Zenith Realm expert who had been attacking from behind him. Hiss! A ray of light flashed, and a head flew up into the air. Yang Jian's face fell when he witnessed this. After he killed a Zenith Realm expert in an instant, Yang Yi vanished once more. Just like that, a few breaths of time passed, and another Zenith Realm expert lost his head. At this moment, Yang Yi was gradually gaining the upper hand. Had found a way to deal with the formation. He couldn't defeat the joint forces of 21 experts. Their converged strength was the advantage of this formation, but it was the formation's flaw as well. Because when one of them was filled with the energy of the others would just be in a normal state. At that moment, he wouldn't have to go against the joint forces of all the experts here, and he could just kill the others. Of course, the precondition was that he was fast enough and strong enough that he could kill them in an instant. It just so happened that he was fast enough and strong enough to kill them in an instant. Just like that, in just 10 minutes of time, Yang Yi had killed almost half of them. Now, even if the rest joined forces, Yang Yi didn't fear them at all and could fully suppress them. Yang Jian fell silent for a long time, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. At the same time, Lu Ligay vanished on the spot as well. A ray of snowy white saber energy flashed. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Lu Ligay was back to where Head been standing just now. As for Yang Jian, Head stopped on the spot. Lu Ligay chuckled. Eldest young master, let's spar a little. Yang Jian glanced at Lu Ligay. All right, he'll kill you first. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and Lu Ligay vanished on the spot as well. They immediately became locked in battle. Lu Ligay's strength wasn't bad, but there was a gap between him and Yang Jian. So, had immediately fallen into a disadvantage when the battle began. However, he was able to barely resist Yang Jian. Delay. As far as he was concerned, he didn't have to kill or defeat Yang Jian. He just had to delay for a while and buy time for Yang Yi. Bang! Around 10 minutes later, an explosion resounded, and then Lu Ligay was slapped over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Yang Jian appeared before him again and slapped his palm at Lu Ligay. The space around Lu Ligay instantly started trembling, and then a wave of powerful force blasted Lu Ligay flying once more. Yang Jian was about to attack again when his expression suddenly changed, and then he stopped. After that, he turned around and noticed that the battle in the distance had come to an end. Only a single person remained there, and it was Yang Yi. There were 21 bloody heads beneath his feet. However, Yang Yi wasn't completely unharmed. There was a trace of scarlet red on the corner of his mouth. Head paid a price to kill all 21 of them, and that price was both internal and external injuries. However, as far as he was concerned, they were just minor. He had primordial violet energy. Thus, so long as he wasn't killed with a single attack or crippled in an instant, all injuries were minor to him. Yang Jian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, I really underestimated you. I really did. Those above us severely underestimated you as well. I never expected you to be this strong. Yang Yi grinned. Come, let me see how strong the eldest young master of the Yang clan is. OM. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and a sword howl resounded. OM. At the same moment, Yang Jian's figure vanished on the spot as well. Bang! An explosion resounded like a thunderclap. Space trembled violently while 2 figures split apart. But it only took a moment for them to charge at each other again. In an instant, numerous energy palms and sword energy crisscrossed. The space here rippled and trembled before them, and it seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Boom! Space cracked apart amidst an explosion. At the same time, both of them moved backwards repeatedly. They moved almost 3 kilometers back before they finally stopped. A wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Yang Jian's mouth when he finally stopped himself, and it kept on flowing until it dyed the front of his chest red. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had vanished on the spot, and a ray of sword energy instantly arrived before Yang Jian. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his arm and slapped his palm forward. An energy palm suddenly flashed out from the space in front of him. Bang! The energy palm was instantly blasted apart. At the same time, Yang Jian was pushed another 1 kilometer back. Pooh! As soon as he stopped himself, a mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Jian. Yang Jian wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. I really underestimated you. I absolutely underestimated you. Yang Yi smiled and asked, and Yang Jian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and replied, I can't kill you, but others will be coming. As soon as he finished speaking, a talisman appeared in his grasp, and then a beam of golden light enveloped him. However, Yang Yi's soul suddenly flashed out from his body, and then his soul vanished on the spot. The soul version of the Sword of Rebirth. The soul version of the Sword of Rebirth that was enhanced by 2 types of zenith rank and tints. Bang! A ray of light flashed, and then the golden light around Yang Jian shattered. After that, Yang Jian's eyes opened wide. A gust of wind blew by, and Yang Jian's head rolled off his neck. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's soul had returned to his body. Yang Yi walked over to Yang Jian's head. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. All of us underestimated you. Yang Yi looked up at the sky and smiled. I like it when you underestimate me, because only then will I be able to kill to my heart's content. As he spoke, he stretched out his tongue and licked the blood on the corner of his mouth. An evil smile curled up on his face as he said, You know, I think I might get addicted to killing, because I'm getting fond of the feeling of killing. As he spoke, he stomped open Yang Jian's head and laughed ferociously. Send more. I want to kill to my heart's content. Please. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood vessels beneath Yang Yi's skin started to wriggle slightly. Chapter 1684 Unrivaled Intent. I want to kill to my heart's content. His voice resounded through Fecta City like a thunderclap. Lu Ligay glanced at Yang Yi and muttered, Addicted to killing? Has this fellow gone mad? Actually, Yang Yi did seem quite insane right now. He was extremely unhappy. He didn't want to return to the Yang clan, but the Yang clan forced him to return. However, after he returned to participate in the fight for succession, the Yang clan felt he was a threat and wanted to eliminate him. Death awaited if he didn't return, and he had to die even after he returned. Bullshit. This was reality. The stronger party would never care about the weaker party's feelings. It was like an emperor in the mortal world. If the emperor wanted his subject's head, then that person would have no choice but to die. Why? Because the emperor was strong. In a world where the strong were respected, the strong could do as they pleased, and the weak could only accept their fate. Cough. Suddenly, a light cough resounded. Yang Yi and Lu Ligay turned towards its source. 2 men were walking over slowly from afar. The leader of the group was the Yang clan's 9th young master, Yang Xian. There was a black-robed man by Yang Xian's side. The black-robed man was completely covered beneath the black robe, so it was impossible to see his appearance. Yang Xian and the black-robed man stopped when they were around 30 m away from Yang Yi and Lu Ligay. Yang Xian coughed lightly and gazed at Yang Jian's cracked open head. A long time passed before he shook his head slightly and said, That eldest brother of ours was quite a nice person. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Xian and said, I think him quite a nice person too. However, that's fucking useless, right? Yang Xian looked up at Yang Yi. Actually, I think that the clan acted quite unfairly in some things. For example, your father contributed to the clan, and while you haven't contributed to the clan, you haven't done anything wrong. So, it's unfair for the clan to treat you like this. Yang Yi's interest was instantly aroused. I'm quite surprised. So, why don't we join forces and oppose them? Oppose them? Yang Xian was slightly stunned, and then he shook his head. We can't. I've never thought about doing that as well. The clan hasn't done anything for you, but it has for all of us. We wouldn't have been able to attain our current accomplishments without the clan's help. Yang Yi asked, So? Yang Xian replied, So, I think that while the clan is acting unfairly to you, you do deserve death. Yang Yi asked, why? Yang Xian replied, everything has its own level of importance. You're not important, the clan is. Besides that, regardless of whether it's me, our eldest brother, or the other young masters who become the successor, it wouldn't be a bad thing for the clan. However, if you become the successor, the clan will definitely fall into internal strife. Because many people can't rest at ease while you're the successor. As far as they're concerned, if you become the successor, then they'll definitely stop at nothing to kill you. Besides that, your father has his old subordinates. They will definitely try to save you. So, the clan will fall into chaos. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and smiled. I never wanted to come here. Yang Xian replied, but you still did. Yang Yi replied, I was forced to. Yang Xian pondered deeply for a moment and replied, we wanted you to come back, so you had to. Now, we want you to die, so you have to as well. Yang Yi chuckled, I don't want to die. Yang Xian nodded slightly, no one does. But not everyone can control their own lives. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a black halberd appeared in his grasp. Once the halberd appeared in Yang Xian's grasp, his bearing instantly changed. At this moment, he didn't seem sickly anymore, and he was like a towering mountain that could hold up the sky. Yang Yi glanced at him and asked, are you an ancient inheritor as well? Yang Xian shook his head slightly, not really. Even Yang Ru isn't really one. However, we have gained the inheritances of some experts from the ancient times, but they can't be considered to be true ancient cultivators. They are cultivators who appeared after those ancient cultivators vanished. So, they can only be considered to be normal cultivators and not ancient cultivators. They are just like us and are pursuing the first group of ancient cultivators from all those years ago. He paused for a moment and continued, my inheritance is from a cultivator with the surname Liu, and this halberd is something he left behind. He had an extremely amazing horse as well. Unfortunately, it refused to acknowledge me and fled. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, let's begin. Yang Yi's figure vanished on the spot once he finished speaking, and he was above Yang Xian when he appeared once more. He drew his sword and swung it down. 17 overlapped heaven rinds. The space in the surroundings instantly cracked apart before his attack. Yang Xian's expression remained calm, and he just raised the halberd to block Yang Yi's attack. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded, and the space in the surroundings collapsed. However, it only took a moment for the collapsed space to be repaired. During this time, Yang Yi had been pushed around 1 kilometer away, while Yang Xian had merely moved less than 300 m back. Yang Yi looked down at his right hand. At this moment, he couldn't feel his hand anymore, and his entire arm was even covered in tiny cracks. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi looked up at the halberd in Yang Xian's grasp. What rank is it? Yang Xian grinned. Above the true rank. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Xian added, of course, it can only be considered to be at the half-step true rank now, because I don't have the ability to fully unseal it. Come, try a swing of my halberd. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. After that, he swung the halberd at Yang Yi. Bang! The powerful force it carried caused space to crack apart. Just like before, as soon as it cracked open, the space here was instantly repaired. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He sheathed his sword, drew it, and swung it. This time, he stopped holding back. It carried both of his intents, and had even activated the demon god's energy and used the full extent of his physical strength. Boom! As soon as the sword and halberd collided, both shook violently. Yang Yi was pushed around 300 m away, while Yang Xian didn't even take a step back. Yang Yi looked down at his right hand. At this moment, it had cracked open completely, and blood was surging out incessantly. His entire arm was covered in blood, but the talisman which sealed his arm showed no signs of being damaged. Yang Yi looked up at Yang Xian. Yang Xian's strength had utterly exceeded his expectations. It wasn't just Yang Xian's weapon that was powerful, even Yang Xian's strength was terrifying. However, it was probably not physical strength, it was another type of strength, and that strength was extremely overbearing and powerful. Meanwhile, Yang Xian started walking slowly in Yang Ye's direction. Looks like you've noticed. It's called unrivaled strength, and it's a type of strength that doesn't belong to the physical body. It's overbearing and powerful. When cultivated to the advanced stage, just a single flick of the finger can collapse the sky and split open the earth. Don't worry, I've only cultivated it to the initial stage. I'm still unable to accomplish what I just described. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot, and then he appeared before Yang Yi and swung his halberd down. Bang! The space here wasn't able to endure the might of his attack, and it collapsed in an instant. Yang Yi was about to use the laws of darkness, but the space here was repaired in an instant. This caused Yang Ye's plan to fail, and it forced him to raise his sword to defend himself. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted a kilometer away again, and his arm, which had just been repaired by primordial violet energy, had cracked open again. Yang Xian walked slowly in Yang Ye's direction. You're actually very strong. However, in the younger generation of the Yang clan, besides that mysterious eldest sister of yours, I really don't take anyone else seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared once more. After that, he just swung his halberd down in a very simple manner. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he stabbed his sword forward. It stabbed against one of the side blades of the halberd. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of collision resounded, and Yang Yi was pushed back again. This time, he was merely pushed less than 300 m back, while Yang Xian was pushed around 30 m back. Yang Xian shot a glance at Yang Yi while a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes, the ability to locate the flaws in all techniques. It's not bad indeed. Unfortunately, my strength will always surpass you. As they say, overwhelming strength can beat anything. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot again. At the same moment that he vanished, Yang Yi vanished as well. Yang Xian's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when he saw Yang Yi vanish on the spot, and then a wave of terrifying intent swept out from him. Bang! Yang Yi, who had just appeared behind Yang Xian, was instantly blasted 300 m away by the intent. Yang Yi looked at Yang Xian from afar, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Because Yang Xian's intent was similarly powerful and overbearing, and it was at the zenith rank as well. Yang Xian turned to look at Yang Yi. Unrivaled intent. It's peerlessly overbearing and powerful. He paused for a moment and continued, You act like a true man. I'm not willing to kill you, nor do I want to fight you, because I'm at the zenith realm while you're only at the rebirth realm. Moreover, he glanced at his halberd and continued, I have this ultimate weapon in my possession. Even a true realm expert would have to fear me, let alone you. An ultimate weapon? Yang Yi chuckled and shook his head. Is that very rare? It just so happens that I have one too. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of flames suddenly surged out from within Yang Yi. In an instant, Yang Yi had turned fiery red, and his sword had been transformed into a flaming sword. Besides that, the powerful aura of fire he emanated had instantly pushed Yang Xian an entire 300 m back. At the same time, the temperature throughout Fecta City rose tremendously. The divining flame. Chapter 1685, I'm not a member of the Yang clan anymore. The divining flame. His current strength was sufficient to endure the divining flame strength. Of course, it wasn't the divining flame's full strength. If it revealed its true strength while being used by Yang Yi, then even if Yang Yi had the unyielding body right now, he would still be burnt into ash. Presently, he was only able to endure 40% of its strength, at most. If the divining flame used even more of its strength, then Yang Yi's body wouldn't be able to endure it. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, 40% of the divining flame's strength was enough. Yang Xian's face instantly became solemn when he saw the divining flames. Danger. That was the first feeling he had when he saw the flames. Watch out. Suddenly, the black-robed man behind Yang Xian spoke abruptly. Yang Xian nodded slightly and gazed at Yang Yi. You've truly surprised me. That flame is no ordinary flame, right? Yang Yi grinned. Why don't you experience it for yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped the tip of his foot against the ground and transformed into a flaming tongue of sword energy that shot forward. His sword energy wasn't just sword energy now. It contained unyielding sword intent, unyielding slaughter intent, and the divining flame. It could be said that the energy it contained was sufficient to obliterate the world. Everywhere he passed, space was instantly torn open, and a very long spatial rift was left in his wake. However, it only took less than half a breath of time for the spatial rifts to be repaired by a mysterious wave of energy. Yang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he leaped up into the air and swung the halberd down with both hands. Both of them refused to give in. Just like that, their weapons collided in the most direct manner. Clang! As soon as they collided, both Yang Yi's flaming sword and Yang Xian's halberd shook violently, and then Yang Xian was pushed 3 kilometers away while Yang Yi was pushed less than 300 m away. Once Yang Yi stopped himself, he immediately vanished on the spot, and a ray of flaming light flashed. Bang! A loud explosion rumbled through the area. Yang Xian was pushed another 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, blood sprayed out from his mouth. However, Yang Yi was in front of him, and Yang Yi had swung his sword again. Bang! As soon as Yang Yi's sword descended, the space around Yang Yi and Yang Xian collapsed in an instant, causing the surroundings to turn pitch black. However, it only took a moment for the collapsed space to be repaired, and then a figure was blasted out of the area. It was Yang Xian's figure. Yang Xian flew over 3 kilometers away, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from him when he descended to the ground. Something worth mentioning was that Yang Xian's left arm was gone. Yang Yi didn't follow up with another attack, and he just looked up into the sky. At the moment that space shattered just now, he could have killed Yang Xian in an instant. However, someone instantly repaired the space here, and it caused him to be only able to take one of Yang Xian's arms. Actually, if no one was helping Yang Xian in secret, he wouldn't have to use the divining flame to deal with Yang Xian, because he just had to shatter space here, and he could gain control of a huge amount of dark energy and dark matter. Moreover, his unique physique could be used to its full extent when he was within a black hole. It could be said that he didn't even have to fear true realm experts when he had access to the combination of his unique physique, the laws of darkness, and his dual intents. However, those fellows from the Yang clan had crushed this move of his before he could even use it. It was an unfair battle. Yang Yi looked up at the sky for a long time, and then he suddenly smiled. It's fine. Let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yang Xian. He didn't waste his breath and just tapped his right foot against the ground. He transformed into a ray of flaming light that vanished on the spot. After he used the divining flame, his sword energy was simply heaven-defying. Everywhere it passed, space was instantly torn open. At this moment, space was like paper before Yang Yi's sword. Yang Xian's expression changed. A wave of terrifying intent swept out from him, but his unrivaled intent had just emerged when it was suppressed by Yang Yi's dual intents. If it was one-on-one, then Yang Xian's unrivaled intent wouldn't be inferior to either Yang Yi's slaughter intent or sword intent. Unfortunately, Yang Yi had 2 intents, and both of them carried his unyielding will. So, Yang Xian's unrivaled intent couldn't resist Yang Yi's dual intents at all. Yang Xian's expression changed again when his unrivaled intent was suppressed, and then he held tightly onto the halberd with his right hand and stabbed it forward. Clang! As soon as they collided, the powerful force within Yang Yi's sword blasted Yang Xian over 3 kilometers back. At this moment, Yang Xian hadn't just been pushed back, even his entire body had cracked open from the impact. Yang Xian glanced at his cracked body, and he realized what his weak point was. It was his body. His body was too weak. His unrivaled strength wasn't physical strength. So, if his unrivaled strength was suppressed by his opponent's strength in battle, then the consequence would be just like what had happened right now. He wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Yang Yi didn't give Yang Xian a chance to catch his breath. Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Xian when he appeared once more. Meanwhile, the black-robed man suddenly appeared before Yang Xian, and then a spear created countless spear images before descending towards Yang Yi. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both Yang Xian and the black-robed man were pushed back. As for Yang Yi, he was pushed 300 m back as well. Yang Yi glanced at his slightly numb arm, and then he looked up at the black-robed man. What? Not fighting me one-on-one anymore? The black-robed man started walking in Yang Yi's direction. Suddenly, Yang Xian said, "Brother Long Xian, be careful." The black-robed man, Long Xian, nodded slightly. When he arrived just 30 m away from Yang Yi, he flipped his palm. Roar! A dragon roar instantly resounded through the surroundings, and then a white spear appeared in his grasp. The spear was pure white, and there were dragons carved on it. Azure Dragon Roar. Meanwhile, Lu Ligay suddenly spoke solemnly, "Be careful." Yang Yi gazed at Lu Ligay. "What is it?" Lu Ligay spoke solemnly, "Long Xian, the Azure Dragon Roar. Head ranked at the 6th on the Milky Way rankings, and he once killed a true realm expert on his own. Be careful. Don't be careless. He killed a true realm expert." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to look at Long Xian. Long Xian was a Zenith realm expert. Killing a true realm expert while at the Zenith realm was sufficient to prove Long Xin's strength. Regardless of whether it was a Nanjing or him, or even Yang Jian and Yang Xian, all of them seemed to have never killed true realm experts while at the Zenith realm. Had experienced the gap between the Zenith realm and the true realm. When a Nanjing and him fought a true realm expert that day, they'd relied on all sorts of formidable intents and treasures to barely fight that true realm expert. But the black-robed man before him could kill a true realm expert on his own. So, Yang Yi could imagine how strong Long Xian was. However, did he have to fear Long Xian? Even if it was a true realm expert that was standing in front of him, he would still dare to fight. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi tapped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of flaming light that shot towards Long Xian. Long Xin's face was calm. When Yang Yi arrived before him, he waved his spear about, and then dragon roars resounded incessantly from his spear. At the same time, countless rays of sword energy formed a huge golden ball of light that enveloped him. As soon as they collided, both exploded apart, and then countless waves of fire and golden light swept out from the point of collision. Both of them were blasted over 3 kilometers away by the aftershock. Sky Crusher. Suddenly, Long Xin's voice resounded, and then he shot forward like a bolt of lightning with his spear in hand. An ethereal white dragon head flickered on the tip of the spear, and everywhere it passed, the violent wave of energy from before was torn apart. Moreover, the space in an area of almost 30 kilometers started rippling like boiling water. It rippled violently, and it was an absolutely shocking sight. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he sheathed his sword, and then he swiftly drew it and swung it forward. Heaven Rends enhanced by the divining flame couldn't be compared to their past might. Crack! The space in the surroundings instantly cracked apart. However, it was instantly repaired by a strand of mysterious energy. Just like that, Yang Yi's sword slammed against Long Xin's spear, which had an ethereal dragon head on it. Boom! As soon as they collided, space collapsed. However, it was instantly repaired before anyone could even react to it. But as soon as it was repaired, it collapsed once more. Because the force of their collision was truly too powerful. At the instant space collapsed, Yang Yi seized the opportunity to transform into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. At the same time, a dragon roar resounded abruptly from within the black expanse of space. Bang! In an instant, another rumbling explosion resounded. It didn't take long for space to return to normal. At this moment, both Yang Yi and Long Xian had been pushed back 3 kilometers each. Long Xian was supporting himself up on one knee, and his head was lowered. His spear was in front of him, and he was holding tightly onto it. However, the tip of the spear was gone, and there was a pool of blood below his feet. It was a huge pool of blood, and it covered his feet in blood. Yang Xian's eyes closed slowly when he witnessed this scene. Even though we're not related by blood, we were close as brothers. I shouldn't have tried to fight to be the successor. I shouldn't have come. It didn't take long for two streams of tears to seep out of Yang Xian's eyes. Because Long Xin's body had no signs of life, Yang Yi wasn't completely whole either. There was a broken tip of a spear stuck in his left shoulder. It was the tip of Long Xin's spear. At this moment, Yang Yi's blood was ceaselessly seeping out along the spear tip. Suddenly, Yang Xian walked over to Long Xin's side. He gazed at Long Xin's corpse for a long time, and then he suddenly looked up at the sky. Yang Xian, withdraw from the fight for succession. From this day forward, I'm no longer a member of the Yang clan. A ray of brilliant light suddenly flashed out from the sky. Thud! An arrow stabbed into Yang Xian's chest, and his figure instantly stiffened on the spot. Chapter 1686 The Yang Clan's Guardian. Chapter 1686 The Yang Clan's Guardian. Silent. Deathly silent. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. He hadn't expected that the Yang clan would act so ruthlessly. It had killed Yang Xian just because he'd withdrawn from the Yang clan. There is no familial love in the Yang clan. It was vividly displayed at this moment. At the same time, Yang Yi had a deeper understanding of how the Yang clan would definitely not let him live. If he wanted to live, he couldn't entrust his hopes on the Yang clan's higher-ups. He could only rely on himself. I must rely on myself. As soon as he thought up to this point, Yang Yi slowly tightened his grip on his sword, and his eyes were icy cold. Yang Xian looked down at the arrow in his chest, and then he suddenly chuckled. My body was weak since I was young, and it wasn't suited for cultivation. When the clan noticed that, it felt I had no future, so it didn't treat me well. Fortunately, I lived up to the expectations placed upon me, and I cultivated to such an extent with my weak and sickly body. He gazed at Yang Yi at this point and continued, I didn't care about being the successor, and the only reason I participated is because I wanted to change the clan structure and change its lack of any emotions. I wanted to stop it from only pursuing its interests and strength. Unfortunately, I never expected that I would cause the death of my best friend. I regret it. If I knew this would happen, I should have listened to him and stayed away from the Yang clan. Yang Yi remained silent. Meanwhile, Yang Xian gazed at the halberd in his grasp. I know that you weren't happy with staying by my side, and you were only willing to follow me because I saved you. Now, the fate between us has come to an end. He moved his hand slightly, and the halberd instantly flew over to Yang Yi. It chooses its master. If it chooses you, please take good care of it. If there's no fate between you two, then please take it away from the Yang clan. I don't want it to fall into the Yang clan's hands. Yang Yi glanced at the halberd, fell silent for a moment, and then grabbed it. He was about to lift it up, but his expression changed because he was actually unable to lift it up. His physical strength was at the zenith realm, but he wasn't able to lift it up at all. Yang Yi was absolutely shocked. Meanwhile, Yang Xian spoke abruptly. It's made of a special material, and it was refined through a special method by that cultivator from the ancient times. So, you can only use it freely after learning unrivaled strength. The technique to cultivate unrivaled strength is within it. If it acknowledges you, then it'll naturally give it to you. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he gazed at the halberd for a long time and said, Come with me. I won't bring shame to you. The halberd didn't react. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant and said, Come with me, and it'll help you regain your former glory. The halberd still didn't react at all. Yang Yi felt quite embarrassed. Meanwhile, a ray of white light flashed, and then Snowy appeared before him. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, and then she pointed at herself. It was like she was telling him to watch. After that, Snowy turned to look at the halberd. She flew a few circles around it, and then grabbed the tip of the halberd. After that, Yang Yi watched with astonishment as she took the halberd into the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Xian supported himself on one knee before Long Xin's corpse. He placed his right hand on Long Xin's spear and held it with Long Xian. It didn't take long for his head to lower down. A moment of silence later, their bodies gradually became ethereal. 5 breaths of time late, they'd vanished on the spot. Yang Yi fell silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Lu Ligay walked over to Yang Ye's side. Is it over? Yang Yi looked up at the surroundings and replied, "It may only just be the beginning. It really is just the beginning." Suddenly, a voice resounded from afar, and then a man in a luxurious robe appeared not too far away from them. The man was around the age of 20. His hair hung loosely down to his shoulder, and he was handsome. There was a dark violet bow on his back. It was the Yang clan's 8th young master, Yang Tian. Yang Tian walked over to Yang Yi and stopped just a little over 60 m away. He looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. Yang Tian, the next guardian of the Yang clan." The next guardian? Yang Yi fell silent. Had heard from Yang Xian that the fight for succession didn't just select a successor, it selected a guardian as well. One dealt with the internal affairs of the clan, and the other dealt with the external affairs. The difference was that the guardian was practically fostered from a young age. In other words, the guardian was decided on by the clan. The guardian was merely participating in the fight for succession as a sparring partner for the other young masters. However, even the other young masters didn't know who the next guardian would be. It wasn't that they didn't care, it was because if someone was chosen as the next guardian, that person would be prohibited from fighting for the position of successor. Moreover, once a successor was chosen, the guardian would have to assist the successor. Meanwhile, Yang Tian suddenly said, "I really never expected your strength to actually be so formidable. Needless to say, you've shocked the entire clan. However, the more outstanding you are, the more you deserve to die." Yang Yi glanced at the bow on Yang Tian's back. "You killed Yang Xian?" Yang Tian nodded slightly. "Indeed. Of course, even if I didn't, he would still die. The clan doesn't tolerate any traitors." Yang Yi asked, "Traitors? When did he betray the Yang clan?" Yang Tian spoke indifferently. He wanted to withdraw from the Yang clan and stop being a member of the clan. That's betrayal. No matter who it is, even a successor of the clan must die for betrayal of the clan. The interests of the clan are most important. Understand? The interests of the clan. Yang Yi nodded slightly and chuckled. "Right, I have a question. Are you the last person for today?" Yang Tian looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "You may be able to leave if you kill me. It's only a possibility." Yang Yi chuckled and said, "Come, let me witness the strength of the Yang clan's future guardian." Yang Tian didn't speak another word. He just grabbed his bow, knocked an arrow, and then a ray of silver light flashed. Hiss! The silver light was like a bolt of lightning. Everywhere it passed, space was instantly torn open. Its might wasn't even the most terrifying part about it. The most terrifying part was its speed. It was so swift that Yang Yi wasn't able to detect its movements. So, at the moment Yang Tian released the arrow, Yang Yi had relied on his instinct to swing his sword. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of metal colliding resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted over 300 m away. Yang Yi glanced at his slightly numb arm and looked up at Yang Tian. "You're not at the Zenith realm?" Yang Tian nodded slightly. "I just attained the half-step true realm not long ago. So, my attacks contain a trace of the unique energy possessed by true realm experts." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "Try a swing of my sword too." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, a flaming ray of sword energy flashed. Yang Tian didn't try to dodge it at all. Hiss! The flaming ray of sword energy shot through Yang Tian's chest. However, Yang Yi's expression changed because it hadn't struck Yang Tian's body, as Yang Tian's body wasn't there anymore. Swish! Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart resounded, and then an arrow appeared behind Yang Yi's head. It was about to pierce through Yang Yi's head, but Yang Yi swiftly turned around and swung his sword. Bang! As soon as sword and arrow came into contact, the space in the surroundings exploded apart, but it only took a moment for the space here to be repaired. Yang Yi's laws of darkness were too mysterious and terrifying. If space shattered, then the might of his laws of darkness would be something that even true realm experts would have to temporarily avoid. After all, Yang Yi wasn't the same as he had been during his last battle. His overall strength had improved tremendously. Moreover, he had the unyielding will and the divining flame. So, if they allowed Yang Yi to shatter space now, then his strength would instantly rise to another level. Once the space here was repaired, An arrow flashed again. It was so swift that Lu Ligay didn't even see it. He just heard the sound of air being torn open. It wasn't just Lu Ligay. Even Yang Yi wasn't able to see it because of its speed. He could only rely on his instinct to swing his sword. An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was pushed backwards repeatedly again. When he was pushed around 30 m back, he suddenly stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of flaming light that vanished on the spot. Yang Tian didn't move at all, and his face was surprisingly calm. Hiss! A ray of flaming sword energy pierced through Yang Tian's forehead, but it was just an afterimage. At the same time, a silver arrow appeared behind Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi had vanished on the spot, and he was behind Yang Tian's figure that had been 3 kilometers away from him. The laws of darkness. But right when he appeared behind Yang Tian, a blue barrier of light suddenly appeared behind Yang Tian, and Yang Ye's sword, which was slashing down towards Yang Tian's head, had struck that barrier instead. Bang! The barrier and Yang Ye's sword trembled violently. Meanwhile, Yang Tian appeared 3 kilometers away. At the same time, a silver arrow appeared before Yang Yi again. It was swift to the absolute limit. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He sheathed his sword and drew it swiftly. Bang! The arrow was instantly blasted into bits while Yang Yi was pushed 300 m back again. As soon as he stopped himself, his soul flashed out from his body, and then a ray of light flashed. The soul version of the Sword of Rebirth. A ray of light flashed, and it instantly pierced through Yang Tian's figure. However, it was still an afterimage. After he executed the Sword of Rebirth, Yang Ye's soul had returned into his body, and he stared at Yang Tian's figure that had appeared 3 kilometers away from where Yang Tian had been standing. Suppression. It wasn't strength that Yang Tian was suppressing him with, it was speed. If Yang Tian fought him in close quarters, or even went head-on against him, he wouldn't fear Yang Tian at all. But Yang Tian refused to do that. Yang Tian was too swift. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Tian for a long time and said, "I can't kill you if you flee. However, you can't kill me as well." That may not necessarily be the case. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Tian's mouth. As the next guardian of the Yang clan, I can use the formation around Fecta City. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and then the entire city instantly started trembling. Yang Ye's face turned gloomy. He can use the formation that protects Fecta City. This is a fair fight? The Yang clan even plans to disregard its honor just to kill me. Chapter 16, 87 Sword howls resounding through the sky. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to shake his head. It was never a fair battle. It proved that amongst the higher-ups of the Yang clan, the people who wanted to kill him outnumbered those who wanted to keep him alive. Or perhaps it should be said that they were stronger. So, he couldn't place his hopes on those people who were trying to help him from the shadows. If he wanted to live, he had to rely on himself. Fecta City trembled more and more quickly. It didn't take long for a white barrier of light to cover the city from above. It enveloped the entire city, and there were numerous mysterious golden markings all over it. Once the barrier of light appeared, countless strands of spirit energy surged down incessantly from above. In the end, they surged down like torrents and entered Yang Tian. As the golden spirit energy surged incessantly into him, Yang Tian's aura grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the aura he emanated caused the space around him to tremble violently and seem like it was about to shatter. The divine convergence formation. Suddenly, Yang Tian spoke. "Even a true realm expert can't kill me while I'm within this formation. No, even the joint forces of 2 true realm experts can't kill me, and am invincible before cultivators below the true realm." Meanwhile, Lu Ligay walked over to Yang Ye's side and asked, "Shall we retreat?" Retreat? Yang Yi shook his head. He couldn't retreat. He was certain that if he did that, the higher-ups of the Yang clan would have an excuse to kill him. Just like how Yang Xian had been killed just now. The Yang clan was determined to kill him. "Come give it a try." Suddenly, Yang Tian chuckled. "Come try our Yang clan's divine convergence formation." Yang Yi looked up at Yang Tian, remained silent for a moment, and then drew his sword. "Oem." A sword howl resounded, and then a beam of flaming sword energy flashed forward. It tore through the air like a shooting star, and the space in its path was sliced open. Yang Tian's expression remained calm. He took a step forward and tapped his finger in the direction of Yang Ye's sword energy. A strand of terrifying golden light appeared on the tip of his finger. At the same time, Yang Ye's flaming sword energy arrived before him. Just like that, the flaming sword energy stabbed the tip of Yang Tian's finger. However, nothing happened. It was like the surroundings had frozen. A moment of silence ensued, and then the sword energy shattered and was obliterated. As for the flames, they returned to Yang Yi. Yang Ye's face instantly turned gloomy at the sight of this. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Tian's eyes. What flames are those? They're actually so powerful. A smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. I've taken a liking to it. As soon as he finished speaking, he tapped his right foot down. In an instant, the entire city seemed to tremble, and his figure transformed into a ray of golden light that vanished on the spot. Yang Ye's expression had changed when Yang Tian's figure vanished, because he felt like dozens of towering mountains were descending upon him, and the powerful aura from it made even breathing feel difficult. Such power. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. His unyielding sword intent and unyielding slaughter intent surged out madly, and then he tightened his grip on the sword precursor in his right hand and swung it. Oem! A sword howl resounded throughout Fekta City. Bang! An instant later, rumbling explosion erupted before Yang Yi, and then space instantly collapsed. But it only took a moment for numerous strands of mysterious energy to repair the space there. At the same time, Yang Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Yang Tian glanced at his hand. It had been charred black by the divining flame. He fell silent for an instant and looked up at Yang Yi. Needless to say, those flames of yours are really powerful. It's the strongest flame I've ever seen. Unfortunately, not to mention you, even two true realm experts wouldn't be able to do anything to me right now. The city's formation makes me invincible right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he took another step forward, and he instantly appeared before Yang Yi while the powerful aura he carried cracked open the space around Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the space in an area of over 3 kilometers around them collapsed. However, right when Yang Yi was about to utilize the laws of darkness, the collapsed space was repaired in an instant. After that, the powerful force from Yang Tian blasted him 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Do you have other trump cards? Yang Tian chuckled and started walking slowly in Yang Ye's direction. At the same time, countless strands of golden energy surged down incessantly from the sky and entered his body, causing his aura to gradually grow stronger. Yang Yi looked up at the sky, and then he vanished on the spot and appeared behind Yang Tian. However, a powerful strand of aura instantly blasted him away. The laws of darkness at the zenith rank? Yang Tian turned to gaze at Yang Yi. Needless to say, it was very shocking when you utilized it that day. Unfortunately, it's useless against me right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped it down in Yang Ye's direction. Bang! A wave of powerful energy flashed out from the space in front of Yang Yi and blasted Yang Yi away. Suppression. At this moment, Yang Yi was being completely suppressed by Yang Tian. Just as Yang Tian had said, he was being supported by the formation around Fekta City. So, to a certain extent, he really was invincible. If he could collapse the space around him, then perhaps Yang Yi could fight Yang Tian, because the laws of darkness could only reveal its true strength within an expanse of collapsed space. But the problem was that the Yang clan's higher-ups refused to let space collapse. Yang Tian started walking slowly in Yang Ye's direction. Actually, your strength is really not bad. If you weren't your father's son, then with your strength and natural talent, you may really be able to become the next successor. Unfortunately, your identity makes you bound to be unable to become my Yang clan's successor. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot and appeared in front of Yang Yi. After that, a wave of powerful energy swept towards Yang Yi like a tsunami. The powerful energy caused the space in a huge area around Yang Yi to warp before it. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his sword and pressed it against his forehead, and then both his zenith rank and tints swept out from within him before he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Everywhere he passed, space was sliced open. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yi had arrived in front of Yang Tian, and Yang Tian had slammed his fist forward. Bang! A powerful wave of energy blasted Yang Yi's sword energy apart. At the same time, Yang Yi was pushed backwards repeatedly. Suddenly, Yang Tian pressed forward and swung another punch at Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away, and a wisp of blood immediately seeped out of the corner of his mouth once he stopped himself. Meanwhile, Yang Tian suddenly grinned. "Don't you have another companion? Call for her. I really want to see how strong 6 types of intents are. Can you stop trying to show off?" Suddenly, Lu Ligay said, "Seriously, I really can't take this anymore. It's fine if you were relying on your own strength, but you're relying on the Yang Clan City Protection Formation. Come, deactivate the formation, and then tell those people who are helping you in secret to stop helping as well. Dare to fight him one-on-one under such conditions?" Yang Tian gazed at Lu Ligay, and then he slammed his fist forward. Lu Ligay's eyelids twitched. "The truth hurts, huh?" As he spoke, he grabbed his saber with both hands and swung it forward. Bang! An explosion resounded as Lu Ligay was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, his saber instantly cracked apart while a wisp of blood seeped out slowly from the corner of his mouth. Yang Tian glanced coldly at Lu Ligay, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "This is the help you found? He's too inferior when compared to that woman, and Nanjing. I don't want to waste more time. Come, call her, and let's put an end to it all." Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. He was about to speak when a ray of white light flashed, and then Snowy appeared before him. The wooden sword was in Snowy's grasp. Snowy blinked at Yang Yi, cracked a smile, and passed the sword to Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at her. "It agrees?" Snowy blinked and started waving her claws. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to figure out what she meant. Snowy had somehow made the wooden sword willing to let him use it twice a month. Only twice. Twice. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. Obviously, it was definitely because of Snowy. Yang Yi rubbed her head and said, "Go inside first." She nodded and vanished on the spot. Yang Yi took the wooden sword in his grasp, and it immediately started to tremble in his grasp. After that, a ray of light enveloped him, and the zenith rank slaughter intent around him was instantly obliterated by the wooden sword. It rejected slaughter intent. Yang Tian suddenly chuckled. "How laughable! You think that lousy wooden sword will make you capable of fighting me? How truly laughable!" Suddenly, the wooden sword in Yang Yi's grasp started to tremble. Anger. Yang Yi was actually able to clearly sense its rage. Meanwhile, the wooden sword started to absorb his zenith rank sword intent. Once it finished absorbing his sword intent, it transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky. After that, light crisscrossed through the sky, and it instantly tore open the formation around the city. At the same time, sword howls resounded incessantly from it, and the powerful sword howls cracked open space in a huge area around it. Sword howls were resounding through the sky. Chapter 1688, A Hopeless Situation. The smile on Yang Tian's face gradually vanished while seriousness slowly filled his eyes. At this moment, Yang Yi was quite stunned too. He hadn't expected the wooden sword to be so furious. Moreover, it was so strong. In just a moment, Yang Yi came to an understanding. It was so furious because of what Yang Tian had said. It was an insult to the wooden sword. Lousy wooden sword. Even he would dare to say that about the wooden sword. After all, it could even harm the core of the divining flame. The wooden sword flickered through the sky, and sword energy crisscrossed through the area. The formation was instantly sliced up into pieces. However, Yang Tian's face was calm, and he showed no signs of panicking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi waved his hand, and the wooden sword immediately returned to him. Once the wooden sword appeared before Yang Yi, another white barrier of light appeared in the sky. The formation had appeared in the sky again. Yang Tian spoke abruptly. So long as the core of the formation is intact, I'll never vanish. But the core is being protected by a true realm expert of my Yang clan. So, Yang Yi, you can't destroy the formation. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he nodded. Since I can't destroy the formation, it'll destroy you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Hiss! Space was like rotting wood before the ray of light and was instantly sliced open. Yang Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a step forward and launched a punch at Yang Yi's attack. A wave of powerful energy surged out from his fist, and then the space in a huge area started rippling. Meanwhile, the ray of light had arrived in front of him. Hiss! When the ray of light collided with the wave of energy, a moment of silence ensued, and then a huge gap was sliced open in the wave of energy. Yang Yi instantly sliced his way to Yang Tian. Yang Tian's expression changed at the sight of this. He didn't dare underestimate Yang Yi's attack at all. He immediately clenched his right fist tightly and slammed it forward again. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Tian was blasted over 1 kilometer away. At the same time, his arm was sliced off halfway. Blood seeped out incessantly from the cut. Yang Tian looked down at his severed hand, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. What sword is that? Why is it so? His pupils suddenly constricted because Yang Yi had transformed into a ray of light and shot at him again. Yang Tian was astounded. His profound energy surged madly, and then countless rays of golden energy surged into his left hand. After that, he slapped his left palm forward. Bang! Crack! The powerful force in his attack caused space to crack open. However, it was instantly torn open again when it came into contact with Yang Yi's sword. Hiss! An arm flew up into the air while accompanied by a pillar of blood, and Yang Tian's figure was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi tapped his right foot down. In an instant, his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, and the space in his path was instantly sliced open. Yang Tian's expression changed drastically. He stomped his right foot down, and then a terrifying aura instantly swept out from him. However, this aura was sliced apart as soon as it came into contact with Yang Yi's sword. In an instant, the ray of light arrived before Yang Tian. At this moment, Yang Tian's face was ghastly pale. However, an old man suddenly appeared in front of him, and then the old man slapped his palm forward. His palm was covered in strands of golden light, and threads of golden energy shot forward like fine threads and instantly enveloped Yang Yi. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of sword energy tore through the threads of golden energy. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then both Yang Tian and the old man were pushed over 1 kilometer back. At the same time, cracks started spreading like a spiderweb throughout the space in front of them. It was an absolutely shocking sight. It didn't take long for everything to return to normal here. Yang Yi looked up at the old man. He recognized the old man. It was the second-ranked marshal amongst the 7 marshals, Yang Shan. The old man had told Yang Yi to remember him when he saved one of the other marshals from Yang Yi that day. So, Yang Yi hadn't forgotten him. Yang Yi sheathed his sword and said, "What's this now? The young can't do it, so the old have come?" Yang Shan gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "You really surprised everyone. You." Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his sword and pointed it at Yang Shan. "Cut the crap. I don't have the time to listen to your nonsense. Just be frank." Yang Shan's eyes narrowed slightly. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "The clan doesn't wish to go too far. We can give you a chance to live. The precondition is that your bloodline is removed. So long as you don't have the Yang clan's bloodline, then you won't be a member of the Yang clan, and the clan can let you live." "No." Meanwhile, Lu Legay suddenly spoke. "Don't listen to him." Yang Yi gazed at Lu Legay. "Why?" Lu Legay spoke solemnly. "They're trying to indirectly cripple you. The bloodline is a person's core. It's like a person's vitality. If you lose your bloodline, you'll be like a tree without water. You won't be able to grow. He paused for a moment and continued, moreover, once you lose your bloodline, you'll have to replace it with another's bloodline. While it's possible, a different bloodline will reject your body, and your body will reject the bloodline. At that time, you'll face endless issues. Yang Yi turned to look at Yang Shan. Is that true? Yang Shan spoke indifferently. We won't settle for anything other than that. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, I won't agree to losing my bloodline. Only one person in this world can make me give it up willingly. Unfortunately, she is dead. He paused for a moment and continued, however, am willing to leave the Yang clan and even never return. No. Yang Shan continued, if you have the clan's bloodline, it represents that you're a member of the Yang clan. So long as you're a member of the Yang clan, the possibilities are limitless. Understand now? Meanwhile, Lu Ligay spoke abruptly. They're afraid you'll rebel against them in the future, and they can only truly rest at ease when you've lost the Yang clan's bloodline. Because then even if you return to the Yang clan in the future, you won't be a member of the clan anymore. If you're not a member of the clan, no one will help you. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he looked up at Yang Shun. I won't agree to losing my bloodline. However, as I've said just now, I'm still willing to leave the Yang clan and guarantee that I won't interfere in your Yang clan's business. All right? Yang Shun gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, No. Yang Yi nodded, then make your move. Yang Shun said, Yang Yi, are you sure? Your bloodline for your life. It's a very good deal. Yang Yi chuckled. All of you are threatened by my existence. Even if I cripple my Dantian and lose my cultivation, all of you still won't be satisfied. As far as all of you are concerned, you can only rest at ease when I'm dead. So, if I'm not wrong, even if I abandon my bloodline, you'll still kill me. You just want to do it right now, right? Yang Shun fell silent for a long time before he said, Since you're unwilling to abandon your bloodline, then nothing I say will make a difference. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot against the ground, and he transformed into a ray of white light that shot towards Yang Yi. When he arrived just over a meter away from Yang Ye's head, he clenched his right fist and slammed it at Yang Ye's head. The powerful force his fist carried formed a vortex in the space around Yang Yi, and Yang Yi, who was within the vortex, felt like countless horses were pulling his body apart. It was extremely painful. However, Yang Ye's face remained calm. A moment later, he raised his sword and swung it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the space before him collapsed in an instant. After that, a ray of light flashed. Bang! Another explosion resounded, and Yang Shan was blasted over 3 kilometers away. As soon as Yang Shan's figure stopped, his right hand was instantly sliced into half, and it fell off his shoulder. Yang Shan looked down at his arm that had fallen off to the ground, and then he looked up at the wooden sword in Yang Ye's grasp. What a powerful sword! Even I can't resist it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi turned to look at Lu Ligay. You leave first. Lu Ligay wanted to say something, but Yang Yi added, Whether a person is your friend is seen through the heart, and I can sense that I'm a friend in your heart. There's no need to suffer difficulties together and overcome death together in order to be considered as friends or brothers. Understand? Lu Ligay fell silent. Yang Yi continued, Your strength isn't bad at all. However, staying won't make a difference. So leave. Lu Ligay fell silent for a long time, and then he nodded, All right, I'll leave. He immediately turned around and left without any hesitation. He was very well aware that it was just as Yang Yi had said. He wouldn't be able to make a difference by staying, and Yang Yi would have to worry about many more things while he was present here. So, leaving was the best help he could give Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Yang Shun and said, Letting him go isn't a problem, right? Yang Shun's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Yang Shun's expression changed drastically at the sight of this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had appeared behind Yang Tian's heavily injured body, and then a sword was pressed against Yang Tian's throat. Yang Yi shot a glance up at the sky. Let him go and your Yang clan's guardian will live. The Yang clan doesn't have any capable young masters left. So, all of you definitely don't want him to die, right? Silence ensued for a short while, and then a voice resounded, As you wish. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. Lu Ligay had left Heaven Void Continent. Yang Yi withdrew his sword and moved aside. Suddenly, 72 figures appeared around him. The 72 warriors of the Yang clan. Besides that, another old man had appeared by Yang Shan's side. Another true realm expert. Kill. A voice resounded from the sky. A ferocious smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth, and the blood vessels beneath his skin started to tremble slightly. Chapter 1689. Continue. 2 true realm experts and 72 zenith realm experts. That was the group that had surrounded Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi realized that the Yang clan was prepared to disregard its honor in order to kill him. He had to kill his way out. He had to kill his way out of the Yang clan. If he wanted to survive, the only way was to kill his way out. Amongst the 72 warriors, it was the green armor unit that attacked first. 30 golden arrows shot down from the sky like 30 shooting stars. In the end, they shot towards Yang Yi from multiple angles, and they completely locked down all paths of retreat for him. At the same time, 20 spear-wielding Zenith realm experts in golden armor charged at Yang Yi, and there were 22 cultivators on demon beasts following behind the spear-wielding experts. All 72 warriors were attacking at once. In the past, their joint forces had even killed a true realm expert. They weren't individually comparable to a true realm expert, but their joint forces were capable of killing true realm experts with ease. Yang Yi tightened his grip on the wooden sword. When the golden arrows arrived just a little over a meter away from him, he tapped the tip of his right foot against the ground and spun on the spot. At the same time, his sword swept out horizontally. Oem! A sword howl resounded, and then a beam of flaming sword energy flashed out from the wooden sword. Hiss! Hiss! The flaming sword energy instantly obliterated the arrows. However, the 20 gold-armored cultivators had arrived around Yang Yi, and then 20 spears stabbed in Yang Ye's direction. At this moment, all 20 of them seemed like they were acting as a single whole. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he swung his sword horizontally. Hiss! A circular strand of sword energy flashed out from the tip of his sword. Bang! Numerous explosions resounded through the surroundings. His sword energy that carried his unyielding sword intent blasted the 20 cultivators over 1 kilometer away. However, the 22 mounted cultivators had arrived before him, and the cultivator who led the group rode his demon beast straight at Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked that cultivator in the eye, and then he stomped his right foot down and vanished on the spot. Hiss! A moment later, a ray of blood-red light flashed, and that cultivator's head flew up into the air. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had shot into the group of cavalries, and a slaughter began. Or to be more precise, it was a one-sided slaughter. Why? Because practically none of them could resist a single swing of Yang Ye's sword, especially when Yang Yi was using the laws of darkness while holding the wooden sword. Practically anyone targeted by Yang Ye's wooden sword would lose his or her head in a moment later. Yang Ye's strength was sufficient to kill Zenith realm experts with ease. Now, he was using the wooden sword, and it had provided a huge increase in strength to him, because the sword energy released from the wooden sword was much stronger. As for how sharp the wooden sword was, it could be said that it could cut anything before it. Nothing could stop the wooden sword. In just a few breaths of time, 10 Zenith realm experts had lost their heads. However, it wasn't easy for Yang Yi. Their spears had stabbed many holes open in Yang Ye's body. Fortunately, his body could endure it. Coupled with the primordial violet energy that he possessed, his life wasn't in danger at all. Yang Shan and the old man by his side watched Yang Yi for a long time. Suddenly, the old man by Yang Shan's side said, "That kid is truly a peerless warrior." Yang Shan glanced at his own hand. For some reason, his hand was actually unable to repair itself. Or to be more precise, it couldn't repair itself as soon as possible. It was like a strand of mysterious energy was stopping his hand from healing quickly. He fell silent for an instant, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Even though his gaze was calm, there was icy coldness within his eyes. Meanwhile, the old man by his side said, "That kid is suitable to be our Yang clan's guardian." Unfortunately, Yang Shun glanced at the old man and said, "The stronger he is, the greater his natural talent is, and the better his potential is, the more he needs to die." The old man said, "The higher-ups didn't act against him when he first returned. Why?" Yang Shun turned to gaze at Yang Yi. "Even though his strength wasn't bad when he just returned, we didn't take him seriously. Because when compared to Yang Xian and Yang Jian, there was a huge gap between them. However, we never expected that his strength would grow stronger and stronger. As for the potential he revealed, it instilled fear in us." The old man nodded slightly, remained silent for a moment, and asked, "What about those people who want to protect him?" "It's fine." Yang Shin spoke indifferently. "No one can protect him today?" The old man asked, "Why?" Yang Shin gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "Because that person has tacitly consented to this." The old man's eyelids twitched, and then he gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and sighed softly. "What a pity. Such a genius can't be of use to our Yang clan." Yang Shin spoke indifferently. "He's extremely vengeful, just like his father. If he's allowed to become one of the Yang clan's higher-ups and gain authority in the clan, we can't guarantee that he won't try to get even with us then. So, it's best for him to be dead. As for him being a genius, it isn't difficult for our Yang clan to foster a genius." The old man shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. It was pointless to say anything right now. Of course, it never did because he was on Yang Shan's side. At this moment, Yang Yi was completely absorbed in the battle, and there were over 20 bloody heads around him. However, there were 5 golden arrows stuck on him. Besides that, there were no less than 10 stab wounds on his chest. At such a moment in battle, he'd fully abandoned his defenses. If he tried to defend himself, he would only be suppressed. So, he had no choice but to risk suffering injuries in order to kill his opponents. So long as he didn't lose his head or suffer lethal injuries, then he had no fear of ordinary injuries. But if his opponents suffered just a single hit from him, it would result in their death. Visit Me for extra chapters. So, suffering injuries to kill his opponents was the way Yang Yi was fighting right now. The battle was still going on, but Yang Shun's face had turned gloomy. He'd thought that the 72 warriors would be able to kill Yang Yi because Yang Yi was already covered in injuries. But he hadn't expected that while Yang Yi was covered in injuries, Yang Yi just refused to die, and he even seemed to be growing stronger as the battle continued. Meanwhile, the old man by Yang Shun's side spoke abruptly. "We can't let him continue killing them." Yang Shin nodded slightly. "Attack?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old man by his side vanished on the spot. Bang! A wave of powerful energy suddenly appeared above Yang Yi, and then a black spear stabbed down towards Yang Yi's head. The powerful energy it contained instantly cracked open the space around Yang Yi. When he noticed the spear descending from above him, Yang Yi immediately stabbed his sword upwards. Clang! As soon as they came into contact, the spear was instantly blasted into pieces. However, the powerful energy carried within the spear caused Yang Yi's figure to tremble, and then his right arm cracked open in an instant. At the same time, the ground beneath his feet instantly collapsed. Meanwhile, at the exact same moment that Yang Yi had stopped the spear with his sword, a golden spear stabbed into his back. At the same time, 2 golden arrows stabbed his knees. Especially, those 2 arrows, they'd pierced through his knees. However, Yang Yi was still standing. Something worth mentioning was that while the wooden sword in his hand had killed many, there wasn't even a trace of blood on it. At this moment, there were 25 warriors from the 72 warriors around Yang Yi. As for the archers from the green armor unit, none of them was dead. They'd been supporting the others from afar and hadn't truly joined the battle. So, none of them had been lost in battle. Yang Yi stood on the spot with his sword in hand. He glanced at the experts around him, and a ferocious smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Continue. The expressions of the others changed, especially the surviving members of the 72 warriors. At this moment, there wasn't just a trace of fear towards Yang Yi in their hearts, they were terrified of him. He was ruthless. Being ruthless towards others wasn't really ruthless, but being ruthless to one's own self was true ruthlessness. Yang Yi was extremely ruthless to himself. The old man at the true realm gazed at his hand. His hand had cracked open, and it had been caused from going head-on against Yang Yi. He looked up at Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for him to look at the wooden sword in Yang Yi's grasp. Even though Yang Yi was strong, Yang Yi wasn't so strong that even the old man had to fear him. It was the wooden sword. The sword made Yang Yi's strength powerful to an inconceivable level. A moment of silence ensued, and then the old man gazed at Yang Shun. Let's do it together. We can't give him a chance. Yang Shun nodded slightly, and then he waved his right hand. Kill? As soon as he gave the order, he transformed into a black shadow that vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the old man vanished on the spot as well. Once the two true realm experts here attacked, the remaining experts from the 72 warriors immediately vanished on the spot as well. Their figures hadn't even arrived before Yang Yi when their powerful auras slammed down towards Yang Yi like a dark cloud. The auras of two true realm experts and numerous zenith realm experts. Their joint auras instantly dispersed Yang Yi's intent. At this moment, Yang Yi felt suffocated beneath their auras. Yang Yi glanced coldly at them. He slowly raised his left hand to his chest, and then, Chapter 1690, Great Karma and Great Karmic Luck. Bang! A vicious aura swept out from Yang Yi, and then a demon beast appeared before him. Qiongqi. He had no choice but to summon Qiongqi right now, because his own strength was utterly insufficient to deal with so many experts. Once Qiongqi appeared, he glanced at the surroundings, and then his expression changed. Kid, I knew it wouldn't be anything good. Yang Yi shrugged. What else can I do? I have no other choice. No choice, my ass. Qiongqi shouted angrily, and then his body suddenly started trembling. After that, his body grew larger and larger while the aura he emanated grew stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, he was 5 times larger than he had been. Once he grew larger, Qiongqi roared at the experts around them. Bang! A powerful and vicious aura swept out, and the Zenith Realm experts in the surroundings were blasted extremely far away. As for the True Realm experts, they were pushed around 300 m back as well. The expressions of everyone here changed. Yang Shun stared fixedly at Qiongqi, a ferocious beast. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually still have a trump card, and it was a powerful, ferocious beast. He wasn't the only one. The entire Yang clan hadn't expected this. Yang Ye's figure shook slightly, and the arrows in him were pushed out of him, causing over a dozen little fountains of blood to spray from him. Yang Yi paid no attention to the injuries. After all, he had primordial violet energy to slowly heal them. He glanced at the surroundings, and then he flashed onto Qiongqi's back. Don't get entangled in combat. Let's kill our way out. It made no difference no matter how many people he killed today, because it was impossible for him to annihilate the entire Yang clan. Flee. His goal was to flee from Heaven Void Continent and flee from the scope of the Yang clan's forces. Only then would he be able to survive. You think I don't know? Qiongqi spoke angrily. He was extremely unhappy because every single time Yang Yi summoned him, it was never for anything good. Moreover, every single time was more dangerous than the last. Just like this very moment. Even though he was a ferocious beast from the large universe of Milky Way system, it didn't represent that he could crush the experts of this universe. After all, the people before him were part of the strongest group of people in this universe. Flee. Meanwhile, a wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Shun's mouth. You think you can flee when you're in my Yang clan's territory? He gazed at Qiongqi and continued. If you intend to rely on it, then all I can say is that you're dreaming. Not to mention one ferocious beast. Even if you had 5, my Yang clan would still be able to kill them all. The Yang clan? Qiongqi's voice carried a trace of ridicule. Is your Yang clan full of idiots? This kid possesses great karmic luck, and your clan's future would be limitless. You'll even have a chance to be ranked amongst the immortals and gods of the large universe. But all of you insist on killing him. All of you are truly idiots. Immortals or gods? A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Shun's mouth. What the heck is that? How laughable. Does my young clan even need to rely on him? How truly laughable. You're the laughable one. Idiot. Xiongqi cursed. You idiots. This kid doesn't just possess great karmic luck, there's great karma with him. If your young clan kills him, your clan is going to suffer horribly. No, if he dies, your young clan is finished. Meanwhile, Yang Yi couldn't help but pat Qiongqi's back and asked, Brother Qiongqi, will someone really avenge me if I die? What do you think? Qiongqi spoke angrily. You're not like your father. That thing didn't acknowledge your father, but it acknowledged you. Moreover, that existence didn't refuse you, and even asked you to take that little girl home. That proves that he acknowledged you. Do you know what that represents? It represents that you possess a huge group of fucking powerful backing. A huge group? Yang Yi was stunned. A huge group, my ass. I'm on the verge of death, so why aren't they here? Just one would be enough. Qiongqi suddenly fell silent. 2 breaths of time passed before he spoke again. Based on that existence's strength, he should be aware that you've arrived at Milky Way system. Since he hasn't shown himself, he's either in closed-door cultivation or has been delayed by something. In any case, there's nothing to fear. If you die, someone will avenge you. But if I die, who will avenge me? In these years that I've known you, it has been the worst years of my life and the unluckiest years. Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment. He was quite embarrassed indeed. Since Qiongqi had been by his side, Qiongqi had almost died on many occasions. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Cut the crap. Meanwhile, Yang Shan spoke furiously. None of you can escape today. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack. But Yang Yi suddenly patted Qiongqi on the back. Let's not fight and just retreat first. Qiongqi nodded slightly, and then he leaped up and shot towards the sky while carrying Yang Yi on his back. He was swift. Qiongqi was absolutely swift. Because Yang Yi felt like his body was on the verge of being torn apart, and it was the consequence of moving too fast. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Shan's mouth when he saw Yang Yi and Qiongqi fleeing. Both he and the others around him didn't do anything. Right when Qiongqi and Yang Yi were about to charge out of Heaven Void Continent, a voice suddenly came from far away in the starry sky. Go back there. As soon as the voice finished resounding, an ethereal towering mountain suddenly appeared above Yang Yi and Qiongqi. The powerful pressure it emanated caused Yang Yi and Qiongqi to stop on the spot. The mountain stopped on the spot for a moment, and then it suddenly descended again. Yang Yi's expression changed. Meanwhile, Qiongqi leaped up and slammed himself against the huge mountain. Bang! The huge mountain exploded into pieces, but Yang Yi and Qiongqi were blasted to the ground. It didn't take long for them to crash into Fecta City. Bang! The entire city shook violently like there was an earthquake. Yang Shan laughed coldly. Flee? Where will you flee? Qiongqi said, Kid, we can't escape. What should we do now? Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he looked up at Yang Shan. Let's kill him first. Not a problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Qiongqi pounced at Yang Shan. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Shan's face changed when he saw Yang Yi and Qiongqi attack. He flipped his left palm and a saber appeared in his grasp. After that, he swung it swiftly. A brilliant ray of saber energy carried a powerful aura as it flashed out from the tip of his saber. Qiongqi naturally didn't try to dodge it. He just raised his claw and slapped the saber energy. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, Yang Shan's saber energy was instantly torn apart. At the same time, Qiongqi instantly arrived before Yang Shan. Yang Shan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately swung his saber again. Bang! A loud explosion resounded. The saber in Yang Shan's grasp was slapped into pieces, and the powerful force within Qiongqi's claw caused a mouthful of blood to spray from Yang Shan's mouth, while his figure was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Right when Yang Yi and Qiongqi were about to attack again, a spear suddenly arrived before Qiongqi's back. Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it. Bang! The spear exploded apart, and then around 30 arrows suddenly descended from the sky. At the same time, the Zenith Realm experts around them pressed forward and surrounded them again. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. In the end, He gazed at the archers in the sky. Kill them. The archers were the most troublesome, because they were very good at finding opportune moments to shoot an arrow at him. That wasn't even the most troublesome part. The most troublesome part was that they could pierce through his physical defenses. Qiongqi slammed his claws against the ground upon hearing Yang Yi. Bang! He relied on the counterforce to transform into a black ray of light that shot towards the green armor unit. They ignored all the other cultivators around them as they charged at the green armor unit, and Yang Yi slashed anyone that stood in their way. No one could resist a swing of Yang Ye's sword. Yang Shen hurriedly said, "Stop them." As soon as he gave the order, both he and the other old man at the True Realm instantly charged after Yang Yi and Qiongqi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Keep them busy." As he spoke, he tapped his right foot against Qiongqi's back, and then he transformed into a black shadow that vanished on the spot. He was amongst the archers when he appeared once more, and then countless rays of flaming sword energy swept out towards the surroundings. It was a slaughter. Yang Yi had immediately started to slaughter them upon charging into the group. Those archers were extremely strong when executing ranged attacks, but their melee combat ability was quite weak. So, they couldn't stop Yang Yi at all. However, the members of the mounted unit and golden spear unit had immediately rushed over and surrounded Yang Yi. As for the surviving archers, they created distance between themselves and Yang Yi again. Meanwhile, Qiongqi was keeping the True Realm experts busy. Qiongqi had extraordinary physical defenses and extreme speed, so he'd forcefully kept both of them locked in combat with him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swung his sword over and over again. Every single attack would either injure or kill one of his opponents. In just a short while, less than 30 of the 72 warriors remained. However, Yang Yi was injured again. His chest, knee, and shoulders had many golden arrows stuck in them. However, it didn't bother him at all, and he was still killing like a madman. Suddenly, Yang Shen looked up and said, "Are you still not going to help? Do you insist on watching us die?" A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice came from above. "We just didn't expect that 2 True Realm experts and the 72 warriors wouldn't be able to kill a single Rebirth Realm cultivator." Bang! As soon as the voice finished resounding, a powerful aura descended from the sky, and then a huge finger flashed out from 300 m ahead of Yang Yi. A moment later, it appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression instantly changed, and he immediately swung his sword at it. Bang! The finger shattered apart, but Yang Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Hiss! 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 As soon as he stopped himself, 6 golden arrows tore through the air. 2 stabbed into his shoulder blades, 2 stabbed into his knees, and the last 2 stabbed into his feet. They pierced through his feet and nailed his feet to the ground. Chapter 1691. Never Afraid. However, that wasn't the end of it. Numerous golden armored cultivators and mounted cultivators instantly arrived before Yang Yi, and then their spears stabbed at Yang Yi's vital points. Suddenly, a ray of golden light flashed, and a woman appeared before Yang Yi. It was a Nanjing. And Nanjing's face was extremely calm when she saw the state Yang Yi was in. An instant later, she turned to look at the Zenith Realm warriors that were around Yang Yi, and then she stomped her right foot down and transformed into a ray of golden light that vanished on the spot. Hiss! At the same moment that her figure vanished, a spear pierced through the head of a Zenith Realm expert, and she was already behind that Zenith Realm expert. She grabbed her spear and swiftly swung it to her left. Hiss! A ray of golden light flashed, and the Zenith Realm expert on her left was instantly stabbed by Sky Split. Meanwhile, a Nanjing appeared behind that Zenith Realm expert, and then she tapped her right foot against the ground and soared up into the air. After that, she kicked Sky Split with her right foot. Swoosh! Sky Split transformed into a ray of golden light again, and it vanished on the spot. Hiss! An instant later, Sky Split pierced through the head of a cavalry. Meanwhile, a Nanjing had appeared behind that expert, and she kicked that cavalry's head. Bang! That Zenith Realm expert's head instantly exploded apart, while a Nanjing vanished on the spot again with Sky Split in her grasp. Hiss. A moment later, a Zenith Realm expert not too far behind Yang Yi was instantly stabbed through the head. At the instant her spear pierced through that expert's head, and Nanjing had appeared behind that expert, and then she stretched out her right hand. Sky Split, which had just pierced through that expert's head, fell right into her grasp. Suddenly, numerous golden arrows descended from the sky. And Nanjing's expression remained indifferent as she raised her spear and stabbed repeatedly. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows were struck down, and then she tossed Sky Split towards the archers. Swish! Sky Split tore through the air and emanated a terrifying golden glow as it shot towards one of the archers. That archer had instantly turned ghastly pale upon witnessing this, because it was impossible for him to dodge it. Suddenly, an old man appeared before that archer, and then a fist-sized dragon-shaped seal appeared before him. The seal instantly trembled violently upon colliding with Sky Split, and then a wave of powerful force surged out from it and blasted Sky Split away. And Nanjing's expression remained calm. She stretched out her hand and Sky Split returned to her grasp, and Nanjing didn't attack again. She walked over to Yang Yi and gazed at him for a long time before she said, "I'm late." Yang Yi shook his head. "It's fine. I can still deal with this." As he spoke, he shook his body, and the arrows in him were blasted out of him. As soon as that happened, blood sprayed out from him like fountains, and it instantly covered him in blood. And Nanjing lowered her head slightly. "Why didn't you call for me?" Yang Yi grinned. "You were in closed-door cultivation. I didn't want to disturb you." She suddenly looked up at him. "That isn't as important as you, right?" Yang Yi chuckled and said, "Fine, I won't do it again. All right?" And Nanjing gazed at him for a long time, and then she nodded. After that, she moved behind Yang Yi. Bang! Meanwhile, a loud explosion resounded from afar. After that, Yang Shun and the other old man who was in battle with Cheong Qi were blasted 3 kilometers away. Once he blasted them back, Cheong Qi's flashed back over to Yang Ye's side. Yang Yi looked up at the 3RD True Realm expert to make an appearance. The old man wore a violet robe. His robe wasn't the only thing which was violet. Even his hair was violet, and there was a fist-sized dragon-shaped seal floating in front of him. It was the leader of the Yang clan's 7 marshals. Yang Ling glanced at Yang Yi, and Nanjing, and Cheong Qi. He remained silent for a moment, and then he shook his head. "We thought the 72 warriors and 2 true realm experts could guarantee success. However, we never expected that they would still be incapable of killing you even after the 72 warriors were practically annihilated. Your strength and trump cards have shocked us all." Yang Yi spoke indifferently, and Yang Ling replied, If we knew you possessed such strength and trump cards, we may have used a different method to deal with you. It wouldn't just be us. Even the neutral people in the Yang clan may not have allowed us to act against you. However, he gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "However, you have to die now. Even those neutral fellows will choose to kill you." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" Yang Ling replied, "Because the clan will never allow someone hostile to the clan to stay alive, especially someone that possesses formidable natural talent and potential. After all, it's impossible for you to hold no hatred towards the clan now, right?" Yang Yi grinned. "I understand. Actually, I had no hatred towards the Yang clan. Of course, I had no sense of belonging to the clan as well. However, when all of you wanted me to return, you forced me to return when I refused. But once I did return, all of those young masters wanted to kill me instead. I had no choice but to fight back. Once I fought back and revealed both my strength and potential, then all of you higher-ups of the clan wanted to kill me. All of you are really acting like bullies." He glanced at the sky and said, "I, Yang Yi, differentiate clearly between kindness and enmity. I don't offend unless offended. Since the Yang clan treated me like this, I swear that if I don't die, the day will come when I'll definitely make the Yang clan pay 100-fold. Yang Ling suddenly said, "Saying that will only increase our determination to kill you." Yang Yi chuckled. "All of you'll try to kill me even if I didn't say that, right? Don't tell me that the Yang clan will let me live if I kneel down and beg for mercy." Yang Ling fell silent for a moment and shook his head. We won't. Now, you have no way out, and it's the same for the clan. Because the clan doesn't want there to be an extraordinary genius who's hostile towards the clan. So, you must die today. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing. Are you afraid? And Nanjing gazed at him. When have I ever been afraid? Visit Rieadl. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi roared with laughter. He laughed for a while before he looked up at the sky, and then he said, Well said. Well said. When have we ever been afraid? The Yang clan. Bring it. Let me see if one of the 8 supreme clans of Milky Way system can kill me today. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Ling when he appeared once more. After that, he drew his sword and swung it. Yang Ling's expression remained unchanged. He twisted his wrist slightly, and the golden dragon seal transformed into a ray of golden light that shot towards Yang Ye's sword. Golden light surged out like overlapped waves from the seal, and they instantly enveloped Yang Yi and his sword. Bang! An explosion resounded. The golden light shattered into bits, and the powerful energy that erupted from there blasted Yang Yi back to where he'd been standing a few moments ago. Yang Ling glanced at his dragon seal. There was a mark on it. Yang Ling pondered deeply for a moment, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. That sword is supposedly still sealed. It's truly difficult to imagine. If its seal is undone and returns to its original state, then its might would probably be sufficient to obliterate everything before it. It's sealed? Yang Yi looked down at the wooden sword in his grasp. He hadn't expected that the wooden sword was actually in a sealed state. It was so strong while still in a sealed state. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he gazed at the wooden sword. Brother, I think you can't continue keeping a low profile. It's time to undo your seal. The wooden sword shook slightly while sword howls resounded from within it, and then Yang Yi sensed a trace of its emotions. It was disgruntled, furious, and slightly fearful. Yang Yi possessed the enlightened sword heart and zenith rank sword intent, so he was able to very clearly sense all the emotions of the swords in his grasp. At this moment, the wooden sword felt disgruntled, furious, and slightly fearful. Obviously, it hadn't sealed itself, and it was someone else who'd sealed it. Who sealed it? Yang Yi shook his head and restrained his thoughts, because that wasn't what he should be worried about right now. After he consoled the wooden sword, Yang Yi looked up at Yang Ling and said, Come, let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Ling when he appeared again. After that, he swung his sword again. The wooden sword descended, and the space around him collapsed in an instant. A wisp of solemnness flashed through Yang Ling's eyes. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he tapped a finger against the golden seal. Roar! A dragon roar resounded, and then a wave of terrifying dragon pressure rippled out from the seal. At the same time, the space in a huge area shook violently before cracking open. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's sword arrived before him. Bang! As soon as sword and seal collided, the space here instantly collapsed, but it only took a moment for it to return to normal. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had been blasted 3 kilometers away, while Yang Lin had been blasted around 1 kilometer away. As soon as Yang Yi stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the dragon seal before Yang Ling. The dragon-shaped seal was no ordinary treasure, and it was at the true realm, at least. If he didn't have the wooden sword, he would probably be unable to resist even a single attack from Yang Ling. Yang Ling fell silent for a moment, and then he said, Looks like I can't kill you on my own. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. In an instant, over 10 powerful auras suddenly charged up into the sky from all directions, and then they shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at Nanjing. And Nanjing looked him in the eyes and said, Our heart is one. Not to mention the Yang clan. Even if we have to face all 8 clans, what is there to fear? Chapter 1692, Burn Fecta City to the Ground. Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing for a long time, and then he grinned. You're right. Our heart is one. It doesn't matter even if all 8 of the supreme clans join forces against us. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Meanwhile, 12 black figures appeared behind Yang Shan. The 2 black figures who led the group and held daggers in their hands were true realm experts. As for the others by their sides, they were Zenith realm experts. Even though the Yang clan was one of the 8 clans, it still had very few true realm experts. It wasn't just the Yang clan, it was the same for the other 7 clans. So, Zenith realm experts and half-step true realm experts were the main forces of the various clans, and it was especially so for Zenith realm experts. True realm experts were very difficult to foster, while Zenith realm and half-step true realm experts were much easier to foster. Moreover, when Zenith realm experts arrived at a certain number, they were capable of killing true realm experts. Moreover, some Zenith realm experts could kill true realm experts on their own. Of course, such people were quite rare. These 2 true realm experts combined with Yang Shan's group of 3 made there a total of 5 true realm experts present here right now. Besides the 5 true realm experts, there were the survivors from the 72 warriors. Only 9 of them remained now. So, if they were included with the 10 Zenith realm experts in black who had just arrived, there were a total of 19 Zenith realm experts here. 5 true realm experts and 19 Zenith realm experts. Needless to say, it was quite a force. Meanwhile, Xiongqi spoke abruptly. "Kid, do you have more trump cards?" Yang Yi gazed at Xiongqi and shook his head. "I don't think I do." Xiongqi fell silent for a short while and said, "Kid, no matter what, we can be considered as friends. So, while I want to flee, I can't. I can't help with much. It'll take 2 true realm experts. You deal with the rest." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Yang Shun and the old man by Yang Shun's side. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, and then he looked at Nanjing. She was about to speak when Yang Yi said, "They'll fight 2 true realm experts. You take the last true realm expert and those Zenith realm experts, all right?" And Nanjing nodded slightly, and then she pointed her spear at Yang Ling. "Come." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shot over 10 kilometers to the left. Yang Ling's face turned icy cold from being provoked like that, and he spoke indifferently. "I alone am enough." As he spoke, he tapped his right foot down and vanished on the spot. In an instant, a loud explosion resounded from over 10 kilometers to the left. Meanwhile, there were 2 true realm experts and 19 Zenith realm experts in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly took a step forward. He pointed his sword at the 2 true realm experts in black clothes and said, "They'll fight both of you on my own. Of course, if you're afraid, you can tell the others behind you to help you." The black clothes figure who led the ground nodded slightly and said, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he and the other black-clothed figure by his side had simultaneously vanished on the spot. After that, numerous afterimages appeared here. The afterimages surrounded Yang Yi, and the 10 black-clothed Zenith realm experts vanished on the spot as well. Yang Yi's face fell. Had hoped to provoke them into fighting him 2-on-1, and it would have been best if it was 1-on-1. However, he hadn't expected them to actually not fall for it and gang up on him. 2 true realm experts and 19 Zenith realm experts. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he swiftly swung his sword horizontally. OM! A flaming ray of sword energy flashed out from the tip of the wooden sword. Hiss! 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 Everywhere it passed, numerous afterimages were obliterated, and the 2 true realm experts were pushed back repeatedly as well. However, they were able to stop themselves without being pushed back very far, and then they shot forward again. Meanwhile, the remaining Zenith realm experts had arrived around Yang Yi, and then numerous rays of cold light flashed and shot like blades towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. He stomped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards one of the Zenith realm experts. At this moment, he couldn't go on the defensive at all. Once he did that, he would lose the initiative, and then he would suffer a storm of attacks. It was just like any other fight. If one was facing a group of enemies, then one could absolutely not go on the defensive, because that would only cause one to lose the initiative and have no choice but to passively suffer attacks. So, the only way to avoid that was to target someone and aim to kill. Killing one made them even. Killing a second was profit. The black-clothed figures and the 72 warriors were Zenith Realm experts who'd attained the Zenith Realm without relying on any external forces. However, the Zenith Realm was utterly insufficient to face Yang Ye's current strength, and only Zenith Realm experts, who could surmount their realms of cultivation to fight true realm experts, stood a chance against Yang Yi. So, once Yang Yi targeted someone, that person was dead. That was exactly what happened in reality. A ray of light flashed, and then the head of a black-clothed figure flew up into the air while accompanied by a fountain of blood. However, numerous injuries from blades appeared on Yang Ye's body as well. In just an instant, Head suffered at least 10 blade injuries. Fortunately, Head prevented them from hitting any vital spots. After he killed a Zenith Realm expert, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a shadow that vanished on the spot. He was behind another Zenith Realm expert when his figure appeared again, and then a ray of light flashed. Hiss! The head of that Zenith Realm expert flew up into the air. However, a few more rays of cold light had appeared around him. At the same time, a few golden arrows were following closely behind the rays of cold light. The arrows were especially dangerous because they were shot at extremely tricky and ruthless angles. Moreover, their targets were his eyes and various other vital spots. Yang Yi didn't dare to let them strike his vital points. After all, they could pierce his physical defenses. Yang Yi immediately issued a command in his heart, and a black shield appeared in front of him. After that, it transformed into a black ray of light that shot forward. Rumble! Along with a string of explosions, the arrows were blasted away by the black shield. However, a black-clothed figure suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi, and then a ray of cold light shot towards Yang Ye's nape. A true realm expert. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly. He turned around and swung his sword. But at the exact same moment that he turned around, numerous rays of light instantly struck his back, causing blood to spray. The wooden sword descended. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, another black-clothed figure appeared behind him, and then a ray of cold light instantly arrived behind his head. Yang Ye's pupils constricted slightly when he sensed the attack coming from behind him. He couldn't be bothered to take a look at his injuries, and he just immediately turned around and swung his sword. Bang! The black-clothed figure's dagger was instantly obliterated, and then the force of the collision pushed him back repeatedly. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's figure was pushed backwards repeatedly as well. However, just after being pushed around 30 m back, another black-clothed figure appeared behind him, and then another ray of cold light arrived behind his head. Moreover, a few golden arrows suddenly tore through the air and arrived before him. Every single one of them was aimed at a vital point. A vicious glow flashed through Yang Ye's eyes. He issued a command in his heart, and the pitch-black shield flew over to stop the arrows while he instantly executed a horizontal sweep with his sword. In an instant, a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy swept forward. Bang! Bang! The sword energy obliterated everything before it. However, the aftershock from the collision between his sword energy and the incoming attacks pushed him backwards repeatedly. At the same time, blood ceaselessly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Besides that, his entire body had cracked open, and there were many injuries caused by blades and arrows throughout his body. It could be said that if the primordial violet energy within him wasn't ceaselessly repairing his body, then he would be dead by now. Besides his own will, the reason he was still standing and could still fight was the primordial violet energy within him. It was ceaselessly keeping him alive and preventing his wounds from being life-threatening. Otherwise, even 10 wooden swords wouldn't be able to save him, because he would be dead. As soon as Yang Yi stopped himself, the Zenith Realm and True Realm experts around him had vanished on the spot once more. In an instant, numerous afterimages appeared in the surroundings, and they descended upon Yang Yi in waves. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he withdrew 2 energy pearls and swallowed them. The profound energy within him was instantly replenished while he glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, those experts were in front of him. He fell silent for a moment, and then a wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes. A moment later, a strand of flames suddenly swept out from within him. The divining flames. This time, he stopped using the divining flame's strength, and he allowed it to use his strength and attack on its own instead. Using the divining flame and allowing it to attack on its own were two completely different concepts, and the injuries he suffered were completely different as well. However, he had no other choice now, and he could only let it use his body to attack. As for whether his body could endure its strength, he couldn't be bothered about that any longer. If he was going to die, it was better to drag some people down with him than die alone. Once the divining flames swept out, the temperature in Fecta City instantly skyrocketed. At the same time, the space around Yang Yi started to become more and more ethereal. Bang! A moment later, the space around him collapsed. The Zenith Realm experts around him were instantly swallowed within the divining flames, and only those two true realm experts retreated incessantly. Yang Yi's face was extremely warped at this moment. Instead of calling it warped, it should be called ferocious. He gazed at the sky while ferocity covered his face. Burn! Burn Fecta City to the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the divining flame suddenly exploded apart, and it transformed into countless tongues of flames that shot towards Fecta City. Everything in its wake was incinerated, and even space ceased to exist. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Please report us if you find any errors so we can fix it ASAP. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.